Are you there? It's okay. It's just me. Jesus. Do you need some wine? Or a little cry? Don't be scared. Don't ask why. Spoke all these words. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. Are you there? It's okay. It's just me. Jesus. Do you need some wine? Or a little cry? Don't be scared. Don't ask why. Spoke all these words. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. Are you there? It's okay. It's just me. Jesus. Do you need some wine? Or a little cry? Don't be scared. Don't ask why. Then God spoke all these words. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. Are you there? It's okay. It's just me. Jesus. Do you need some wine? Or a little cry? Don't be scared. Don't ask why. Then God spoke all these words. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. just me. Jesus. Do you need some wine? Or a little cry? Don't be scared. Don't ask why.
I'm going to get my backup profile loaded in here. And then we'll get Hanji loaded up here in a second. I think Hanji will be here shortly. Alexandra, welcome in. Sandra, welcome in. Good to see you guys. Good to see you guys. All right, we got the backup profile and Skits and Bits. Welcome in. Good to see you, Skits. W Skits, y'all. W Skits, y'all.
I was about to say, I just came in
We
like as soon
gotcha.
as you were live. Oh, I'm using the mic, by the way. What do you think?
Oh, good. Sounds good.
Sounds good. I'm still working. How do you do this thing? The notches on the mic itself, what are those for?
Well, one is for your headphones, so you can control the volume to your headphones. And the other is basically the pickup on the mic, like how strong it's going to pick up on the audio that's in the room.
Okay, so the knobs on the bottom are for the headphones?
I don't know which knob, to be honest. Well, there's a dial. There's a dial on the bottom of it. I thought you rotate that, and that is for your voice. That turns the microphone up. I thought there was an additional. There's a knob on the back that changes the type of direction, because you can set it to cardioid. You can set it to front facing and rear facing. You can set it to omnidirectional. So it's probably still set to cardioid, which is what most people use.
I'm still working this thing out, but as long
It's
as you can
okay.
hear me, that's all that matters.
Yeah, I can hear your microphone's fine. T7, welcome in. Good to see you guys. Good to see you. Let's see. That's right, Star Wars nerd. Thank you for being here. Tap, tap, like, and share. How you doing, KJ?
Good. How are you doing?
Very well. Thanks for asking. What's on your mind?
Actually, I'm just kind of scrolling through and I see your background. It says the Christian God is imaginary. So, are you atheist? Is that the
Mm-hmm.
okay? Are the other two people here atheists as well?
Well, the profile in the bottom right-hand corner is my backup profile.
Okay.
And then the person above me, Hanji, she's just my moderator. But
Okay.
she's not an atheist.
Okay. Oh, is she a Christian?
No, she's a Hellenic.
Okay. All right. Um, can I ask you why you're atheist?
Yeah, I don't really see any proof or evidence for God. If there was evidence for God, I think we would have something that is indisputable, and every claim or every supposed evidence given for the Christian God to me just seems completely silly.
Okay. Okay. Do you believe in the historical figure of Jesus at all, or just you don't think that's real either?
No, I think it's likely that a historical figure named Jesus existed. I don't think the stories that we have about him in the Bible are likely to be accurate. I think they're probably more mythology than anything. But
Okay.
I think it's likely that somebody named Jesus did exist.
Okay. Do you think it's possible he is who he says he was, or not at all?
Not at all.
Okay, so all of those stories, do you think the entire version of the Bible and eyewitnesses are imaginary also?
Well, some of them, so when you say eyewitnesses, you have to kind of define who you're referring to, right? Because the Gospels themselves are basically anonymous. The names were attributed to the Gospels long after they were written by the early church, right? And neither Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John identify who the author is inside of the Gospel. That's just what the early church claims the author is. So we don't actually know who wrote Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. But I would say that John probably did pass down some eyewitness stories
Mm-hmm.
that people later wrote down. And I think that's somewhat evident when you read the book of John, because there seems to be more than one person writing the book of John.
Right.
And those authors at the end of the book basically say outright that they are putting down a testimony that was given to them by the beloved disciple.
I see.
Right. So, but other than John, like Matthew, there's almost zero chance that Matthew wrote Matthew. Luke, whoever Luke was, wasn't an eyewitness to anything. And then Mark wasn't an eyewitness to anything either. So the only two disciples that could have been present were Matthew and John. And
Okay.
Matthew clearly didn't write Matthew.
Okay. All right, I'm just gonna keep asking just a few more questions. That way, I have some understanding before I even go into the hoopla you've probably heard your whole life. But
Hmm.
um, the next question I kind of want to understand about you is, do you have any other reference point at all as far as Christianity, or is the Bible the main one that makes you believe atheism?
No, after I left Christianity, I didn't become an atheist right away. I still kind of believed in a higher power. I think it was studying science is kind of what led me to the conclusion that it seems unlikely that there would be a higher power or an afterlife. I don't think that either one of those things really seem like the
Okay.
appropriate conclusion from what we know so far.
Okay. Do you think some people who believe in afterlife are considered delusional, or what do you think on that?
Some, yeah, I'm sure there are some who are delusional. There are some who are confused, and
Okay.
there are some who just believe because they want to believe.
Okay. I have another question too. I know you said you're interested in science. Is that what you said? That helped prove your evidence to finalizing atheism. Is that right?
Yeah, well, I would say we've been looking for God the
Yeah.
entire time we've been alive, and
Right.
the
Right.
scientific method has never turned up any evidence for God. In fact, it seems to be continually turning up evidence contrary to God.
Okay. Now I have another question. When you do debates, I say this just respectfully, just to learn. I hope you can hear that in my voice. But
Mhm.
when you do debates or everything else, you said you were a Christian before, is what it sounds like, and then transition more into an atheistic mindset. Do you currently still hope to get someone to help you understand Christianity, or is this to help other people realize it's not a real thing?
Yeah,
What's
the second of those two things. I don't think there's anybody on this app that's going to teach me more about Christianity than what I already know.
Okay. Do you think it's possible what you know might not all be right? Like somebody could help enlighten you on certain things, or not at all?
I mean, I think it's doubtful. That doesn't mean there's not something I couldn't learn because
Okay.
everybody has a gap in their knowledge.
Sure.
But I don't think any of those gaps would result in me believing the Bible to be true because
Okay.
I can demonstrate pretty soundly that it's just not reliable.
Okay. And then my very last question before I start talking versus just understanding you, what made you become a Christian at first?
Well, I'm an American, right? So I was born and bred in a culture in which most people already are Christian. I went
Okay.
to a Catholic school, so I had a background in reading the Bible and going to religion class and things like that. Um, and then so when I was a teenager and I started to think about like God and some of the big questions, right? I kind of already believed. It wasn't a question of belief. It was a question of whether or not I was going to make the intentional effort to become a biblical Christian.
Okay.
So I would say it was just the gradual process of becoming a young adult in my late teenage years that led me to conclude that I should be taking religion seriously because if God does exist, it would be kind of important to like know what He wants and to see if like see if
Sure.
like, there's like a greater purpose to the life that I'm living.
Right, right. When you were a Christian, did you ever have moments where you were convinced it was true, or do
Mhm.
you think that was just your misinformation?
Oh, clearly it's both.
Okay, okay, I can understand that. When you thought it was true when you were a Christian, what would have caused you to be convinced by that? What was
Thank you, Andrew.
happening?
Well, you got to remember when you grow up in the faith, they feed you all sorts of information to like
Right,
demonstrations why Christianity is true and the Bible can be trusted. They'll give you like random, no context historical facts that
right, right,
demonstrate that the Bible is true, and then they kind of ignore the ones that don't demonstrate that. And of course, they prime you to like take coincidences and treat them as miracles.
okay,
So I mean, I read all of the apologetic books.
yeah,
I had a number of my teenage years where I consumed all of the pretty standard apologetic material. And those can be convincing if you don't know anything and you don't really know the Bible. And for me, those were convincing. I found like Ralph O. Muncaster, he was my favorite apologist. I found him to be quite convincing.
Okay. Who do you I'm sorry, I'm trying to actually I'm just gonna ask it this way. You know, I probably know the answer to this, but how do you think this all started? Like the earth and all that? You know,
Uh,
life, creation, man.
Well, I
How do
mean,
you think
everything is just a chemical reaction. Like whether
that?
you call it life or not, it's just a chemical reaction. So I think that the most likely scenario is that everything is eternal, matter, space, and time. It's all eternal. There's no such thing as nothing. Atheists nor Christians, neither of us believe that something came from nothing. So the cosmological viewpoint that I would hold to is like the Big Crunch or the rebound theory, or there's a couple other names for it, like the elastic universe theory, which basically posits that the universe has been in a state of expanding and contracting, basically a cycle of expanding and contracting for in infinite amount of time.
Okay. Do you know of any, or are you persuaded at all by any atheists who have testimonies of finding enough evidence while using science and they converted to Christianity? Does that impact you at all?
I found them to be persuasive when I was a Christian and I hadn't studied science yet.
Okay. What about the ones who are using science as their evidence from atheism to now becoming a Christian? Have those
Uh,
ever convinced you at all?
no, because only about like 3 to 10% of scientists believe in a higher power. So 90% or more of people in the science field disbelieve, and they have evidence for their disbelief in a God.
Okay.
And when I was a Christian, obviously I was reading the books that were written by the scientists and whatnot who did believe.
Right.
But it didn't take much reading by, other people in the science community who didn't believe before it seemed like their arguments were just more credible and more plausible.
I see. Okay. Do you if there was any evidence, I guess, that proved to Jesus being real, would you believe it, or is this just a hard no based off what I believe?
Well, I never said that Jesus wasn't real. I said that he likely
I'm sorry.
existed. I
I'm
don't think
sorry.
there's any evidence, though, that the claims in the Bible about him are true.
Okay.
Even if like he appeared in front of me, it doesn't fix the issues with the Bible. The Bible is theologically contradictive. The Old Testament and the New Testament simply are not congruent with each other. He didn't fulfill any messianic prophecies. For Jesus to be the Messiah, my baseline requirement would be for him to actually fulfill the messianic prophecies laid out in the Old Testament. When he does that, I'm more than happy to call him the Messiah.
I see. Okay. Um, Gosh, this is hard to hear people that are atheists, but um, I guess another question I want to understand too before I don't think I'm going to go into meat and potatoes with you because it doesn't seem like you're um, going to be that type that's going to be convinced off of me reading a source you don't agree with yet. So
I'm not really sure why you would think like your source would be convincing to me. I've probably read a lot more sources than you.
I would agree. I would probably agree with that. Most atheists I have met are well more educated than myself. But I will say this: I want to kind of give this imagery, I guess, and it may be stupid, but worth a shot just to see what you think about it. Do you? Can I? Can I just say your mom for an example, or is that?
No,
Can I?
fine.
Is this okay? If your mom was gonna make, cookies or something, and she created the batter and she mixed it and everything like that, right? You didn't see it at all, and then she gave you cookies, right? And then you eat the cookies and they taste good, but you go to her and you just say, "How did you make these cookies?" And she explains it to you, okay?
Thank you, Phoenix. Hmm.
So she only explains it to you. She says, "Hey, I got this, I got that. I put it in this thing. I mix it up, and here's the cookies, and this is how it's made." And then you tasted it and you moved on, and you said, "Yeah, my mom made these," but you didn't see her make it, right? You didn't actually witness that. You didn't whatever, and you just eat these cookies and you move on. I, from my understanding, and I think you probably know this if you were a Christian. It says that the Word of God was written, but Holy Spirit inspired. And so, if that's actually true, then I would think you would need the Holy Spirit to understand the scripture. So, if you're not using the Holy Spirit as your source to understand the words in here, then I think you would just be just as lacking of whether or not your mom made the cookies or not because you didn't go to the source and see it. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I think
That's
you've made two bad assumptions. The first assumption is about me, which is that when I was a Christian, which I was for over 2 decades,
yeah.
that I wasn't sincere and I didn't have the Holy Spirit and that I didn't ask God for guidance and that I didn't intently study the scriptures.
Okay,
That's
that's fair.
simply a false assumption. Thank you, Casey. In fact, I've got a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in biblical studies. And what I can tell you is that the Holy Spirit cannot teach you to understand the Bible. Simply cannot. The Holy Spirit might be able to convict you about what's in the book, but it cannot teach you about the book. It will not teach you history. The Holy Spirit will not teach you the original languages. The Holy Spirit will not teach you the cultural and contextual setting that each book was written. The Holy Spirit can't teach you any of those things, yet all of those things are required to understand the text.
Okay.
So the Holy Spirit simply cannot teach you what is in the meaning of the words because that's something you must learn because it's factual information.
Do you feel
Um,
like you would have to see all the evidence in front of you to be completely true to be convinced? Or do you think there's a portion of it you will not understand, but that you could commit to believing in? Or are you someone that has to see the whole thing?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Let me try to say it this way. Would you be someone that needed God to prove himself right in front of you, totally, completely, 100%, and not have any type of faith at all? You would have to see the whole thing to believe it?
No, if there's evidence that would end with the conclusion that God must exist, I'd be happy to believe that evidence. I just don't think that that evidence exists. And again, if Jesus fulfilled the messianic prophecies laid out in the Old Testament, then by just by the nature of what he did, it would demonstrate that he must have been the Messiah. Because the messianic prophecies are not prophecies that any Joe Schmo could fulfill. Like it requires the power of God.
I see. Give me just a second.
Thank you, everyone, for the gifts. Don't worry, I'm
Thank you,
still here.
Gabs.
I'm just stuffing my face with the clown.
Thank you, Human. I appreciate the heart. Thank you, Gabs.
I don't know. I don't know enough about all this to really debate you other than just to understand atheists because I am interested in learning more. I haven't always been a Christian. I've kind of sought it out myself too. My
Thank you,
evidence,
Dev.
I didn't require a lot of evidence in my own head to believe it, but I'm sure there's things that people could present to me that I would just have to say I'm just not believing that. I'm convinced there is a God, but I do find it fascinating that at one point you were Holy Spirit guided, but you don't believe in all that.
Yep.
How were you guided at one point then?
The same way, like children believe that they're talking to their imaginary friend. It's something that you conjure up in your own imagination, in your own mind, and it's pretty easily to rationalize it away once you walk out of that, because literally everything that you attributed to God, it's virtually indistinguishable from your own thought patterns and your own patterns of thinking.
I see. Well, I hope if I never talk to you again, if you end up in a position where you're really thinking about it again, the only thing I would offer, which you may already know this too, is I think the very first step of all of it is one, understanding you're not going to have enough information that's going to 100% prove God, which I think you're somebody just that wants evidence, so that's a good thing. But two, there's got to be people out there that had your same mindset right now that have gotten enough evidence and have turned Christian. There's got to be a lot of people out there that you could get real understanding from, whether it be a book. I mean, there's plenty of atheists who have converted and they've listed
Yeah.
their evidence.
And there's lots of Christians that have converted to atheism, and there's lots
I
of
believe
Christians that
that.
have converted to the
Yeah.
Muslim faith. People converting really isn't evidence that something is or isn't true.
Right, but they're very interested in providing you evidence that might assist you
Hmm.
because they're in the same brainwave as you are
Yeah,
currently. But
I know. I've read their
anyways,
books.
yeah,
I've read all the apologist books.
do you? I mean, I can't remember the book, and I wish I knew it right now. But I know there is a lawyer out there who was a like a devout atheist. I guess that's how you say it. That's what they believed.
Yeah, they always claim to be atheists, like the Case for Christ or Cold
Well,
Case
not that.
Christianity or
Not that. I'm talking about people like this guy was a lawyer and he was convinced there was no God. He was convinced that there's not enough evidence to even prove this exists, all these things. He walked an atheist life for like 30 some odd years. And then when he got older, he started digging into it because he thought all these Christians are so obnoxious. And over time, he just did more evidence, gathered more evidence. And before he knew it, he was convinced that
thank you, Kim.
that the God that Christians talk about must be real based off of what he studied. And I think if you were really interested in becoming a Christian, there's something out there that would convince you to provide more evidence. But
I don't
if you're
think a
not,
lawyer is going to convince me. I would much rather read a book by like a guy with a PhD in like New Testament studies or something.
okay, well, a
Like
lawyer can have a
what's a
testimony.
lawyer going to know about the Bible or Christianity that I wouldn't be able to learn from like somebody who's got a professional degree in that field of study.
I definitely think you can learn from anybody, but I find it fascinating that just a lawyer, not someone with a PhD, had enough gatherings and evidence that he decided to document that
Yeah,
convinced him. It could
I
help.
know.
It
And
could
I've read
help.
his book. He repeats all the same tropes that everyone else repeats. He repeats dumb things
Like
that
what?
he finds to be credible, but a lot of people don't find to be credible. And he uses bad arguments for Jesus that you can just look at it with like a little bit of common sense and see that his conclusion is doesn't really follow the evidence.
Okay. All right. Well, good to learn more about you, and hopefully in the future, if you ever find somebody out there to give you something to help you, that'd be great. Because I'm a firm believer in God. Do I have enough evidence? No, but do I just believe based off what I know so far? Yes. Um, you know, call us crazy, but I know you've done your research. So, anyways, God bless you, and I hope you have a good one.
Hey, thanks for being here.
All
Have a great
right.
one.
You too. Bye bye.
Zeus bless you.
That's right.
Yeah, she was kind.
She was nice. Oh, what just happened? My comments just got really big. Hold on.
You probably swiped.
There we go. I don't know why it does that. If you swipe the wrong way on these screens, it does really interesting things. All right, we got Sippy Cup up in here. How you doing, Sippy Cup?
I'm doing fantastic. Today's just been such a good day. What about you?
I'm doing much the same.
That's good, bro. I'm glad. I'm glad. So, can you explain? Do you not believe that there is a God, or do you believe there is a God, or what it? So,
Yeah,
what's going on here?
Demi, thank you for the roses. Yeah, as I was discussing with the previous guest, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in any gods.
Okay. So an atheist is somebody that doesn't believe that God exists. All right. Do you believe in like everything with the beginning has a cause?
No, I don't think there is such a thing as a beginning.
I mean, the universe had a beginning.
No, it didn't.
I mean, how did the universe come about then?
It's eternal.
No, I
Yeah,
don't
it is.
believe it. I don't
Matter
believe.
cannot be created nor destroyed. Same thing with energy.
Nah, I believe the
Matter,
universe had a
space,
beginning.
time has always existed.
Nah, I don't believe that. I really
That's
don't.
true.
Nah, that's not true.
It's 100% true. Yeah, matter and energy cannot be destroyed.
No, because then that you're basically saying the universe is God,
I didn't say that at all.
because God is eternal.
No, I'm saying that the universe is eternal.
That means
Hold on just 1 second. Sippy Cup, how old are you, darling?
I'm 20.
He sounds
Oh,
12.
okay.
I'm about to be 21 actually. I'm
Yeah.
20.
It's called the law of conservation of mass. So, the law of conservation of mass states that matter can change form, but it cannot be created nor destroyed.
Yeah, but like the universe can be destroyed. Like
No, it can't.
a lot. Yes, it can. By
No,
God,
it can't.
if God wanted to destroy
Every time you
everything.
say it, it's wrong. I don't know why you keep repeating yourself.
But you don't
The
believe that
universe will
had a
change
beginning.
forms, but the universe will not cease to exist.
You're telling me that you believe that this universe has always been here.
I'm
Thank you for
saying
the
that,
roses, Demi.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, and Shakespeare. What I'm saying is, all matter, space, and time has always existed. There's never been a time
Time is
when there
made.
has been absolutely nothing. You don't believe that, and neither do I.
Time is man-made.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's
Time is
incorrect.
man-made. It was made by man.
Incorrect.
Nah, bro.
Buddy,
Explain.
if you don't know how space time works, I really am confused how you graduated high school. That's like high school physics
I'm not gonna lie.
101.
I don't really care about school. Like,
Yeah, I can tell.
I cheated in high school.
You should have stayed in school.
I was the guy that grabbed like the smart people's like papers out the tray, and like
Yeah, that
cheated.
don't surprise me.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, okay.
But
So space time is real. We've done studies to demonstrate that time is real.
time is man-made because we're the ones that made up time. You gotta understand. If you're like
Incorrect.
you're saying that this world is eternal, so if this world is eternal, then time wouldn't exist.
Incorrect again.
No, because
You're
eternal is
just a whole list of non sequiturs.
no. The eternal is out of the universe. Being eternal is like being immortal.
No, we live in time. Everything we do is in time.
Okay, so if the world is immortal, or if the world is eternal, then does that make the world immortal?
Uh, yeah, basically.
That means it lives on forever, right?
That's what that means. When something is infinite in the past and the
So
future, that
do you
means
believe
that
do
it's
you believe
always
you're
going to
immortal?
be.
Do you believe you're immortal?
No,
Why not?
because
The world is immortal, right?
because
So
my
everything in the world is immortal, right?
hey Sippy, I need you to actually listen. My body, the form that I'm in, will change
Exactly, you're gonna
eventually.
decay.
Hey Sippy, if you ask me a question, you have to let me answer it.
Okay.
Okay. So my body will change form. Eventually the the makeup of my body will decay enough that it can no longer continue in its present form. And then it will biodegrade into the ground and become energy for some other living life form.
Exactly. We're all
So
gonna die.
but the atoms, the material that makes up my body will not cease to exist. They will go into another system.
Okay, so you don't. So when you die, you believe that you're just gonna be nothing.
Yeah. No, no. I will cease to exist in my present form. My consciousness will no longer be among us, but the atoms that make up my body will be repurposed in another form, one way or another, rather in the earth or in another life form, or to, maybe to grow a strawberry that some skunk will come by and eat and poop out.
Dude, that sounds like a bunch of nonsense to me. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
It's not. That's how everything breaks down. Thank you, Shakespeare, for the crown. Everything right now that is living will eventually expire. It will become food for wild animals, and what's left over will biodegrade into the ground and will become fertilizer for
So,
whatever plant life or vegetation grows up.
do you believe the Earth is gonna expire?
uh, our galaxy will collide with the Andromeda galaxy
Okay.
eventually and will be nearly completely transformed into a completely uninhabitable waste.
All right. So, if you believe that an Earth or you believe a planet can expire, why don't you believe that a universe can expire?
I don't
Hey,
believe that
AP.
either of them expire.
Oh,
So I think learning some basic definitions would be helpful.
I don't know.
The
You just use a big
universe
word
will
terminology
change
on me.
forms just as the earth will change forms. But the material that makes up our individual planet, just like the material that makes up our everything in our galaxy, everything, all that material will be rearranged at some point in time.
So, like, we're
Agape
gonna.
mo. Jeff for Truth wants up. You want me to bring him up, or do you want it to just keep it strictly one-on-one?
I mean, Jeff wants to come up. I don't mind it. He never requests unless he's got something important to say.
Okay, I'll add him up now.
So, do you believe that, like, in that Big Bang and stuff like that? Then, like,
Yeah, the Great Expansion.
so you believe that we just came from an expansion of atoms?
Yeah, that's not what it is, but
Wow, bro.
yes.
Like, dude, bro, that doesn't make any sense.
Then why do 97% of scientists believe that the cosmos not originated, but can be traced back to a great expansion event?
Okay, tell me this: how is a Big Bang even occur?
Sounds to me like what you need is a textbook.
No, I'm trying to ask you. I already know how the Big Bang occurred. How did the Big Bang occur? There's a cause, right? There's a cause and effect.
Yeah, it's a chemical reaction, just like everything in the
Exactly.
universe.
Everything has a cause and effect.
Everything in the universe is a chemical reaction.
Everything.
Thank you
Yeah,
for the hat.
everything has a
Appreciate
cause.
that, Christina. Thank you,
Everything has
Phoenix.
a cause, man. You gotta understand everything has a cause. Once
I
you
know.
understand that,
I know. And chemical reactions are that cause.
okay. So if chemicals reactions are the cause of a Big Bang, then there's a beginning.
Beginning to what?
Everything has a beginning.
Beginning of what?
Everything with the beginning has a cause. So if
Everything may have a cause, but everything doesn't have a beginning.
holy bro, what the mess are you talking about? Big Bang, it had a cause.
So I can
Cause.
cause this card to be in my right hand, and I can cause it to be in my left hand. That's not to say that I created or began this card. I
Okay,
just
then who created the
caused.
big?
I just
Who
acted.
created the chemicals?
Listen, Sippy. I acted upon material that was already existing, and so I caused it to do something.
Yes,
Causing Sippy, causing something to do something is not the same as making it come into existence.
Okay, well, you're saying chemicals is what causes to come into existence. What caused the chemicals?
That's what I'm saying. Everything in our universe, the matter, space, and time, is eternal. It's infinite. When you say what caused them to come into being, you're making a false assumption. You're assuming that there was once nothing, and then nothing gave rise to something. But
No,
that's
you're
not what
believing
I
that
believe, and it's
nothing.
not what scientists believe.
That's what an atheist believes.
No, it's not.
That nothing came from.
Incorrect.
Atheists don't believe in anything. They don't believe.
Atheists
that.
do not believe that something came from nothing. That's something that Christians believe about atheists because you guys haven't studied our position.
I mean, wouldn't you think like the universe like was created from nothing?
No.
That's wild, bro.
Hey,
That's
Jeff.
so,
It's just common sense.
This
nah,
dude ain't
bro,
even
that's
old
not
enough to be
common
here.
sense, bro. This is
Yeah,
like,
you're right, Jeff. I don't think Sippy's even old enough to be up here.
Can I do it?
bro. What, bro? I'm literally 20, about to be 21.
All right, Sippy, I'm assuming you're a Christian, right?
Me, I'm a follower of Yeshua, Jesus Christ. I believe in his
That's
teachings.
adorable. Why?
Because he teaches to show others how to love. He teaches people how to
So did Buddha.
follow the law. Follow the law. Buddha wasn't a follower of Jesus.
Right, but you're saying that you believe in Jesus because Jesus teaches people how to love. I'm saying so did Buddha.
Well, Jesus didn't
So did
teach people how to
Aphrodite.
love. Jesus taught people how to hate.
That's right. He said, I come to bring a sword, and you must hate your mother and your father if you want to follow me.
You're misinterpreting that.
And he didn't teach people how to obey the law either because he violated
He's
the
the one
law.
that
He
fulfilled
touched
the law. No, he
he
fulfilled
touched
the
a
law.
man with
He didn't
leprosy.
fulfill it.
No, he fulfilled the law, bro.
He violated the law.
No, he didn't. He fulfilled the
He
law.
absolutely violated the law.
You got to read the Bible.
I have read it. I don't think you have. That's why I
on,
know he violated the law and you don't.
No, bro. No, bro. The law.
Yeah,
the
bro.
law-
Are you aware that he violated the law in Deuteronomy 22:22?
Deuteronomy's in the Old Testament.
That's where the law is.
Jesus is in the New Testament.
All right, so let's just start from the beginning. When did God give the laws?
God gave the laws in the beginning. And you talking about the laws that were created, the 615 laws?
The Jewish laws.
Yes, the Jewish laws.
Yeah. If we're saying that Jesus fulfilled the law, that is the law we're referring to, the law of Moses.
Oh, you don't understand, bro. The
I
law
do
was
understand.
weak. The law was weak.
There's no
Hebrews-
law outside of the law of Moses.
in Hebrews. The law was weak.
I know what Hebrews says. I'm trying to help you to understand. When you say that Jesus fulfilled the law, please tell me you understand that the law is the Mosaic law.
The laws was so I understand what you're saying, but the laws were
I don't think you do.
The laws were magnified. The laws were magnified in the New Testament. And
All right,
and
so you
they
keep
fulfilled
pivoting.
the
So
law.
I'm going to keep addressing this point until you catch up with me.
Yes, I understand the
So
Moses law.
okay,
yes.
so when you say that Jesus fulfilled the law, can we both agree that you're referring to the Mosaic law?
He fulfilled the laws. The laws.
It's just a yes or no question. I'm asking you. Can we both
Mosaic
agree
law,
that
yes,
when
he
you
fulfilled-
say he fulfilled the law, we're referring to
He
the
fulfilled
Mosaic
all
law?
the laws, yes.
Okay, so can you fulfill all the laws of Moses while simultaneously breaking the laws?
How did he break the law?
I'll answer that next. Answer my question. Is it possible to fulfill the laws of Moses completely while simultaneously breaking the laws?
No, because if you're breaking the law, then you're
It's
not.
just a no. Okay.
Different-
So
yeah.
the fact of the matter is, Jesus did break the laws. In fact, Jeff and I talk about this topic all the time. And my favorite example is Deuteronomy 22. And Jeff already knows where I'm going. If you go to John chapter 8, he rescues, quote unquote, rescues the woman who's caught in adultery. You remember that story, right?
Yes.
Why did the priests and Pharisees, why did they want to stone her? Thank you for the subscription. I really appreciate that. I didn't see the name because it cut it off, but thank you so much for whoever just described or subscribed. Now, what was the reason in John chapter 8 why they wanted to stone the woman caught in adultery?
I can't remember. I'm not gonna lie.
Because it was written in the law of Moses. Do you know where that was written in the law of Moses?
Wait, so why do they want to stone her?
Because she committed adultery.
Because she
she
committed
committed
adultery, and
adultery.
according to the law of Moses, you
cheated.
must stone the person who commits adultery.
Okay, so
Okay, so anyways, the fact of the matter is, if you go back to the law that they're referring to, it says that this is not an option. It says you must do it. It says if a man is caught lying with the wife of another man, both of them shall be unalived. The man who lay with the woman as well as the woman, you must purge the evil from among you.
Old
From
Testament.
Israel.
Old Testament, bro.
That's
That's
the
the
law.
law.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. So when
New
Jesus,
Testament, new
when
rules.
Jesus refuses to follow through with this law, he is in fact breaking the law. That's what it means.
No, it's not, bro.
That's
Oh.
literally what it means.
I
When,
totally disagree.
when you don't
totally
do what the
disagree.
law says, you are in fact breaking the law.
He explains in the Bible that he never broke the law. He was a sinless person.
That's
He
a
never
lie,
sinned.
but he did break the law.
If you're God, then how can you break the law?
So again, you can't start at the premise number one being your conclusion. You don't get to say that you're God and therefore you're allowed to break the law. In fact, him breaking the law demonstrates that
I'm
he's
not breaking the law.
him
His ways
breaking
are higher than your ways, and his
him
thoughts are
breaking
higher than your thoughts.
him breaking the law demonstrates that he is in fact not God, because God wouldn't break his own
Okay,
laws.
explain how he broke the law.
Well, I just showed you one. So he broke the law where he did not stone the woman caught in adultery. Number two, he
wasn't the one
added,
that's supposed to stone him.
Sippy, you can't listen long enough to hear anything I'm saying. So the next law is Deuteronomy 12:32 and Deuteronomy 4:2, where it says that you must not add anything nor take away from anything written in this law.
Okay, so here's my
So
question.
Jesus added to the law in Matthew chapter 5, did he not?
Jesus magnified the law because
In
the law
Matthew
was
chapter
huge.
5, it's a yes or no question. In Matthew chapter 5, did Jesus add things to the law of Moses?
No, he magnified it.
Incorrect. He added to it.
He magnified it. He made
Well,
Incorrect.
it
Sippy, have you ever lusted after a woman?
Me? Yes, everyone has.
Do you still have both eyes?
Say again?
Do you still have both of your eyes?
Of course.
Well, Jesus said if you lust after a woman, you're supposed to pluck your eyeballs out.
That's in the Old Testament, buddy.
That's
That's
New Testament.
Jesus said it.
Oh,
Buddy.
he's not speaking like that. It's metaphoric, bro. It's all metaphoric. You got to really break down these parables and
Yeah, he
metaphors,
has.
bro.
So what does it mean, plucking out your eyeballs and chopping off your hands?
That means to take away certain things that cause you to be triggered by certain things. That,
Okay,
for
did
instance,
you-
like internet.
Did you
Trigger
take
you.
away? Did you take away whatever it is that caused you to lust?
Yes, I stopped scrolling. I stopped being on the internet.
Okay, so you never lusted again after your first time?
No, it doesn't work that way.
Well, if you would pluck your eyeballs out, it would.
You know? No, it wouldn't.
It would.
Yeah,
How?
it would.
How so?
Because you would never see a good-looking woman again.
How so, man? You can still lust. It's called like semen retention.
No, you would have to use your hands to lust, and then when you did that, you would have to chop your hands off.
Then at that point, I'd be killing myself. So then,
Well, that's what Jesus told you to do. He says you must die for him to be a
Jesus didn't
disciple.
tell me to kill myself. Don't commit that blasphemy on me, bro.
Jesus said that. You must hate
No.
your own life. Whoever dies for me
Thank
will.
you, Tickman.
Bro, you take
You must
everything.
give
so
up your
literal,
life
bro.
for him.
You take everything so literal, bro.
That's
It's
just
all
what the book
all
says.
all
Well, that's
metaphors,
what.
bro.
If Jesus is your Lord, that's what you should respect your Lord's word.
You respect the laws, bro. The laws, bro. Jesus died for our sins.
No,
We could be
you
saved.
you came with the argument that Jesus fulfilled the laws. So by your
did.
own admission, the laws must be important because Jesus, according to you, felt the need that he had to follow them. That's
Jesus
why he
did
said,
keep the law.
That's why he said, "Those of you who teach others to not follow the law will be least in the kingdom."
Well, Jesus did fulfill the law. He was God.
He didn't. He broke the
Yes, he
law.
was. No, he didn't.
He broke the law. So I'll give you a verse. Matthew chapter 5:38 says, "You have heard that it was said, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. But I say to you, do not resist an evildoer. If anyone strikes you on the cheek, turn the other also." Is that in the law of Moses, or did he add that?
When you turn the other cheek, that means to love one another, not to spread hate.
Listen to what I'm asking you. When he says, rather than giving an eye for an eye, don't do that. Rather than doing that, turn the other cheek.
Yes, turn the cheek. You know what turn the other cheek means?
Yes, it means do not retaliate, which
Yes.
means, hold on, Sippy, which means he's nullifying the eye for the eye law.
So
right?
explain what that means. Explain what that means.
He's saying rather than do an eye for an eye, do this instead.
Well, so let me rephrase. Hold up a second. So what the law said is, if someone punches you, then you should punch them back.
That's the Old Testament.
I know.
That's the law.
What Jesus said is, if somebody punches you, let them punch you again.
Yes.
That's different than the law of Moses. That's changing the law of Moses.
So the law of Moses and the law of Jesus.
The law of Moses says, do not add or take away from this law. That's what it says, which means when Jesus adds to the law, he's breaking it. It's Deuteronomy 4:2. You must neither add anything to what I am commanding you, nor take anything away from it, but keep all of the commands of the Lord your God, which I am charging you. So Jesus literally broke the law the minute he decided he was going to start changing it. And then when he goes on and says, it's not what comes... not what goes into your mouth, but what comes out of your mouth that makes you unclean, basically nullifying the entire dietary law code. That's another violation.
And he touched a man with leprosy.
That's right. And he touched a man with leprosy.
Didn't he heal the man with leprosy?
Did he
You're not supposed to touch. You're not supposed to touch anybody that has leprosy, but Jesus did.
Yeah, because he's God. He healed.
He's not even the Messiah, much less God.
He is the Messiah. He's God.
He's not. He didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy, not one.
Hey, Justin, let me get something. Let me get something out real fast, and I'll drop down.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jeff.
So, you want to debate the existence of Jesus?
I'll tell you something. I want one thing with the law.
Sippy, quiet. The adults are talking. So, Jeff, I think you're talking to me. Do I want to debate with you whether or not Jesus was a historical figure?
Yeah.
I don't actually know if I do.
You better not.
Well, I haven't made up my opinion yet.
Well, then we need to talk offline, and I'll
convince
you. I'll convince you.
I think we do. I told you a while ago. I'm willing to be convinced. I'm still on the fence.
All right. Well, I'll get you off the fence if you'll talk to me about it.
All right, let's do it.
All right, I'm down. Catch you later.
All right, good to
nice
talk
to see you, Jeff.
Hey, dubs for Jeff, y'all. If you don't follow Jeff, you're missing out, guys.
Yes, win Jeff in the chat, guys. Win Jeff. Also, hey, KB.
Hello.
Sippy, can you give me just one messianic prophecy that Jesus fulfilled? I don't think he can.
One what?
Give me one prophecy that Jesus fulfilled.
The law.
Incorrect. The law is not a prophecy.
The law. He literally fulfilled the law.
By definition, laws are not prophecies, and I already demonstrated to you that he didn't actually fulfill the laws anyways.
Bro, you don't understand, bro. The law was imperfect.
I do understand. So, are you aware that like more than half of the Old Testament is just prophetic?
In his nature. The law was perfect in his nature.
Sippy,
because of his actions, his causes.
Hold on just one second, because I know this isn't referring to the topic at hand, but God is gracious, Jane. You know, for someone who is supposedly gracious and a child of God, you're really having a hard time complaining and crying about what Justin does with his profile page. So what if he has a Cash App linked? So what if he has a Venmo linked for his coffee? Why don't you put your money where your mouth is and give it? Or you can go ahead and keep scrolling. I don't know why you have your pantyhose in a twist over something that's not even your business or your concern. If you don't like it, you can get out.
In a twist, and I don't wear pantyhose.
Sippy, I'm not talking to you.
She's
So mind
addressing
your
somebody in the
business.
comments. So, yeah, I mean, people get bent out of shape because they don't have enough following on here to get support from their followers. And I'm lucky that I've got a lot of supporters that support what I do here. And in fact, the reason why I can do this 3 nights a week for as long as I do is because I get support. So the fact of the matter is, they're just complaining that nobody wants to hear what they have to say. So Sippy Cup, I think where we left off was you were going to show me one prophecy that Jesus fulfilled.
Sippy, you're on mute. You can unmute yourself, darling.
Oh, my bad. I didn't know I was on mute.
Right. So can you give me even one prophecy that Jesus fulfilled?
One prophecy. Let me think. What about the prophecy where he suffers because of our sins?
That's not a prophecy about the Messiah.
Yes, it is.
It completely not. You don't even know where it came from.
Bro, it's in Isaiah. I read Isaiah, bro. Stop playing with me.
Right. Which chapter?
Bro, come on now. It's gotta be in like chapter like 50 or 55 or something.
You're
somewhere
close.
53.
There you go. The chat saved us. Isaiah 53. Isaiah 53 is about the Israelites.
He's a suffering servant.
Incorrect.
That's what it is. No,
the suffering servant is Israel. I'm going to demonstrate that to you real quick.
He's the God of Israel.
So the servant is mentioned multiple times leading up to chapter 53, and oddly enough, every time the author labels the servant as Israel. For example, in Isaiah 41, 8-9, he says, "But you, Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I have chosen." And he says in verse 9, "Who I took from the ends of the earth and called from its furthest corners, saying to you that you are my servant." And then Isaiah 43:10, "You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant, whom I have chosen." And then in Isaiah 44, 1-2, "Hear now, O Jacob, my servant, and Israel, who I have chosen. Do not fear, O Jacob, my servant, Jeshurun, whom I have chosen." And then he does it again in 44:21, 45:4, 48:20, and 49. So the author of 2nd Isaiah goes out of its way every other time to tell you that the servant is Israel.
I get what you're saying. But
just because he didn't explicitly state it at the beginning of 53 doesn't mean that you get to do like a Messiah of the gaps and just squeeze your Messiah in there because you haven't read all of Isaiah.
He definitely says that the one known as he's definitely saying that he's known as a suffering servant. Like that's what he's referring to when he's suffering.
I know what the New Testament says. I'm saying that it's a bad reading of Isaiah.
Man, bro, you're something else, bro. So you believe that the law is perfect, right? The Old Testament law, you believe is perfect?
According to God, Psalm 19, verse 7, it says the law of the Lord is perfect, reviving the soul.
Yes, the law is perfect in nature.
So it doesn't need to go away then, does it?
The law is perfect in nature, but
if the law is perfect, there's no reason for it to go away.
It wasn't perfect in its what do they call the word I'm looking for?
It is perfect. According to the lawgiver, not only is it perfect, but it's easy.
No one followed the damn law.
That's because they were stubborn. It's not the fault of the law.
The law was weak. That's why it had to be magnified.
Incorrect. The law was not weak. In fact,
it says it in Hebrew, bro.
It doesn't say that. In fact, even Peter stood up in front of the council in Acts chapter 15 and literally said that the law was a burden that neither he nor the forefathers could bear.
Do you know why they had to send Jesus, bro?
Because the Messiah wasn't coming and they wanted to force it.
No, they had to send Jesus so he could die for our sins.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
There's no prophecy about anyone dying for anyone's sins.
Yes, there is. It's Jesus.
Incorrect.
There's 500 eyewitnesses, bro.
No, there's not.
Yes, there is.
1 Corinthians 15, Paul just says there were 500 witnesses. Name one of them.
Bro,
Name one.
Hold on.
Sippy Cup, you're just listing off bad arguments. Name one of the 500.
Isn't it like John, bro?
No.
Hold on. Who was all there?
1 Corinthians chapter 15, not a single. 1 Corinthians chapter 15, not a single witness was named of the 500. Not one.
Not one? Are you serious? Come on.
I'm serious. You want me to read it for you?
Okay, hold on. I got a question for you then. So then why was
these
Jesus...
Christians never read their Bible? They just repeat lines that they've heard somebody else say.
No. It's called a Christian that is learning.
It's called repeating nonsense.
No, it's called somebody learning what they're studying, bro.
I don't think you've studied or learned it.
No, I haven't learned the whole Bible yet, bro. That's why. That's probably
You haven't
why.
learned any of the Bible yet.
Oh, you're a lie, bro. You're a lie, bro.
So name one of the 500.
I don't know, because you're saying that no one is there was no names. You're saying there's no names.
That's right. Not a single one. Yep.
Let me see, bro. You know what? Let me see, bro. Let me see.
1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 5. 5 and 6.
The 500.
I'll just read it for you. Make it real easy.
I'm gonna make it easy for you. I'm gonna find it.
You're not going to find it. I've already been to this well. It's a dry well. So Paul says, "For I handed on to you of first importance what I in turn had received." So this is something that he didn't even come up with. It's something that someone told him.
What about Jesus' brother, James?
Hey, Sippy, you can't listen while you're talking. I need you to listen to the word of God. Don't disrespect God's word.
Oh, wow.
It says, "For I handed on to you of first importance what I in turn had received, that Christ died for our sins in accordance with the scriptures, and that he was buried and was raised on the third day in accordance with the scriptures." Keep listening.
Oh, amen.
"And that he appeared to Cephas, then to the 12, then he appeared to 500 brothers and sisters." So right. Did he name any of the 500?
All right, so let me ask you something. Jesus' brother, James.
I'm aware of who James is. I'm asking a very easy question. Yeah. Did Paul name any of the 500?
He's one of the 5 witnesses. The 12 apostles.
All right, I'll just ask it until you give me an answer. Did Paul name a single one of the 500?
No, he didn't.
Okay, easy enough. So there's no reason to believe that 500 people witnessed the resurrected Jesus, the zombified Jesus walking around, because the literacy rate was between 7 and 10% in that particular time period, which means we would have had at least a handful of documented accounts that were like of people saying, "Hey, this really weird thing happened. This dude like rose from the dead and was just like walking around."
Oh, hold on. Actually, bro, you're incorrect, bro.
I'm not incorrect.
Yeah, huh? You wanna know 2 people?
The literacy rate in ancient ancient Roman Empire was on average 7%.
No, the Apostle Peter and James of the brother Jesus. Nope, you're incorrect, bro. You're incorrect. That's 2 names. I just gave you 2 people.
You didn't.
Yeah, I did.
Because neither one of those 2 people. All right, so I'll just read it for you again since you weren't listening.
No, you're not listening.
I am listening, so I'm going to read since your ears are plugged. It says, all right, so just listen. It says he was raised on the 3rd day in accordance with the scriptures, and that he appeared to Cephas, who of course is Peter, and then to the 12, which are obviously the other apostles, and then to the 500. So whichever apostle you want to run to, they were not part of the 500.
Oh, so that's what you're saying. But there's 2 people. There's 2 people that are definitely seen him resurrect, though.
If you believe that James wrote James, it's possible that you can say James was an eyewitness.
Okay, I get what you're saying now. I get what you're saying, though. You're saying that there's of the 500, none of them are written.
Easy enough.
Okay, I get it. I understand. Okay, so you're not debunking that Peter and James seen Jesus, right? Well, what you're trying to debunk is that the 500 eyewitnesses. That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah. So Peter and James are a completely different topic. So I would first say that James is a dubious book if you believe it was actually written by James. Everything we know about the book itself lends it to the idea that it came from the 2nd and 3rd century. But even if you believe that James wrote James or Peter wrote Peter, I don't think it actually fixes any of the problems.
Probably not, bro. But I'm gonna be honest with you.
Establishing authorship of a book doesn't establish that the contents of the book is true.
You're saying the Bible is not true?
What I'm saying is establishing authorship of a single book within a collection doesn't validate that the contents of the book is true.
That makes no sense, because didn't the Bible go through countless of what is it called? I don't even know what it's called.
I mean, do you believe that Homer wrote the Odyssey?
I don't even know who Homer is, bro.
Oh my gosh, these kids. Okay, let me. Do you believe that J.R. Tolkien wrote The Hobbit?
Bro, I don't even watch The Hobbit, bro. I don't watch.
This is painful.
I mean, just name a book that you've ever read.
The Bible.
You've obviously not read the Bible. So name one that
I've
you
read
actually
Percy
have
Jackson.
read.
Percy Jackson.
All right, so
Ay,
I'll just go
Zeus.
back to my point since I can't use something as an illustration. Just because you know or you believe somebody wrote something doesn't mean the contents of that narrative is true.
Nah. I know Jesus Christ is God, bro. I
You
know
don't.
Yes, I do.
You want that to be true
No. I know it's true.
despite all the evidence to the contrary, despite the fact that he didn't fulfill any prophecies,
He
despite
did.
the fact that the New
I
Testament
told
and
you
the
his
Old
prophecy.
Testament hopelessly contradict each other at every turn.
Nah,
Yeah,
bro.
despite the fact that
Bro.
the Bible's full of bad science,
I told
doesn't
you the
know the shape
prophecy.
of doesn't know the shape of the earth.
Yeah, bro. You believe that this earth is eternal, bro. Nah, bro. Nah, bro.
That is in accordance with scientific consensus.
It's not true though. The earth is
It
not
is true.
eternal. No, it's
I didn't
not.
say the earth. I said the universe.
Yeah, you know what I meant, bro. Come on now.
I don't
Come
think
on.
I do. As it turns out, using precise language is helpful when you're talking like to somebody about
All right, bro. I
like
got brain
the
damage, bro. I got brain damage, bro.
the meaning of the universe.
Bro, all right, look, bro. I'm gonna prove you wrong.
I can't wait for it.
Hold on, I got you, bro.
I cannot wait. Please tell me how you found like a picture of Noah's Ark found in Mount Ararat or Jesus'
Bro, that stuff
blood.
is real, bro.
No, it
Bro,
ain't.
no ark is real, bro.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Of course, this guy believes that Ron Wyatt discovered
Bro,
Noah's Ark on Mount Ararat. That
explain
was
this then.
Wait till we get to the
that was
Turin.
investigated by the Turkish government and a university who did a geological survey.
All right, listen to me now. All right, so look. Explain this. So you know about Grand Canyons, right? You know canyons and stuff like that, right?
I'm aware.
Okay, so tell me this, all right? Why are there mammal fossils and why are there fish fossils mixed all together if there wasn't a flood, bro? And if there wasn't an existence of the Noah's Ark, bro? Like,
It's actually quite easy.
not really, bro, because
So the way
why
canyons form over long periods of time of water carving out a path, and that path can go deeper and deeper and deeper depending on how long the water runs through it. And as it runs through it, whatever animal is in the river is going to end up into the riverbed and become fossilized either in the walls or even in the floor of the canyons.
Bro, you know how big a canyon is, bro?
Yeah, I've been to the Grand Canyon. I know how big it is.
There gotta be a lot of water, bro. Come on now.
It is a lot of water, yes.
And now it's dried up.
Are you aware that we once had glaciers that filled and carved out our land?
I mean, yeah, that makes sense, bro.
And are you aware that these glaciers would like drag up artifacts, sediment, rock? In fact, in England, there's a famous rock in England that was dragged all the way from the Antarctic ice shelf down to England. In fact, there's a little museum around it. They were able to do a geological survey on this particular boulder that was part of the glacier movement, and they were able to determine that this very unique and very specific type of rock only could have come from the Great Northern melting of the ice as it moved southward.
Jesus, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. You lost me, bro, but
yeah, I could tell. I think I lost you a long time ago.
It makes me wonder, do you believe in a flat earth?
Flat earth, bro. Are you talking about like that flat earth theory where this earth is like a spear or something? Is that what you're trying to say? Where everything's
No,
flat?
I'm just curious because you said that you read your Bible and it claims that the earth is flat.
Man, can you pull that up?
Thank you,
bro?
Chef.
Can you pull that up? Hey, bro.
The Bible verse saying the earth is flat?
Hold on, bro. The earth might be flat, bro. Let me hear.
It's Job 38:14.
All right, let's hear it.
Want me to read it for you?
Hell yeah.
All right, Job 38:14. It says, the earth is formed like clay beneath a seal. Do you know it? And I've got a picture of an ancient Near Eastern seal. I'll show it to you. When it says formed like clay beneath a seal, I know exactly what that looks like.
Okay, I see it.
Because we've discovered many thousands of these ancient seals. It looks just like that. You would have a seal that you wore on your ring finger or one of your fingers, and then you would press it into the clay, and this would basically be your seal. This is how people could identify that something came from you specifically. And everybody in the ancient world believed that the earth was a circular flat disk with a dome over top of it. The King James Bible calls that dome a firmament.
A firmament. Okay, I know what a firmament is, but like, dang, bro, that'd be crazy, bro. If the Earth was flat, bro.
It's not,
If it was,
but it's not,
what if it is?
but it's not.
How do you know?
See, that's
Because,
what's concerning is because like you didn't even know that this was a passage in your book, and the fact that you are
Bro, you
able
read
to
all this stuff,
actually
bro.
feel like it might be a possibility, that shows that you can be easily misguided. That's not
yeah,
a good thing, my darling.
Nah, bro, y'all
it's a little
think a
scary.
bunch of
So,
I think a bunch of
Sippy, do you
pieces
know
out of the
how
Bible.
GPS satellite positioning works?
A GPS satellite. I know what a GPS is. I know what a satellite is. Satellites, you talking about the ones that like in the outside of the Earth, the satellites, or you talking about the satellites that are like connected to like the home, like sending signals?
Well, they're all the same thing.
What are
So
you talking?
all global positioning units operate by bouncing signals off
Yeah,
of satellites, and
yeah.
then you can triangulate the position of something by using the information gathered from those individual satellites. And the way the math works is, in order for the trigonometry to pan out, it has to be on a sphere. And let me find a really good picture to demonstrate this, because it simply, the formula would have to be changed. And I learned this because I'm also an electrical engineer, and when I was in school, I had to learn a formula for triangulating position, and that included a really interesting formula that was given for GPS satellite positioning. And then when I was in college as well, I actually designed a system to do long range GPS positioning.
That's
So
cool, bro.
the long and short of it is, I'm going to show you a picture real quick, and I think it'll be helpful.
Professor Nixie is saying if you need him up to explain the earth,
Oh yeah,
let
well,
him know.
we got Nixie in the house, so you're right. If we really get into flat Earth, we can we definitely need to get Nixie up here. All
Just
right,
let me know. Just say the word and I'll do it.
appreciate that. So, uh, this is like a fairly simple example,
I've
uh,
seen that before, man. I've seen that before.
right? So let's imagine you're using these three satellites to get your position, and let's
Yeah.
say you're like right here in Northern California. It's not only do you need to know your latitude and longitude distance away from where you're at, but you also need to know vertically, like how far you are away from the Earth. So these satellites, they don't just transmit like straight lines. They actually transmit. It's like a sphere of influence. Let me grab a better picture. So there should be a diagram here of trilateralization that I think will help out quite a bit. This is my favorite one. So this is what's happening. The GPS units are actually, it's got a whole sphere around the unit, and where the sphere connects in 3D space, think of like a Venn diagram, is where it's able to determine the position of certain things. But in order for this to work, the satellites need to know not just how far they are from you, but their altitude, how far they are from Earth. And as it turns out, if this is a globe, right? This is not a globe, this is a satellite, right? But imagine this is the Earth, right? If you
Yeah.
got a satellite here, this math simply wouldn't work out if the Earth was flat, because the distance from here to here would make it longer to go from here to here if it was flat. So the math only works. Like if you're doing long range GPS satellites, the math will only work if you're actually doing it on a sphere. There's no such thing as like a long range accurate GPS satellite positioning that calculates using a flat Earth model.
And also, Professor Nixie said in the comments, now that we're talking about GPS satellites, the GPS satellite to use triliteration, and they also prove general relativity and special relativity.
That's right. Absolutely. So GPS trilateralization is just an awesome art form. Now, when I was in school, like the formulas that I had to learn and utilize for this type of stuff, they're like it's like child's play. What the math behind the GPS satellites today are way above and beyond like what I learned in school. They're so complicated, and the algorithms that are in use simply just require the Earth to be a sphere.
Okay, I get it. The Earth is not flat. Dang,
Right,
bro.
I agree. Yeah, so the Earth's not flat, which just means the Bible doesn't know the shape of the Earth, and it is basically just you know, wrong.
I don't know about that. I really don't know about that, man. There could definitely be some type of different meaning behind that. I'm gonna have to get to the
No.
bottom of this.
All right. Well, you're welcome to go find an ancient clay seal that is anything but flat.
What I'm still stuck on is that you believe this universe is eternal, bro. Like that's what I'm stuck
Yeah.
on, man.
What's hard about that?
Like for real, bro.
You believe that God's eternal?
I believe he is. I believe he lives outside of time.
Why?
I don't believe he lives in the universe.
God has to live in time for him to create.
No,
You
he's outside
cannot
of time.
you cannot have energy, you cannot have material, and you cannot have decisions without time existing.
Yeah, God is not. He's not acquired by time. He's not to this. We are in time right now. He is not.
Yeah, but Sippy Cup, listen to what I'm saying. You cannot act outside of time.
God did not. But do y'all understand? God didn't bring space into being, bro.
I want to make sure I'm saying this very clearly. Do you believe that God ever did something?
I believe that God caused our world.
Right, which requires action, right?
He's the cause, bro. He's the cause. He's the uncaused cause, bro.
Did God act when he created the world?
He's the uncaused cause, bro.
I really need you to engage with the questions. Did God act when he created the world?
He made the decision. Yes, he acted.
Okay, so you cannot act, you cannot make a decision without time, because it implies that you're going from one state to another state at a different point in time.
Dude, God is spaceless,
so God
bro.
cannot exist outside of time.
God is outside. He's spaceless, bro.
Incorrect.
Bro, yes he is, bro.
Incorrect. No, something that exists outside of space and time is something
Bro,
something that exists outside of space and time is just something that does not exist.
Bro, okay, so you're telling me that space isn't more fundamental than the universe?
Space contains the universe.
Space is more fundamental than the universe.
No, they're actually not more fundamental than each other.
Why do you think that guy brought space into the being?
He didn't. God doesn't exist.
Oh man, I knew he was gonna say something like that. Bro, God, I'm trying to let you know, like God is not abided in this time, bro. He does not have to abide in this time, bro.
He's imaginary.
Bro, do you know what a loop is, bro?
I know what a loop is, and you're on it right now.
No, we're in
I was just about to say.
We're all gonna die. You get that right?
I know, and the sad reality is, I know that when I die, I'm no longer going to have consciousness. I'm no longer going to be aware. I'm just simply not going to exist anymore, which is why I value every minute that I have on the earth, and I value the lives of others, because I know that it's a limited, finite resource, whereas Christians believe that this life is like a test drive for the next life.
No, I believe there's an afterlife. That's what I believe.
That's what I literally just said. This life is basically it's a throwaway. The only thing that matters to a Christian is getting to the afterlife. But
no, I like the way you think though. I like the way you think, bro. No, that's cool, bro. No, actually, I respect you, bro. I respect you, bro. I like how you think, bro. I like, you got a lot of information to back up with what you say, bro. That's cool, bro. You know what, bro? Right. You have a blessed day, bro.
Well, Sippy, thanks for being here. It was good talking to you, and I'm sure I'll see you again in the future.
Of course, man. I'm gonna follow you, bro, and I'm gonna be back.
All right, sounds good.
Thank you for being respectful, Sippy. We appreciate that.
No, that's all love, bro. Jesus taught me how to love, bro.
Fair enough.
I'll take it.
He's a good kid.
Yeah, he is. Lots to learn. I was kind of scared about the whole flat earth thing, but we were able to come around.
Speaking of good kids, I see JoJo is back in the queue.
Oh, okay.
We haven't talked to JoJo in a bit.
I don't remember the last time we did. Hello, Gold Value. You're on mute, darling. Welcome to the live chat.
How you doing, Gold?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Hanji, you're Greek?
Yes.
Oh, but you're not Christian?
Absolutely not.
Oh, no, that's a shame.
No, it's not a shame. I think I do my God's justice. I'm Hellas and I will forever be Hellenic.
Gold, are you a Christian, I assume?
Yeah, definitely.
Man, that's a shame. Do you have any evidence that your God is anything but imaginary?
Yeah, of course, he came to Earth.
You sure about that?
Yeah, absolutely. His name was Jesus.
Simon Bar Kokhba.
Of course.
His name was Simon Bar Kokhba.
Well, we don't, I mean, you can say that, but obviously they didn't call him Jesus and
Why would they have to
in the
call
Holy
Simon
Land.
Bar Kokhba Jesus?
What's that?
Why would they call Simon Bar Kokhba Jesus when his name is Simon?
No, they didn't call him that in the Holy Land. Jesus, that's the American version.
Right,
of
but you're
course.
just asserting that God must be Jesus and Simon can't be God because his name wasn't Jesus, but you're actually missing the point. The point is that your conclusion is that Jesus is God, but you don't have any evidence for that. I can easily just assert that Simon Bar Kokhba was God if we're just making claims without evidence.
No, Jesus said he was God.
I'm sure he did, and other people claimed to be God in the past. Just
Right.
claiming to be something doesn't make you that thing. I could claim to be God. Does that make me God?
So what's your argument?
I just said I can claim to be God. Does me claiming to be God make me God?
Oh, no, of course not. But there's
Okay,
no
so
prophecies about you.
right. Oh, cool. So you think Jesus fulfilled prophecies?
Oh, of course.
I'd love to hear one.
He fulfilled many of them.
Can you name one?
Yeah, I mean, go read the Psalms.
I've read all of them. Psalms aren't prophecies either.
Some of them are, of course.
No, they're
Go
not.
read Isaiah.
I read Isaiah.
Yeah, of course.
I've read the entire Bible. I'm just asking you, can you point me to one prophecy that Jesus fulfilled?
Well, he was born of the
Mind
virgin.
you, I've read the whole Bible.
He was born of the virgin.
That's Isaiah chapter 7, verse 14. You want to read that one with me?
Go for it.
All right. So do you know what's happening in Isaiah chapter 7? Like, do you know who Isaiah is speaking to?
Why don't you tell us?
I'll tell you, yeah. So Isaiah is speaking to King Ahaz. He's the king of Judah. And he's come under attack by two other kings, the king of the northern tribes and the king of the Arameans. So he is under attack by Pekah and Reason. And he's afraid that his kingdom is going to fall. And God is sending him a message. Catherine, thank you for the teddy bear. God sends him three different prophecies. The second prophecy is the one we're concerned with, but all three of those prophecies say the same thing. Basically, you don't have to worry about your kingdom falling because even though it looks dire, God is going to handle it. God's going to be with you during the time. And the prophecy we're concerned about is starting in verse 10. It says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and is bearing a son, and she shall call him Emmanuel. He will eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse evil and choose good. For before the child knows how to refuse evil and choose good, the land before you, whose two kings you are in dread of, will be deserted. So the child is actually already conceived in this particular prophecy, and he's about to be born. And he's a timeline for King Ahaz. Before that child is old enough to know right from wrong, the two kings that are attacking King Ahaz, their lands are going to be laid waste. Nothing said here about a Messiah or a virgin birth.
We got 39 seconds left on the poll. Go ahead and vote.
The virgin shall give birth.
Yeah, that's what it says in the New Testament, because the New Testament author, whoever wrote Matthew, didn't know how to read Hebrew.
Matthew didn't know how to read Hebrew. That's funny.
Yes, every quotation of the Old Testament that Matthew used was in Greek.
Yeah, but the Old Testament was also translated into Greek. You're aware.
I know, and it was a spurious translation. And in fact, the most famous of the translators,
Well, according
Brenton,
to who?
according to all the translators of the Septuagint, for example, the most famous of those was probably Brenton, Sir Brenton. He said of the various books that were translated from Hebrew into Greek, Isaiah is the worst of the books. It was translated incredibly poorly into Greek. And it's also true, and this also should give you some pause.
Who is this that said this? Who is this that said this?
Sir Brenton. He's the guy who, if you read the Brenton Septuagint, that's like the most popular English version because it's in the open domain. You don't have to pay for it. But he was the first one to do it, and others have agreed with him, like Carrie Job, basically suggesting that the manuscripts of Greek for Isaiah are pretty poor. And you also got other problems. For example, at the time Isaiah wrote, the word for virgin, which is parthenos, didn't always refer to an absolute virgin. For example, it's used in Homer, it's used also in Aristotle, and it's even used in the book of Genesis in Greek to refer to women who are not virgins. So Matthew, who came many, many years, 300 years after the Greek text of the Old Testament, understood Parthenos to strictly being referred to a virgin. He didn't know his history. He didn't know Hebrew. If he knew Hebrew, he would know that whether you're reading it in Hebrew or Greek, it's not referring to a virgin. It's referring to a young woman.
Yeah, I don't know that that's true.
It is true. The sign is for King Ahaz. Isaiah is speaking to King Ahaz, and God says he's going to give King Ahaz a sign. So the sign for King Ahaz only works if it's something that happens during King Ahaz's lifetime.
Ine partanas.
What was that?
Ine partanas.
It's Greek.
What does that mean?
She is a young woman.
Yeah, because in the Orthodox tradition, it's actually taught that Simeon believed that it should be young woman, but an angel told him to write virgin because that's what it was going to be.
You mean Matthew?
No, this was during the translation of the Septuagint.
Nobody knows how Isaiah was translated. The Septuagint, if you follow the tradition, which is laid out in the letter of Aristeas and confirmed by some early church members, that was only the first 5 books of the Bible. Nobody knows when or how the other books of the Bible were translated into Greek, other than the fact that we know that it eventually was, right? Because
we do know that it was commissioned by.
It wasn't.
Yeah, by one of the kings.
It was commissioned. No, by Egypt.
By Egypt. Yeah.
It was commissioned during the Ptolemaic period in Egypt.
Ptolemy, yeah, that's right.
I know. And it was only the first 5 books of the Bible. So if you read Jerome, or you read Eusebius, or you read the letter of Aristeas, they will tell you that it was just the first 5 books. It was only the laws of Moses. The other books in Greek were subsequently done at unknown dates and times later, which of course is why we have so many variants. There are at least 6 different editions of the Septuagint in Greek. So even if you want to say like the Greek, there's really no such thing as the Greek Old Testament, because we've got 6 editions of the Greek Old Testament, and they don't all agree with each other.
Yeah, I believe Simeon was the one who translated Isaiah.
Are you saying Sematicus or Simeon? Because I don't know any Simeon.
Simeon. He was one of the 70.
No, he wouldn't have translated Isaiah. He would have translated one of the books of Moses.
Yeah, I don't agree with you. I don't think your information is correct.
That's 100% correct. Would you like me to read you the letter of Aristeas?
Sure.
Cool. We'll just pull it up.
Thank you, Dragon Rider, for the subscription. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for the subby. I really appreciate that. Sorry I didn't see it. Thank you for catching that, Hanji.
You're focused, Agape Mo. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm pulling up the letter. So the letter can be found in a number of ancient accounts. But let me find the most concise one. Josephus has a copy of it as well, if I remember correctly. All right. So it says here, this is the Oxford edition that was published by R.H. Charles. And let me get to the part where it talks about the translation. It says, now our lawgiver, being a wise man and especially endowed by God to understanding all things, took a comprehensive view of each particular detail and fenced us around with impregnable ramparts, walls of iron, that we might not mingle at all with any of the other nations, but remain pure in body and soul, free from all vain imaginations, worshiping one almighty God above the whole creation. Hence, the leading Egyptian priests, having looked carefully into many matters and being cognizant with our affairs, cause us men of God. This is a title which does not belong to the rest of mankind, but only to those who worship the one true God. The rest are not of God, but of meats and drinks and clothing. For their whole disposition leads them to find solace in these things. Among our people, such things are reckoned of no account, but throughout their whole life, main consideration is the sovereignty of God. Therefore, lest we be corrupted by blah, 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 blah. Let's get to the part where they're called in.
So can I just ask, so what is, so you don't care that Christ, called himself God? What?
I think he got the phone call.
Yep, we lost him.
Sorry, what was that?
We didn't hear anything you just said. You were not in the app.
Oh, can you hear me?
I can hear you right now.
So do you not trust the historicity of the resurrection, I assume?
No, why would I?
So why wouldn't you, I guess? I mean,
why would I? You think that Jesus is the only person in like the first 2 centuries that claimed to resurrect?
Well, no, not the eyewitnesses, though. I mean, there are many people who could have refuted that story.
Yeah, many did.
There were also many people who witnessed Nero's resurrection. 20,000 soldiers.
Yeah, 20,000 Parthians risked their life for the resurrected Nero.
Is that, where do we have that?
You can find it written in Dio Chrysostom, Cassius Dio, Tacitus, and Suetonius. They all mention it. Those are Roman historians that lived at the same time as Nero. So like resurrection accounts aren't exactly all that special. Neither are miracle accounts. There were a ton of first century miracle workers, especially Jewish ones. Right? So if I have to believe the biblical claim that Jesus rose from the dead, then I also have to believe that Nero rose from the dead.
Disconnected.
And also early Jewish belief systems were polytheistic during the times of the Greek invasion. And then when the Jews decided to rebel, that's when we started seeing more acts of monotheism versus polytheism.
Yeah, I mean, monotheism basically was formed for the most part under Ezra, the time of Ezra,
What do you mean
and
by Jewish polytheism?
well, that's a side quest. AWOL, thank you
That
so
is
much
the
for the
cutest
dragon.
dragon
That
ever.
was great.
Oh, so
Yeah, don't worry about that side quest. So why should I believe that Jesus resurrected from the dead when we've got other people in the first century that resurrected from the dead?
Well, I guess the difference between him and Nero is I've never even heard of this Nero legend, whereas obviously
Right.
the Bible is the most, you know, well-known book of all time. And as far as historicity, I mean, we can't really trust any history if we can't trust the Gospels.
I think that's incorrect. The Gospels are not even, we can't even come up with a date that comes close to Jesus' lifetime. They were clearly written after the disciples had already passed away. In fact, it seems somewhat likely that Marcion wrote the first Gospel.
Yeah, I just don't agree with that. I mean, we've passed it down. Hanji should know the church has kept these documents since day one.
Incorrect. Since like day 2000, the earliest,
That's
or
crazy.
since day
What are you
200.
talking about?
So
Day
what's the
2000.
so what I meant to say 200. So what's the earliest manuscript?
Okay, year 200.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the earliest manuscript?
I mean, we have what? Let's see.
Codex Sinaiticus.
It's P52. P52 is the oldest manuscript, and it's this big, and it's not even from Jesus's time period. P52 is from the 2nd century, 100 years after Jesus.
Let's see.
Guys, be sure to vote on the poll. We have 1 minute and 18 seconds left. It's in the top left-hand corner. If you hear someone say vote poll or new poll up, it's because it's in the left top-hand corner. Thank you.
So you've only got a couple actual early manuscripts. You've got P52, you've got P104, and possibly some others, but all of them are from the 3rd century or later. P104 could be 2nd century or later. We don't. I mean, it's got a pretty broad range.
I'm thinking 4th century for that one, but don't quote me on it.
Yeah, so the full New Testament by 350.
I know. Yeah, the Sinaiticus.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Vaticanus and Sinaiticus are the oldest complete manuscripts that we have, and that's 300 years after Jesus.
Yeah, but that's for a full New
So?
Testament.
So
I mean, these things, it wasn't even, the canon wasn't even codified for a few hundred years.
I know. That's what I'm saying. We don't have any early manuscripts that are anywhere close to what we have in the later manuscripts. The fact of the matter is, anything that was in the original manuscripts, which we don't know when they were from, anything that could have been in those manuscripts are basically guesswork because we don't have the manuscripts. And we do know from the manuscripts that we have that there is quite a bit of changing and editing that happened over time.
The P52 is from 100 to 125 CE.
Mm-hmm.
Which is pretty early, frankly.
Yeah, 2nd century. That's what I said. And it's literally the size of a business card.
So why do you think that Christianity exploded throughout the empire?
Because it was made compulsory under Theodosius II.
Well, that wasn't for a few hundred years.
I know. It didn't explode until the Roman Empire made it compulsory.
I don't know if you can quite say that.
Malakis Romans.
Yeah, you can, because all of the earliest Roman sources that we have only mention the Christians as like a small faction of the Jewish people, and they were rather unconcerned with their existence. They weren't taking anything over. They weren't being persecuted in mass.
You're saying which emperor are you claiming? Theodosius?
Yeah, the one who made it compulsory, it was the Edict of Theodosian. The second, I believe.
Okay, so this was 380, 380.
380. Yeah. It's referred to as the Edict of Thessalonica. It was issued in 380 by Theodosius. Actually, the first, not the second, sorry. So it was mandatory. So Constantine made it an official religion of the empire. Said you can now do this. This is a thing that is recommended. And then later, Theodosius I said, no, it is compulsory. You must do it. So anytime you spread a religion by force, it becomes popular. We saw that with the spread of Islam. Islam was spread by the sword, the same way Christianity was. I'm sure it's only a coincidence that the two largest religions in the world were spread by the sword for 1,500 years or more.
Our oracles and our people who still practice Hellenism were part of those people that were unalived, and to this day, that is why only 2% of us are still left that practice the actual gods.
I don't think that you're understanding this edict properly.
I am.
What do you think that it means?
We can just read it.
Yeah, let's read it.
Hey user, I bring attention to polls so that way we can get us pushed into the algorithm, because it's actually showing how to interact with the live while host is dealing with a guest. If you don't like the polls that the other moderators make, maybe this isn't the live for you.
Okay, so let's see if I can find an actual text of it. I don't need a Latin text. Let's see, here's one in English. It is our desire that all the various nations which are subject to our clemency and moderation should continue to profess that religion which was delivered to the Romans by the divine apostle Peter, as it has been preserved by faithful tradition, and which is now professed by Pontiff Damasus and by Peter, Bishop of Alexandria, a man of apostolic holiness. According to the apostolic teaching and the doctrine of the gospel, let us believe in one deity, the Father and the Son, and the Holy Spirit in equal majesty, and the Holy Trinity. We order followers of this law to embrace the name of Catholic Christians. But as for others, since in our judgment they are foolish madmen, we decree that they shall all be branded with the ignominious name of heretics, and shall not presume to give their conventicles the name of the church. They will suffer in the first place the chastisement of the divine condemnation, in the second the punishment of our authority, which is in accordance with the will of heaven, which we shall decide to inflict. So if you did not practice Christianity according to the Catholic tradition, punishments would be inflicted upon you.
Yeah, so that's where you're misinterpreting. So
says they will suffer.
Yeah, no, you're just misunderstanding who he's speaking to. So he's
Oh,
speaking
I'm
to
sure. Yeah.
Christian heretics.
It says edict to the people of Constantinople.
Yeah, to the people of Constantinople who are heretics,
No, doesn't say
who
that.
are following. Yeah, but
Doesn't
that's
say that at all.
I know, but if you understand church history, that's clearly what this is about. This is about.
It's not.
No, it is, because this is
It's
about. It is because it's about
Incorrect.
the Arian. It's correct. It's about
nothing
the
to do with
Arian.
it had nothing to do with the Arian
Yes,
controversy.
Yes, it does.
It's not.
It is, though.
But you're still wrong.
The Aryan controversy wasn't even around that time.
Actually, it was. It was around that time.
Okay, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, but that's clearly what this is talking about.
It's
Look,
not.
he even says it. He even mentions the name.
I literally just read you the edict, and it was not mentioned.
I was thinking of a different Aryan, my bad.
Yeah, it's fine. But yeah, this is speaking to Christians who are heretics. This isn't speaking to just anybody.
Okay, show me in the edict where it says that.
Okay.
Show me. Pull up a copy of the edict. Maybe there's a part of it that's missing. I've pulled up. It says the edict of Thessalonica.
Look. We order the followers of this law.
Yeah.
But as for others, we are branding them heretics.
That's right.
Right. So,
yeah.
But exactly.
He's not just addressing the heretics. He's
majesty of a holy trinity, which is not what Arius believed.
He's addressing everybody, which is why he talks first of people who already believe in the faith, and then he talks about people who don't.
As such, the edict appears to have had no immediate effect. This is from, this is from Wikipedia. There's a source there if you want it.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure that the Trinity was added to this edict specifically because the Arian controversy mattered. But this edict still did exactly what I told you it did. It made it compulsory to abide by the tenets.
But compulsory means that there's
I need you to listen. Yeah. The edict made it compulsory for everybody in the kingdom to practice their form of the faith in lieu of not being punished.
Punished how?
It says that they will decide in accordance what punishment. It says they will suffer in the first place the chastisement of the divine condemnation, and in the second the punishment of our own authority, which is in the accordance with the will of heaven, and we shall decide to inflict. So he's saying the government will decide how to inflict the punishment if necessary.
And then it was literally only enacted upon heretical clergymen. You realize that?
Incorrect. It was enacted on the entire kingdom. That's literally what it was for. That was the whole purpose.
How was it enacted? Prove that it was enacted. Where?
Because literally they were unaliving people who weren't Christians.
Okay. Yeah.
Are you not aware of all the heretics that were murdered by the Holy Roman Empire?
But heretics is different.
No, a heretic is basically anybody who separates from what they consider orthodoxy. And it would also include somebody who wasn't a Christian. Like if you were teaching
heretics, like the explicitly
so if you were teaching that there was
Arians, were to be expelled from
if you were teaching
entrusted to elements who profess the Nicene faith. This is dude, you just aren't getting it. This literally is
I am getting it. I've read you. So what I did is I've actually read you the edict. The edict is very clear.
It's about suppressing non-Nicene
the edict is very clear,
especially Arianism.
The edict is very clear.
It is not about
does the edict say Arian anywhere?
Christians. It's not about pagans. It's not about Jews. You're wrong. You're just literally.
Does the edict say anything about Arian or the Arian controversy?
Yes, it is.
Okay, then show me. Show me the line where it says it.
Show me the line where they actually killed anybody.
The edict doesn't say that they killed anybody.
You just don't understand how context works. This is about
That's not how edicts worked. So I'm asking you, you're saying the edict is designed to address the Arian controversy. I'm asking you to show me in the edict where it says that.
And also use words like unalived and schmurder, not the hard words, please.
Understood. Can I speak now, or?
Yeah, I only mute you because you speak over top of me.
Okay, in 383, this is. Do you want me to tell you what this is from?
I'm sure you're reading from a source.
It's Wikipedia. This is from Theodosius, the Catholic Encyclopedia.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In 383, the emperor ordered the various non-Nicene sects, okay, Arians, Anomians, Macedonians, Novatians, to submit written creeds to him, which he prayerfully reviewed and then burned, save for that of the Novatians, who also supported Nicene Christianity. The other sects lost the right to meet, ordain priests, or spread their beliefs. That is the effect of this edict. Okay, it's not unaliving pagans or Jews. I promise.
It is. So it literally states that if you believe something or you teach something outside of what is our particular form of orthodoxy, there is punishment. So you can be a heretic without being an Arian.
Yes. But heretics are different from Jewish people or pagans or any of that. This is Christian heretics, I guarantee you.
It doesn't matter if it's Christian or not.
What do you mean?
You could be a non-Christian. You can be a non-Christian heretic.
No, that's not how.
Yes, you can.
No,
yes,
that's
you can.
not how. No, that's just not.
Yes, you can.
It's just not how this works, though. That's literally not how.
That literally is how it works.
It's not, though. This is about
the literal definition of a heretic is a person who differs in opinion from the established religious dogma.
I don't need your Google definition. I'm telling you.
That's what the word means.
No, but dude, do you realize context matters?
I do, and it turns out that the context of the edict states that if you do not follow our orthodoxy, there is punishment.
Yes, if you are a non-Nicene Christian
sect. It doesn't say anything about that in there.
Yeah, I know, because you don't understand how the context of the edict works.
I do.
Okay. I don't know what else to tell you. It's like, you guys didn't even know that this was about Arianism to begin with.
It's actually not. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
It is, though.
It's not.
Okay. I mean, trust you, bro.
I mean, I just read it to you, and you don't like what it has to say. You keep trying to add stuff to it that's not in there.
I have no problem with what it has to say. It's just you need more context.
If you're a heretic, if you don't follow their particular form of orthodoxy, there is punishment for you.
Yes, if you are a Christian sect.
That includes Marcionism. It literally includes Arianism. It includes all other forms of what they consider to be Christian heretics, and it includes non-heretics or non-Christian heretics.
Says who?
The definition of heretic.
I know, but see, you're just using your definition of heretic.
Give me a better definition of heretic.
I have 10 times.
Give me a definition from an actual source, not what you think it means.
No, I'm saying in this context, it is Christian heretics. That's all I'm saying. The same word, but just Christian.
Okay, so according to the Christian Church, a heretic is a person in question who does not have a valid Christian baptism, but claims to still be a Christian. The person, either publicly or privately denies or positively doubts the truth of the Catholic Church, which is regarded as being revealed by God, or they disbelieve in their own moral culpability, so on and so forth, according to the Catholic Church. I've got a catechism on my bookshelf. I might be able to find, even in my catechism, that they give a definition in there. You don't have to be a Christian to be a heretic. So the point stands. Christianity was spread by the sword, by the the Holy Roman Empire, for many hundreds of years. And it started when it became orthodoxy, when it became mandatory, the official state religion.
Well, it was never mandatory just because it was the state religion.
It was.
It was.
They literally
It's so
unalived.
silly.
They literally unalived people who disagreed with them all the time. Even in the medieval period leading up to the Reformation period, they were constantly unaliving people all the time.
Well, yeah, I don't disagree with that, but that's a whole different time period.
I know it's a whole different time period, but they were doing it all throughout. What do you think the Spanish Inquisition was about?
Well, I think the Spanish Inquisition are heretics.
Well, they were propelled by the actual church.
The heretical church, yeah.
It was not. They were propelled by the Holy Roman Church.
Right, which was heretical.
Spreading, it doesn't matter if you think it was heretical. It was the primary means by which Christianity spread. Doesn't matter if you like that particular sect. Doesn't matter if you think they're heretical. My point still stands. Christianity was spread by the sword.
And they're still trying to force it to this day. Prime example, it is 2024. If I were to be seen in my homeland leaving a platter of food or even a glass of wine to Zeus or Dionysus or any of my deities, guess what? The church has the authority to not only put me in prison for a year, I get hit with a felony for life. So even though they don't unalive anymore, they're still trying to control people who disagree with them.
Is there a name for that law?
I can get that for you, but it is actually happening now, and Egypt is starting to do the same thing.
Trying to protect you from worshiping demons.
Demons don't exist.
Do not go there with me. And yes, Sebastian, in my country.
I could be wrong, Hanji, but I think they actually just overturned that law a couple years ago. I was reading up on that. Yeah, it looks like they just recently, like.
The only thing, because my cousin told me that the only thing that they're doing right now is they finally are allowing same-sex marriage and adoptions after 100 years. But me and her, we haven't heard anything as far as worshiping our deities yet. But I'll go ahead and message her real quick.
Yeah. So the fact of the matter is, Christianity is not true just because it was popular. It's popular because it was literally spread by force.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm going to disagree with that because of all the martyrs before even Constantine. But yeah, I got to leave it there. So God bless you guys. Have a good one. Take care. It was a good conversation. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Have a good one. All right. Oh, KJ's back. She wants to get in to the conversation again. I'm trying to get some people that are new that we haven't talked to, and then we'll get back to the regulars. Jesus is king, still crying in the comments, I see. Jesus, you know our saying around here most likely, which is gimmies don't get. The more you cry in the comments, the less likely you are to actually get pulled up into the guest queue. So your behavior is what dictates whether or not you're actually going to get pulled. This guest is not connecting. Chrissy, I will not stop mocking God. If God was real and his book was true, then I wouldn't be up here able to mock him, because his book says God will not be mocked. Yet that's obviously a lie. How you doing?
I'm doing good, and how are you?
Doing well.
Can you get me?
You're in. You're on the stage. What do you want to talk about?
Well, I just wanted to add a voice to your discourse. Am I having a network delay?
No, I'm just waiting for you to contribute something to the conversation.
Okay, cool. All right. So overall, just from I'm not here to prove you wrong. I'm here to agree with you.
Oh, well, we're just looking for
My,
debates. I appreciate you being here, though.
oh, cool.
Cheers, man. All right. We'll see if this guest can connect. They've been waiting in the queue for a little bit, so I don't know if they're actually still in here. I don't think they are. I don't think the Holy Spirit's strong with that one because they can't seem to connect. So go find some Wi-Fi, do some praying and fasting, and coming back. All right. Now we've got only 1 or 2 new people left, and then we got to start taking some familiar faces. So we'll get Crybaby Jesus the King up in here.
Hey, good evening.
Welcome.
Justin. So do you remember the argument from the other day concerning evolution and Proverbs 6? Can we go back to that?
I have no clue who you are or what we talked about.
So I went by Gerard last time and we discussed Proverbs 6 about the ant.
Oh yeah, you're the one crying that words don't mean words.
Can we go back to Proverbs 6 and you can read it in the Hebrew?
Yeah, I mean, what part do you disagree with?
Okay, so why do you disagree with that first? I'm gonna ask you that. Why do you disagree with that?
You say you disagree with what?
Proverbs 6, the Hebrew text, which says the ant. You know, you brought it up last time. Why didn't you agree with it? Proverbs 6.
Because it says, go to an ant, O sluggard, and consider its ways and be wise. Which having no captain, overseer, or ruler provides in the summer its supplies and gathers in the harvest its food.
Okay, and so what is wrong with that?
They have a leader, they have a captain, they have a queen.
So ants, how does the queen a leader?
So ants are not mindless drones.
But she don't give out orders. She doesn't have babies. She's not a ruler or overseer.
No, literally, without the queen, the ant colony is without leadership.
And but doesn't make her overseer or ruler.
The first thing they will do is find another queen.
But that doesn't make her a ruler or overseer.
It does. That's literally the definition of a queen.
She just a queen. That's why they give orders. She don't give orders. She just has babies.
That's why they call them queens. Do you know what the definition of a king or a queen is?
They give all actual orders and dictate. A queen ant doesn't dictate. She's literally just have babies. That's her purpose.
Incorrect.
Do you want to look it up? What's the purpose of a queen ant? It's going to say it's to have babies.
That's not the only. That's not the only purpose.
And then the workers they orchestrate everything, not the queen.
No, the queen is the one who rules the.
I think you're being confused by the name queen ant, by the scientific name they just gave queen ant, but that's she's not really a literal queen over the ants. She doesn't oversee the functions of the worker ants.
It says depending on the species, there can be either a single mother queen or potentially hundreds of fertile queens. And let's see, development, life cycle. Once a colony is established, the worker ants meet the queen's needs, such as giving her food and disposing of her waste. Because
so they need a queen to keep the colony alive. Without the queen, they all die.
It's almost like you can't listen.
Okay, go ahead.
It says because ant social structure is very complex and individual ants are relatively simple, an ant colony can be thought of as a single organism, and the individual ants as cells or limbs of the organism, and the individuals can rarely survive on their own. In a colony, ants may be unrelated to the queen, such as when a brood is captured in a raid and raised as the colony's own. So they're there to literally serve the needs of the queen, which means if the queen has a need, it's their job to do it.
So if I take care of a baby, is that baby my king or queen?
No, the baby
Why not?
is because you would be the king in that scenario
Why would I be the king?
because you're the one in charge.
Just because I'm feeding, like, your argument makes no sense because
It does. I'm sorry you're struggling with basic definitions.
But how's the queen ant in charge? It just have babies. That's literally it.
That's not all they
Without
do.
the queen, they would die off. At least that's what it
Incorrect.
means. It doesn't give orders. It doesn't oversee to catch enough other insects to eat. Any of that.
It does. The queen ant is in charge of what goes on.
But how? So it gives orders, yes or no? Does it give orders?
I'm sure it does, yeah.
So you're saying...
She just got back to me, Justin. She said that it is lifted to an extent. It is only for 3 days during the Olympic Games. So basically for certain ceremonies that require the gods.
I'm sorry, I must have missed the point that is addressing.
Oh, that was about what we were talking about with the whole with practicing Hellenism back home.
Right. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sorry.
So it's basically for like events like the Olympic Games because Nike or Nike, as the Americans call it, stuff like that. But as far as like actually like full blown practicing it, it's only allowed inside your home, not out in public, unless you're a tourist.
Okay. So are you aware that there are reproductive males in ant colonies, not just females?
I'm sure that's possible.
They're called drones, just like in bee colonies.
Okay, if they're drones, how does that prove that the queen is still the overseer? I don't understand it.
Because the queen is in charge.
So you're saying she's giving direct orders as to what insects to get, and I don't understand it.
I don't know.
She's not giving orders.
I actually don't know the list.
Can I read what it says? It said.
So I don't.
The queen is the founder of the colony, and her role is to lay eggs. That's literally what science.
So the way this works, person who keeps changing their screen name, if you ask me a question, I'm going to answer it. And if you cut me off while I'm trying to answer the question that you asked me, I'll just mute you. When I ask you questions, I wait for you to respond. I don't just talk over you. That's how children talk. That's not how adults talk. So to answer your question, I don't have a bulleted list of every command that a queen ant gives. All I can tell you is that the queen ant is in charge, as is described by like all kinds of articles that you can just read on it.
So can I read what it says? The queen is a founder.
What are you reading?
And her role is to lay eggs.
Right. What are you reading?
Let me find a more valid source. Kind of you're gonna start saying it's not.
Mm-hmm.
So let me see.
Because the article that I'm reading has actual sources from universities, and it says that the reproductive female is called the queen, and she is the leader of the colony.
But does it say what makes her the leader?
It says the queen is the focal point of the colony, but her leadership is based more on reproductive and survival than actual ruling. So you've got something going there for you.
Exactly. See, I told you.
You've got something going for you.
You just answered what everything I was saying. Exactly.
Yeah.
Both just have babies, literally.
Okay. So what? So what happens when a queen goes missing?
I've never heard of that scenario. They protect that. That's
right. They go to protect their queen. That's right. Right. Could they find another female queen?
In what instance?
I mean, if they didn't like the queen, could they not just get rid of her and go find another queen?
But why wouldn't they like her? That's what
I'm trying to tell you. If they don't like the queen, they could just get rid of her, right?
But you're saying what if?
I'm trying to help you understand.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
what?
That the queen is still the one that is in charge of the colony. Even if you don't know specifically, like, hey, what kind of commands is the queen giving? She's still in charge. There are ants in the colony whose only job is to literally protect the queen at all costs. Which means if other ants go and attack the queen or try to whatever dethrone her, she's going to have other ants that go to protect her.
Yes, and the article you just read explain why, because she has a babies for the colonies for them to live on.
I know.
Just read it.
That's why she's in charge, because she's the most important ant in the entire colony.
That doesn't make her in charge.
That's how that works. Yes, it does. In fact, she's the one in charge of determining the sex of the workers. The queen ant decides the sex of all the ants being born.
But does that make her overseer or ruler?
Yeah. Yeah, if your job is to literally have all the babies and to even determine what type of ant they're going to be, whether they're a worker or whether they're a worker or whether they're a drone or whether they're going to be a mate, that is all decided by the queen. Those are decisions that only the queen is making.
Okay, can you show me where in science the queen say, okay, I'm having a baby now, I'm gonna let this one be a man and this one be a female? Where's that in text? Where things in the brain? Okay, I'm pregnant. You're gonna be a male and you're gonna be a female. Where is that?
It says her main function is to mate and lay eggs, and she determines what sex each egg will be.
What's the website for this source?
This is in animalvivid.com, and there are 3 different university studies that are cited in this article. One from Rockefeller University, one from Arizona State University, and another one is from, let's see, from a science journal called Evolutionary Applications. And the one probably you want is called Ant Colonies Behave Like Neural Networks When Making Decisions. And the other one is Secrets of a Superorganism. And then the other article is called The Global Expansion of a Single Ant Colony. So the queen ant decides the gender and the role of the other ants being born.
So you saying she's overseeing the gender of the the ants?
Yes. If she wants more workers, she creates more workers. If she wants more drones, she makes more drones.
This it makes no sense really, because like she just doing something natural.
It says elsewhere in the article when the queen
have babies, people have babies. It doesn't make them kings.
When the queen passes away, the colony dies because she has no successor, except in very rare cases where a colony has multiple queens.
Okay, so by logic, then every parent on Earth should call himself a queen and king. Who else? Every animal should be called a king, a king gorilla, a king giraffe, a queen.
If you were in charge of the entire reproduction of your entire village, and you decided what each person in your village was going to do, whether they're going to be a worker or drone or something else, then yes, you would be the queen.
Okay, I'm gonna try to confirm. One second.
I just want to know what ants have to do with the topic, because we're actually starting to lose people.
Yeah, so the reason why ants are important here is because I read him a passage whenever we talked last. I don't know when we talked last. Which is clearly an example of the Bible not knowing like how the natural world is.
It's this guy. I remember now.
Yeah, Proverbs 6:6 says, "Go to the ant, you sluggard. Consider its ways and be wise. It has no commander, no overseer or ruler, yet it stores its provisions in summer and gathers its food at harvest."
By the way, I can't find anywhere where it says a queen ant determines the sex of a. Like anybody here could look that up and it won't be able to find it.
They can. You can literally just look up the article that I was reading. It's an article from animalvivid.com, and
.com is usually not verifiable. It's usually .org or .edu.
.org means nothing.
Or university.
That means nothing. Anyone can own an .edu or .org or even a .gov.
An educational website, .edu.
I own 2 of them.
But .com is usually the least verifiable source. That's
no,
well known.
it's just the cheapest. It's the cheapest domain available.
Because I'm literally Googling, can ants, female ants or queen ants determine the sex of the other ants? I can't find that anywhere.
Maybe you're not
Like
good at
anybody
Googling.
else could try it also. Anybody in the chat could try that.
You could just pull up the articles that I was reading and then look at the sources that they're citing.
So do you not find it where that one website is saying that, but
or you could just go to another article published by earth.com where it says a new study led by Purcell reveals that female ants carry 2 copies of a sex determining chromosome while males only carry 1 copy. This means to create males, the female can simply lay an unfertilized egg and control the sex with her own genetics. That's a earth.com article. Published by Zachary Fitzner. The name of the article is "The Sex of an Entire Ant Colony is Determined by the Queen." So I don't think you're good at Googling.
A lot of people in the chat are saying they already found it.
Yeah, the research is published by the Proceedings of the National Academy of Science. So,
yeah, Win bash with the let 'em cook.
That's right. It's almost like when the scientist names the queen,
but where does the city think? Where does the city think about it? Okay, I'm gonna let this one be.
Ants think.
Female. So they could control the sex of an ant. Where is that in the article or anywhere?
I'll help you. It's 1, 2, 3. It's the 4th paragraph.
So I did Google it, and the only website that pops up again is earth.com, that strikes a red flag. But I'm gonna read it anyway.
Google the actual name of the article. It was published in 2021. It says the sex of an entire ant colony is determined by the queen. Okay,
I see, but it's just odd that it goes.
And the snippet that I read is in paragraph 4.
Okay, even though it strikes a red flag, but I'm gonna read it anyway from this website.
How does earth.com strike a red flag when the article in question was published by the Proceedings of the National Academy of Science?
Okay, I'm gonna read the 4th paragraph. One second. So I'm reading the 4th paragraph, and it says, a new study led by Purcell reveals that female ants carry 2 copies of a sex determining chromosome, while males carry only 1 copy. This means to create males, the female can simply lay unfertilized eggs or control the sex with her genetics.
That's what I just said.
But where does it say she think and it makes them a male or female?
Ants think. They make decisions all day, every day. Ants,
no, but where does it say in the article?
Insects.
No, but where does it say in the article she think I want you to be a male and it?
Are you suggesting that ants do not think?
No, but where does it say in the article?
You know that ants and bees have their own language.
But everything thinks. See, now this is semantics.
Okay, so ants have the ability to think abstractly, and the queen at some point makes a decision about which eggs are going to be male or female. It's not just done at random.
It just said her genetics determines it. It doesn't say she think, okay, you want to be a male, you want to be. It says genetics.
Yeah, her genetics do determine it based on whether or not the eggs are fertilized or unfertilized. The very next paragraph says male ants develop from unfertilized eggs that their mother lays.
It just means her genetics is more
and if
more
you
geared towards creating a certain sex.
And if you keep reading on, it says the colony sex ratio can also be manipulated by starving certain larvae or killing them directly. Sometimes the availability of food is a factor and the sex ratios of a colony. When extra food is dumped on a colony, it produces fewer males. So as it turns out, people have actually researched this and they've seen that the queen actually is in control of the ratio of males and females.
So you telling me the queen kills, or is it the colony that sees something?
I'm sure the colony kills it on the queen's behalf.
So where does it say in this article the queen tells the colony to kill a certain number of ants because there's an imbalance?
I didn't say that that's what the article said. I'll just read it for you again. It says the colony sex ratio can also be manipulated by starving certain larvae or killing them directly. Who does that particular first thing, killing the larvae? By starving them. Ants. That's right. And who would direct them to do that?
Worker ants, they decide these things on themselves. They're intelligent. So you're telling me there's an article that says ants don't police themselves?
I don't know how many articles I have to read where the researchers literally are just telling you that females are the female queen ant is in charge of the colony before you just have to stop doing the mental gymnastics around this one.
I haven't seen anywhere in this article where it says the female's in charge.
It says this means to create male. In fact, the title says the sex of an entire ant colony is determined by the queen, literally in the title of the article.
That doesn't mean that she thinks.
What it means is you lack reading comprehension, my friend.
Just her genetics. It means her genetics is predisposed, like, to create a certain sex. It's her genetics. That's it.
No, it's whether or not she chooses to fertilize particular eggs. That's literally what it says.
In what paragraph again?
The 5th paragraph. It says male ants develop from unfertilized eggs that their mother lays. So the queen can choose to fertilize eggs and determine the sex of the colony.
That's not true. But just for the sake of the next guys coming, I'm gonna go to the next.
You can also go to another article. I mean, how many? This is published by the University of California. Says researchers have discovered the genetic basis for a quirk in the animal kingdom. How ant queens produce broods that are entirely male or female. I'm sure if we kept reading it, it'll actually tell us that the queen ants determines which eggs are going to be male and female.
Okay, can you show me that exactly?
I'm sure I could. Yeah, let me read it.
And just because an ant determines what brood will be male and what brood will be female, that doesn't mean it's a ruler.
Yeah, that means she's in charge. But when you're giving birth to all the ants in the colony and you decide what role they're going to play in that colony, that means you're in charge. You're the leader of that colony.
Not really.
Yeah, that's definitely what that means. This article is citing the previous article that was cited as well, published by Purcell and Brailsford. So let me find something that wasn't published by them.
And after this one, I'm gonna go quickly to the evolution that you discussed also about 1,000 years, but after you read.
This is again quoting the research from Purcell and Brailsford. I assume most of these articles are actually quoting the same research paper.
Justin Bash wants uppies. You want me to bring him up?
Yeah, bring him on up.
You know, I won't be here long. Good to see you, by the way, bro.
Good to see you, Bash.
Love you, Bash.
Always good to see you, my love. Always good to hear your voice. I just wanted to bring up one quick contradiction, and I'm going to leave you alone. My brother said that the ants that kill the larvae think, right? That they don't have a controller because they think, right? They think to kill the larvae. At the same time, saying that the queen doesn't think.
Right. Well, it's crazy.
I never said the queen don't think. I said the queen don't think to determine the sex of the ant. It said, okay, it doesn't have the power to say you're going to be a male or you're going to be a female. That's what I'm saying. It could think, but it doesn't have. It does. It can't think in that capacity.
So here's another article. It says the queen stores sperm in a pouch in her abdomen, which she uses to fertilize her eggs. Interestingly, the sex of the offspring is determined by whether the egg is fertilized or not. Fertilized eggs develop into females, while unfertilized eggs become males. Queen ants are typically larger than other ants in the colony. and she has a relatively large lifespan, so on and so forth. So the sex of the ant is determined by the queen. She's making a decision to either fertilize or not fertilize an egg.
That's pretty straightforward, my bro. That's pretty straightforward.
But
She
why?
still she decides to fertilize or not.
All this bending over backwards just to say that Proverbs 6 somehow isn't wrong.
But why wouldn't she fertilize eggs? Why would she want colony to die out? It makes no sense.
Because we literally just read in the previous article that the queen is in charge of the ratio of different types of ants within the quality.
You just brought the argument that because she's fertilizing eggs, she's in power. But why wouldn't she fertilize at all?
She is in charge. She is in charge of determining what each individual ant is going to become.
The unfertilized eggs become males.
Yes.
Fertilized eggs become females. So she would not fertilize an egg if she needed more boys. She would fertilize the eggs if she needed more girls.
And the female ants are typically workers, and the males are sex drones, although some of the males can be workers too. But anyways,
regardless, she's going to have kids. So what's the big deal? Because she could determine the sex. Regardless, she's going to have kids. I don't understand.
She is in charge of what is happening inside of that colony.
So because she could determine the sex, she's a ruler.
Yes, she is in charge.
So what if she could just have kids without determining the sex? Would she still be a ruler?
I believe so, yeah.
When she dies, my man. The whole colony dies when she dies. It's alive when she's alive. She determines how.
Okay, so every being that can have kids is a queen and kings by your definition.
Incorrect.
No. Just the ones that run work. Right. She's determining their roles, what they do when
you said run work. She doesn't run the work of the colony. She just have babies. She determined, like you said.
She does. So it's also true that when you have children, you're the leader within your household. So I am the leader over my children. I wouldn't call myself a king over my children, but I'm the leader of my children because they're children. They're under my control, which again falls perfectly in line with what we're talking about, which is that the ant colony has a leader, despite the fact that Proverbs 6 says it doesn't.
See, of course, the people that wrote the Bible knew everybody can have kids. Of course, every animal can have kids. In the conscience of ruler and overseer, they may give him direct instructions. Okay, you get this insect. You build this. You go that direction. You go this direction. She doesn't have that power. Every being on earth can have children. Every animal, elephants, whales, humans, like you said. That doesn't make the parents
she's 100% in charge of everything. She's the one deciding to have babies. She's the one deciding the sex of the babies. She's the one deciding the ratio of workers to drones and so on and so forth.
Johnny,
even though I know you're wrong, I'm just going quickly to the next one really quickly. Yeah, so I'm gonna agree to disagree, but I don't agree with you at all on this one at all. But
your disagreement's not with me. Your disagreement is with science.
But everything on Earth can have kids. I understand it. Like,
are you in charge of your kids, or are they in charge of you?
I'm in charge of my kids. If I was to have kids, I would be in charge of them until they're 18.
That's right. Okay, just like the queen ant is in charge of all of her children, the entire colony.
Okay, but she may be in charge, but does she oversee and give directions? Does she give directions?
Yes, she's in charge of it. If she doesn't like what's happening, she can put an end to it. She can literally just decide to not, if she's having problems with males, she could literally just decide to have females. It's all within her own discretion. When you're in charge of what gives life to the colony, you're in charge of the colony, because she lives for 10 to 15 years. I think most ants literally, how long do ants live for, Bash? Like days?
Couple days.
A couple days, yeah.
You're very clever, so I'm gonna move on. Like, I have to admit, you're like clever with your semantics. I give you that.
I just know what words mean.
No, you're very good with semantics. I give you that. So let's go to the next one, just so someone else will get a chance. So evolution. So you say within 1,000 years, we can see changes, right? And like gradual changes in the species.
Yeah, within 1,000 years, you can see adaptations in various species. In fact, this has been documented for a long time.
Okay, so question: say 1,000 years pass, right, and someone discover a liger bones or tiger bones.
Did you say tiger bones?
No, liger bones or fossils.
But ligers exist.
If they say that happened over 1,000 years, would they be valuable in believing that?
But ligers exist because we saw them mate together. We know how ligers came to be.
No, but we know, like we hear it now, we know that, of course. But say 1,000 years pass and a new generation of people come, they find the bones, and they see like a tiger bones, a lion, and now ligers. Would it be right for them to say that happened over 1,000 years? Would it be okay?
I don't know what you're talking about.
If they find liger bones, would it be okay for them to say that?
Ligers are a known species.
Can I say one thing right here, bro?
No, but you see a variation. That's what I'm saying. You see a variation.
Go ahead, Bash. I don't think he's getting it.
Stanford has been running a long, they call it the long evolution test, right? It's been going on for like 40 years. And basically what they do is they find animals with short generation spans, right? So they find like either amoeba or certain flies and things that generate, they only live like a day or so, right? So you can watch evolution happen really quickly, right? Evolution doesn't have to take 1,000 years. Evolution could take a day, right? Depending on the source, depending on the
so show me evolution that could take place in a day. Give an example.
I'll show you. So when you deal with amoebas, right, you might watch a certain amoeba that has a very, very short lifespan, because what it does is it's about the successive generations, right? So if you find an amoeba with a very, very short lifespan, let's say you find an amoeba with a 2-hour lifespan, right? But they give birth to babies, right? Okay. Hear the concept. Hear what I'm saying. Evolution doesn't happen to the living; it happens to the next generation. Does that make sense? Do we agree on that, or at least do you understand that? It doesn't happen to.
I'm gonna go back to what I was telling. I don't know, because like you're trying to throw people off. So I'm gonna go back to in the liger example, because at least address that first, because I was asking about the liger situation.
I'll address that. If you find a liger, we currently know how ligers are made, right? Yes. If you find a liger, the information that we know about ligers is not going to disappear.
We know.
Right. But the information that we have about ligers is not going to disappear. Right? We know that ligers exist, and there will be a
say for example, what if the information was destroyed?
If the information was destroyed and we had to figure out evolution again. If we had to figure it out again, we may get it wrong at first.
Hey, so you're not understanding what I'm asking.
I don't think
we know that ligers came from. We know that ligers came from a tiger and lion mating, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So now, say for example, 1,000 years pass, and someone find the liger bones, and they say that came through evolution. Would that be factual?
Yes.
So a tiger and lion mating, it made a liger's evolution.
That's still evolution. Yes.
That's literally how evolution works. It's adding diversity to the gene pool. Now imagine that those ligers moved to a distant country where they're no longer in contact with lion or tigers. Over the course of the next 30,000 years, they'll become so diversified that they can no longer produce offspring with lions or tigers. That's called creating a new species.
New species. That's how all species evolve.
But that's not. But y'all saying it take 1,000 years. That'll take one day from the day.
It doesn't, because a liger.
Then they have the baby 9 months later. That's
Incorrect.
Not 1,000 years.
A liger can still reproduce with a lion and a tiger. They still have genetically compatible material. A species is basically an animal that can no longer mate with. A species just means an animal can only produce offspring with its own kind, right? So once a liger has become so adapted to its environment, it's become so diversified to its new surroundings, and it can no longer reproduce with lions and tigers, then it would become a new species. So the liger has a common ancestor, and that is basically the African big cat family.
Yeah. Y'all very clever. It's like y'all go on rambles and tangents. I say one thing, y'all just like start rambling on.
One thing to you, bro. I want to say
a lion and tiger mate, and they create a liger. So the fossils we had from millions of years ago, how we didn't know that two big species made it together and created them?
I want to say one thing to you, bro.
How we know that didn't happen?
I just want to say one thing to you. Black man to black man.
No, just answer that question. How did we know that two species made it?
Yeah, but I want to tell you something. I specifically want to tell you something. The reason I came up here was to tell you this. You sound very curious, and curiosity is amazing. Like
I'm sorry, just answer my question. See the semantics again.
I promise we'll answer your question.
No, just answer the question, please.
We need you to
say
listen
one
first.
thing. I just came up here to say one thing. I didn't even come to answer the question. Okay. You sound curious, and curiosity is amazing. I think, especially when I hear black men that are curious about how does science work? How does this work? I think that's beautiful. I want to encourage you to keep asking these kinds of questions, okay? But I want you to open your mind to one thing, okay? There are tons and tons of papers about this, right? And I feel like it's unfair for you.
Okay.
Wait, I'm almost done, I promise. I feel like it's unfair for you to come on the stage and ask Justin PhD level information, right, about evolution and biology and I don't know if y'all talk about the beginning of the universe or whatever, but you're asking him PhD information when you haven't even read your whole Bible. That's unfair.
Okay. But can you answer my question? How do we know that the animals and millions of years ago...
He's just going to disregard everything you said. That's what they always do.
No, I can't ask a question. I want to answer it. I'm just asking, how do we know that these animals made it with other species?
So did I not tell you I would answer your question after you addressed Sebastian? Did I not tell you that?
No, he just gave me a teaching lesson. I don't, like, he'd ask me a question. He was just, I don't know.
Okay. Basically,
he'd ask me a question.
Here's how we know these things, my man. And it's basic genetics. He answered this for you a couple of days ago. I heard him when he did it. Mm-hmm. Here's how we know, right? Genetics, in the same way we know if you have a kid, the way we know that that's your kid is not because a girl said it or whatever. We could test your DNA, right? And DNA works for a long time, right? DNA, if we can find any DNA on an animal at all, we can test it, okay? Right, once we get beyond DNA, then we normally go to a thing called morphology. You know what morphology is? You know what morphology is, my man?
I don't know what that is, but I know that different species get mate with each other and create different types of hybrids. But they technically the same thing. Like a liger is a big cat that came from a tiger and a lion that made it. Chimpanzee different. A chimpanzee and bonobo can mate and create a hybrid. Maybe that happened when the Earth was one as Pangea. Maybe that would happen.
Yeah,
wasn't the Earth one time? Don't you think that different species could have came together and made it?
Yeah, but this is why I'm telling you I want you to read some papers, right? Because your ideas here, this hypothesis can be tested, right? Like what you're saying, we can test for that. We could test for when was Pangea around? When did these genetics break off from each other? Did that happen in Pangea? Right? We could test for this, and I feel like your curiosity is great, but you don't want to, like, you're curious, but you don't want to know the answer, which is weird. Right. And as a black man speaking to
you don't think it's a possibility that different species made it? Just answer that question. Do you think it's a possibility that different species of monkeys made it?
Yes, absolutely.
So then why say it took over thousands of years to create that, or millions?
Because it's not a new species.
Right.
This is a matter of definition. All right. So you need to actually know what a species is. A species is an animal that can only mate within its own species. Like, even though we're related to the apes, I cannot mate with an ape and produce offspring. We're separate species, even though we're the same classification. So a liger could mate with a lion. A liger could mate with a tiger, which means they're still in the same species. Now, if the liger goes off to another location and becomes diversified, and their genome is so different that they can no longer mate with a lion or a tiger, then they become a new species.
As far as
but it still came from a mixing of animals. That didn't take thousands of years or millions, like science says.
It literally did. I'll just say it one more time because I think you're hard of hearing. So when a liger is produced by mating a lion and a tiger, it's not producing a new species. Please tell me you understand that. Are you aware that ligers are not?
What does it create?
So are you aware that ligers are not a different species than lions and tigers?
So then what is it compared to a lion and tiger? What would it be called?
It's called a liger.
So is it a lion or tiger or a new species?
It's called a liger, and they're all the same species.
Yeah, it's a hybrid. So what we're looking for is the
Okay.
gene frequency. The
So
allele.
when will it become a different species? What would make it a different species?
Okay, so I'll explain it again. This is the third time. Now, if a liger or a family of ligers goes off to a different territory, and over the course of thousands of years, they create new diversity within their gene pool to adapt to their environments or to anything else. Eventually, they'll become so diversified, so different from their common ancestor, that they couldn't go back and produce offspring with a lion or a tiger. That's called speciation. When a member of a species breaks off and they become so distinct over a period of time that they can no longer mate with their prior species.
And you can look this up really quick, bro. Just type in the word.
Can you give an example of that in science?
I'll give you one right
I
now.
literally just did.
Don't say the monkeys. I don't believe humans or monkeys really to monkeys.
I literally just
Let's
did
give
with
another
lions.
example.
I literally just did with lions, tigers, and ligers.
But I'll give you another one, even simpler than that. Just type in.
But female
ring
ligers
species.
can mate.
But hear what I'm saying. Just type in ring species in your computer, right? And you'll find out about lizards that live close to me. I live in the San Fernando Valley. At the top of the mountain range is a species of lizards, right? But they're split by the mountains, right? And you can just go down the mountain range and you'll see that they split. When you get to the bottom of the mountain range, the lizards at the bottom of the mountain range cannot mate with the lizards on the other side of the bottom of the mountain range because they've been separated so long, they've created a new diversity. So now there are new species of lizard. Mm-hmm. But they used to be the same lizards up the hill.
Yeah, and that's a definition that he's referring to. A ring species, I'll just read you the definition. In biology, a ring species is a connected series of neighboring populations, each of which interbreeds with closely sited populations, but for which there exists at least two end populations in the series, which are too distantly related to interbreed.
I have to give it to you. You guys are clever. I don't. It still came through breeding, hybridization, like mixing of species.
Yeah, that's how evolution works.
This was the same species of animal that left.
So is that how it worked? So I thought evolution came from a mud pool or primordial goop, and then it turned fish, cat. That's what I heard. Not mixing of
evolution happens when you pass.
Which one is it?
Evolution happens when you pass your genes on to what comes after you, and those genes over the course of time become diversified and very distinct from the common ancestor. And that happens in every form of life. It happens in plants, happens in animals, happens in algae.
I have to give it to you. I don't know how you learned this, but you're very clever with your debates. It's not really that it's I don't know. But I'm letting this.
We're not tricking you. We're just giving you
very good with your words,
like basic definitions.
Let's see. All right, so before I leave, what is evolution in your words? What is it?
Evolution is just speciation over a long period of time.
Or to say it a little more technical, it is the change in allele frequencies through successive generations.
Which can happen through different species mixing or mating, like a lion or tiger. So
hear what I'm saying.
Remember the Earth was one. Remember the Earth was one at
Bash,
one point.
you know he doesn't know what an allele is.
Oh, okay. You don't know what allele is. Okay, never mind. I'll hush. Bro, just keep reading, bro. I appreciate you. I really think you're a great person. Justin, thank you for letting me talk, man.
Bash, we love you around here, man. You're welcome up anytime.
All
right, Jesus King. It was fun talking to you. I appreciate you coming back. All right, have a great one. Well, I mean, I'll give it to him. Both times I've talked to him, he's been polite. Now, we've got some familiar faces in the queue. Let's get JoJo up in here. He's been waiting for a long time. We ran out of our new guests. JoJo, welcome back.
Yeah, the deconstruction Justin.
Mm-hmm.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm all right. Hey, Hanji.
Hello.
All right, so the Christian God is imaginary. Prove me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so sorry, give me 1 second. All right, so I think to prove you wrong on this, I think initially we'll need to go to excuse me, we'll need to go to, like, is there a God? So I guess, yeah, the initial point of existence.
Do you believe in Zeus?
Do I believe in Zeus? No.
Praise him.
How do you know that God is not Zeus?
You'd have to go to the evidences, right?
Cool. Yeah, what's that evidence?
Yeah, so I mean, I'd need to know the evidence for Zeus, correct?
Oh, the evidence is that you can look at the trees around you, look at the lightning. Zeus controls all the lightning.
Thunderstorms, earthquakes, you name it.
Right?
Okay. Did he say that he did that?
Yes, he did. And we have
1000%.
manuscripts about Zeus that predate the biblical manuscripts, going all the way back to the 8th and 9th century BCE.
Okay, are you able to pull one up?
No.
Are there, like...
You can just Google it. You can Google all of the Hellenic manuscripts, or like the writings of Homer.
Or you can, take a trip to my country and go to the Museum of Athens, where there's actually steles and papyri that actually discuss the origin story of Zeus.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm just asking a basic question. Like, when you say there's a God, I'm asking you, how do you know that the God is not Zeus?
Right, but I mean, even before we even get into that, I mean, we'd have to figure out if there's a God initially, right?
Well,
Like,
I don't
so,
think you can, but I'm willing to grant it to you for the sake of this discussion. So I'm gonna grant you, for the sake of discussion, there could be a God. How do you know who that God is, or which God it is?
Yeah, I mean, once you know that there's a God, you'd have to go to the evidences, see if the evidences are true.
Sure. What's the evidence?
That God is true.
No, that the Christian God is true, and the other ones are not.
So yeah, I mean, the source is the Bible.
It's not going to end well for you.
You
So
think so?
why do you think that the Bible should be authoritative?
Like, again, first thing, the fact that there is a God, so that authority had to have been passed down to somebody.
Yeah, by Zeus. Yeah, by Zeus.
Right. So then you'd have to know who he passed it down to, right?
Obviously to Homer and to whoever else wrote about Zeus.
Right. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't think it was Zeus, but
well, how can you be sure that it was Yahweh and not Zeus?
I mean, there's faith, right?
Faith is not an evidence, my friend.
I mean, there's a faith in everything. There's a faith, yeah. You can't not have faith in something.
I don't have faith in any gods. I have faith that my car will start tomorrow because I have evidence that my car is likely to start.
There you go. There's some faith. But you got faith in something, though, right?
But my faith has evidence behind it, right?
Yeah, but I mean, everybody says that they have evidence behind their faith, so sure, you'd have to go to that. So yeah, I guess the next point would be that you'd need, like, so if God gives the authority down to and passes it on to quote unquote Zeus or whoever he passes it on to, eventually that gets passed through history.
Thank you, Jason. I appreciate that. Yeah,
right.
Just like Shamash, the sun god, gave the laws to Hammurabi.
Right. So if you thought that were true, you'd need to know the evidences behind that and accept those evidences, correct?
Well, have you not seen the stele of Hammurabi? Thank you so much.
I have not.
Mac, thank you for the eyes as well. Sorry,
no,
I
haven't.
see who sent the eyes. Yeah, the Code of Hammurabi was written on a large, well, I don't know how large, but written on a sizable stele, where it was claimed that the sun god Shamash gave all the laws.
You hit your goal, Agapemo. Time to switch it up.
Oh, guys, thank you so much for helping me hit my goal. We're already at 100,000 likes, guys. Thank you so much for all the likes and the shares. We are. Thank you, Sebastian, for the camp.
So
I love that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. Whoever just extended their subscription, thank you so much.
Thank you, knowing.
Thank you, knowing.
You,
my fingers were setting up a new goal, so I didn't see it. I apologize.
Thank you, Thinker.
Guys, thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate it. Time is precious. We only get a finite amount of time, and you're choosing to spend it here, so I really appreciate that. So, Jojo, I'm sorry. The Code of Hammurabi was given to the king by the sun god Shamash. So,
okay, all right. So, yeah, that would be, I guess, their evidence for that.
Right. So I'm just asking you, like, are you going to convert to worshiping the sun god?
Thank you, Sebastian, for extending your subscription.
I don't
thank you, Bash. Thank you, Techman.
I don't think that's where the actual truth was passed on to.
But that's what the stele says, and it's dated to the 18th century BCE.
Yeah, no one's presented the stele to me until now. So
you can look at it.
I'm not going to accept. Yeah, like
it's in the Louvre in Paris.
Yeah, I get that it exists, but like for me, it wouldn't be evidence for me since I haven't heard of it, right?
Thank you, Akunt Girl, for your subscription. I'm sorry if I butchered your name, and Tiny Diny.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Like I could look it up and see exactly what the history behind it is, right? But
I'm just saying it's old. It's way older than the biblical text.
Right. So at that point, I'd have to choose. Like, I'd have to put some faith and belief in that. But I mean, I don't have a lot of information on that specific content. Right.
Apparently not.
But,
I recommend that you read it because it validates the existence of Anu, of Shamash, of Bel, of Marduk, of Ea. There's a whole host of gods that are validated by this stele.
Right. And so let's say if I don't believe in those gods, like what's the consequence for me individually?
Oh, there's no consequence for you.
Okay, so yeah, at that point, I don't really have anything to worry about.
Yeah, these gods are rational. They don't punish you for thought crimes.
I was about to say the same for mine. We have steles about my gods, and there is no punishment for not believing in them. They're just like, okay, do you?
All right,
yeah.
But is
don't
there
you
like
think if the whole like crux of Christianity, of the whole thing about the Christian God is that he wants you to believe in him, don't you think that maybe it would be incumbent on him to give you a reason to believe?
Yeah, if you could say that question again.
I mean, basically, the whole crux of Christianity is that you believe in this particular God. Mm-hmm. So wouldn't it be incumbent on that God to give you evidence so you would have something to believe in?
Well, yeah, I believe he did.
And you believe the evidence is the Bible?
Yeah. Right. Along with several other things.
Right, but the Bible's not reliable. It doesn't get science right. It's full of contradictions, and it's got literally 100 failed prophecies, if not more.
Yeah,
right.
I want to circle.
If you were reading the Quran and it made one failed prophecy, would you be justified in saying the Quran is not from God?
Not necessarily. Yeah, you'd have to look at it in its total context.
Right, but if there was a prophecy that said JoJo is going to become a Muslim in 2022, that's obviously a failed prophecy because you're not a Muslim. Does that mean that the Quran is inspired by God or not?
So I mean, it definitely gets some minus points, I guess.
Well, right. if a prophet says anything that is wrong, then by nature that prophet is not a prophet, right?
Not.
Thank you, Mac, for the heart. Appreciate that.
Yes.
There's a
But
punishment for false prophets in
right,
Deuteronomy
right. Yeah, that's correct. Yep.
13
Um,
and 18. You'll stone
yeah, that's
them.
correct. Right, right. For
Right.
false prophets.
So
Right.
yeah, false prophets don't make false prophecies.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Mac.
Timeless.
Mhm. And I know how you are on prophecies. So
Hmm.
yeah, which we could go to. But yeah, so before we get into like the prophecies and whatnot, so right now we're conceding there is a God, whether it's Zeus or God, right, or like God of the Bible,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah. At our current stage in the argument, I'm gonna, for the sake of discussion, concede that there could be a God. The task right now is to determine like who or what that God is and like what kind of attributes that God has.
Right, and it's got to be a God that's like consistent, a God that's
Well,
that
logical.
is valid.
It has to be logical.
Yeah, logical.
Right. It can't contradict itself.
Right. It has
Right.
and like has the objective, like the objective truth.
I mean,
Right.
we have no way of knowing what objective truth is because we
Right.
can only determine what that would be by using subjective means, right? So, like,
Thank you, China. Thank you, Bella.
the only thing we know objectively is that, like, we exist.
Right. So where do we discern like the truth from?
By studying the world around us. Like, so when something is in accordance with reality, we just call it true. Like if I said that there's a tree in my backyard, right? We would say that's true because I could look in the backyard and I can see that there's a tree. It's in accordance with reality. So that's how we know if something is true.
Right, correct. So you could go back, you could go back, I guess, look at historical evidence, and if the evidence now presents that whatever happened in the past is true, then it would actually be correct. Right.
Right. Yeah. So if Jesus was the Messiah and he was sent by God, then we would have evidence that that is true. And the evidence would be that the Messianic prophecies would all be fulfilled. And my personal opinion is that if any individual fulfills the Messianic prophecies laid out in the Old Testament, I'm perfectly happy calling that person the Messiah. The problem is nobody's done it.
Right. So I got a question. Did Jesus exist?
As a human being?
Yes.
Most likely. I don't know. I'm okay granting that he did exist as a human being, only because he's mentioned outside of the Bible.
Okay. So yeah, in that sense, I would infer that because he existed, he was God.
Jojo, you must be joking.
just because he existed, all right, that's God. It's got to be him. It doesn't work that way.
Unfortunately,
he's got to line. He's got to line up.
There's more than that, yeah.
All right, yeah, we could look at a couple of these. So yeah, I remember you mentioned the prophecies, so we'll look into a couple of prophecies, and we'll see if this is actually the true God. And of course, yeah, Jesus, he claimed to be God. Am I correct?
Hey, he claimed to at least be equal with God. I think there's a debate as to whether or not he claimed to be the God, but at a minimum, I would say he claimed, or at least seemed to claim to be equal with God.
Okay. So yeah, I'll present to you some prophecies, and we'll see if I guess if Jesus fulfilled the prophecies.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So if you go to Psalm 8.
Well, Psalm 8's not a prophecy.
yeah, I know your definition for prophecy. Actually, could we use that as a baseline? Like, what is your definition for prophecy?
Yeah, prophecy is a word from God that needs to either be true about something happening in the present or something that will be happening in the future. And by definition, Psalm 8 is not.
Oh, where'd you get that definition from?
From Deuteronomy 18.
All right, give me one moment.
It's also just kind of like what the English word means as well.
Right, something that predicts the future in lack of consensus. So you said Deuteronomy, what is it?
Deuteronomy 18.
18. So if Jesus did any of these things, then he's the Messiah.
No, he has to do all of them.
Oh, he's got to do every single thing.
Yeah, that's how that works. Riding a donkey doesn't make you the Messiah. Deuteronomy 18 says, if a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, but the thing does not take place or prove to be true, it is a word that the Lord has not spoken. The prophet has spoken presumptuously.
You're looking at Deuteronomy 18:1?
18:20.
18:20.
22.
Excuse me. 18:20, but the prophet.
18:22. Yeah.
All right, so I'll read it real quick. When a prophet speaketh in the name of the Lord, if the thing follow not, nor come to pass, that is the thing which the Lord hath spoken, but the prophet hath spoken it presumptuously. So you're saying, what you're saying, he's got to fulfill every prophecy, right? So how many prophecies are there in the Old Testament?
I mean, there's a lot, but the ones that are specific for the Messianic age, there are probably only 20 or less that are actually specific. But it depends on how you categorize them. For example, the entire second half of Ezekiel is a prophecy about the Messianic age. So, but within those chapters, you find dozens and dozens of other prophecies, right? So I guess the question is, would you count all of Ezekiel as one prophecy or of dozens of prophecies?
I'm asking you your definition, because I would account the entire book as like overall as a prophecy.
Yeah. So
right?
if Ezekiel, like chapters 35 to the end, if those are all one prophecy, then yeah, there's probably like 20 or more actual messianic prophecies in the Bible. And the most classic of them are Isaiah chapter 2, Isaiah chapter 11, Micah chapter 4 and Micah chapter 5, Ezekiel chapter 11, Ezekiel chapter 37, Jeremiah chapter 3, Jeremiah 22 and 23, Jeremiah 30 all the way to 31. I'm 33, Jeremiah 30 to 33. Those are all like quintessential prophecies of the Messiah or the Messianic age. Same with Ezekiel 36 and Zechariah chapter 8. Also, I would include all of 2nd Isaiah, which is referring to what's going to happen after the Babylonian captivity during this, Messianic age.
Right. So I'm going to rewind back a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason why I brought up Psalm 8, because I know you mentioned that's not going to be a prophecy, right?
Correct.
Reason why?
Because it's not a prophecy.
But what's the reason? What's the reason why that's not a prophecy?
Because there's not a prophecy contained within the text. It's a psalm. A psalm, by definition, is a psalm.
Okay, so did you think is it the star that the wise men the star that the wise men that they were following, is that a prophecy?
I think not only is it not a prophecy, but it's scientifically inaccurate. You cannot follow a star to a destination. It's quite literally impossible.
Okay, so if you were like a Jew in this current time, like what prophecies would you be looking at? Would you be looking for a star currently?
No.
What would you be looking for?
I would be looking for what is contained in Isaiah chapter 2, chapter 11, Micah chapter 4 and 5. In fact, Micah chapter 4 basically quotes from Isaiah because they're roughly contemporaneous. It says, in the days to come, the mountain of the Lord's temple will be established as the highest of the mountains and shall rise above the hills, and people will stream to it. Many nations will come and say, come, let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob, that we may walk in his paths. For out of Zion will go forth instruction and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. And he will judge between many peoples and arbitrate between strong nations far away. They will beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation will not lift up sword against nation, neither will they learn war anymore. So the Messianic age is an age of world peace.
And you don't think Jesus fulfilled peace?
Are people still learning war and going to war?
Well, yeah, but do you think that Jesus fulfilled that?
No, of course not.
All right, so if you turn to Luke chapter 2.
Okay. Which passage do you want to read? Which verse, I mean?
I think I've read this before on here. So Luke 2, verse 14.
If you've read it before on here, I assume it didn't go so well for you. I don't know why you're going back to a dry well. It says, glory to God in the highest heaven, and on earth peace among those whom he favors.
Right. So I believe
So
he fulfilled it for those that who he favored. Like so in what the point I'm getting at is he did fulfill that for Christians. So
incorrect. Christians have been at war since Jesus left the earth.
Which Christians have been at war?
Literally every Christian government has been at war. The Holy Roman Empire literally spread Christianity by the sword.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't call that like I wouldn't call that the Christians that he was giving peace to. But
so the first 1,500 years of the church, they were all fake Christians. The real Christians didn't come until the Reformation.
Yeah, I believe so.
Interesting. Well, listen to what it says. It literally says that nation will not lift up sword against nation, and they will not learn war anymore. It didn't say anything about Christians or God's chosen people being at peace. It says that literally they will beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks, meaning there will no longer be a need for weapons.
Right, and part of my argument, so he also mentions that he's gonna come for a second coming.
Well, Jesus says that, but nothing in the Old Testament says the Messiah is coming twice. If I came and I didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy, absolutely, I would say I'll do it when I come the next time. That's exactly what I would say.
Well, he did say that. So is there a timetable, like he can't do that again? Is there a timetable? Is there a reason why he can't come back to do that sort of thing?
Do what again? He didn't do anything yet.
No, I mean he
like
did
if he came and he fulfilled
before,
if he came and he fulfilled, I don't know, like half of the prophecies and then was like, hey, I'll do the rest later. I mean, maybe we'd have a conversation, but he came and did literally nothing. He came and did what anybody else could have done. He was born, he rode a donkey, and then he was unalived by the Romans.
Yeah, I think he came for a spiritual reason. Which again, is says for those who came in his favor, right?
Yeah, and that's exactly what I would say if I was a failed Messiah too. If I came and knew I wasn't going to fulfill the Messianic prophecies, I would just say dumb stuff like that. Well, I didn't come for you. I'll do it when I come the next time. Or my kingdom is a spiritual kingdom, not a real kingdom. Those are all lies I would tell people if I knew that I'm just a cult leader and I'm not actually the Messiah.
Okay, excuse me. I could give you another one here, another passage.
Sure.
All right. So, do you believe one of the prophecies is that he's going to be born in Bethlehem?
Yeah, that's Micah chapter 5.
Okay, was Jesus born in Bethlehem?
He was. Are you aware that there are hundreds of thousands of people? I'm sorry, many thousands of people that were born in Bethlehem?
Yeah, and he was one of those people, right?
Right, yeah.
So
well, you're getting ahead of yourself. Let's read Micah chapter 5 because The problem is you've read half of one sentence and you didn't read the rest of Micah chapter 5. It doesn't just say...
Yeah, let me get to that real quick.
Yeah, it doesn't say that a random bloke is going to come from Bethlehem. Thank you, Mac. I appreciate the roses. It says, but you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are of the little clans of Judah, from you will come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel, whose origins are from ancient of days. Thank you for the Knight's Helmet sign. I appreciate that. Yeah, so it doesn't say that a dude who's going to die by the Romans is going to come from Bethlehem. It says one who is to be a ruler in Israel. And if you read on in verse 5, it says he will be the one of peace. What do you mean the one of peace? Well, remember, Micah chapter 5 comes directly after what we just read in Micah chapter 4. In Micah chapter 4, it talks about the period of world peace where a nation will not learn war anymore. Thank you for whoever just subscribed. Again, my screen cut it off. I have no clue who it was, but I really appreciate that.
Algo sent you hand hearts, by the way.
Thank you, Kat. Oh, thank you, Algo. Thank you, Algo. I appreciate that. Yeah, so the prophecy is not about just like a dude, right, who was born in Bethlehem. It's about a king who was born in Bethlehem.
Yeah, well, I believe that Jesus was a king. You don't believe that Jesus was a king.
Can you show me even in the Bible where he was ever a king? Thank you, Don.
Well, you said it yourself. Like, so there were nations that bought Christianity to be their sole religion, correct?
Right, but can you show me where Jesus was ever a king?
Well, I mean, if the nation is ruling the people, based on his principles, wouldn't that make him the king of the nations?
No.
Right?
Incorrect.
They're all following, or at least how it's supposed to work is they're all supposed to be following his principles, his teachings, correct?
No, it doesn't make you a king. If that were true, then George Washington was a king.
See, it's funny you say that because, like, I do think the presidents have that sort of, like, I mean, they don't have that title, but they do have that type of position.
Tiny, rawr.
Right?
Yeah, so do you think that all the framers of the Declaration of Independence and our other founding documents, do you think that they were all kings too?
The founders of the documents? Yeah, in a sense. They were the I guess the ones that made the rules of that time period, right?
Yeah, I'm asking you, do you think Thomas Jefferson was a king?
But yeah, if he was the leader of the nation, sure, he doesn't have that title.
What about Benjamin Franklin?
What were Benjamin Franklin's teachings?
You're quite aware of them. In fact, Benjamin Franklin was like foundational to forming the laws and other things for our country, and of course, he was a signer of the U.S. Constitution. So we're following laws right now that in part only exist because of Benjamin Franklin. So does that mean Benjamin Franklin's a king?
All right. So it like in England, do they have a king and a queen?
You're pivoting. I'm asking you, was Benjamin Franklin a king?
Yes.
Yep. No, he wasn't.
See, yeah, because you're saying just because
no.
he didn't have that title, right?
All right, so just look up the definition of a king.
Yeah, I've looked it up several times here. I could give you a definition here.
Thank you, Lori, for $10 on Cash App. Thank you so much.
And W. Lori, a king is a male ruler of an independent state, especially one who inherits the position by right of birth. So Benjamin Franklin wasn't a king. He wasn't a co-regent. He wasn't a president. He was simply a guy who was influential in the founding of our country. That's it.
And can you read the second definition there?
Second definition is the most important chess piece of which each player has one, and which the opponent has to checkmate in order to win.
So, I mean, he is the most important.
No, he's not.
If he's making the piece, if he's making the rules, he's the most important piece there.
He's not the
right?
most important piece. Benjamin Franklin was not the most important
So
person.
who was the most important? Who was the most important person then?
Nobody was. It was a group effort.
No, you can't. You can't have nobody as the.
Yes, you can. It was a group effort. It's literally how democracy works. So there was no king. You're going through great mental gymnastics right now to just change the meaning of king, so you can say, no, Jesus really was a king, as long as king doesn't mean king.
Dustin, I'll give you an example here. So, is Hanji your queen?
Is Hanji in charge of this live, and do I call her a queen? Yes. Is Hanji a real queen? No.
So then why do you use the word queen in that sense?
Because it's a euphemism for her role within the live.
So I mean, I could do the same thing with Jesus, right?
No, you can't.
Why not?
Because it doesn't say somebody king-like. It doesn't say someone who's going to pretend to be a queen. It says a ruler, an actual king. Zechariah 9:9 says a king, a triumphant king, right?
Yeah. How do you know that's not what he was
just
talking about?
You just trying to say king doesn't mean king is a really depressing attempt to say that the prophecy is saying something it's not saying.
No, but I'm saying he very much so is a king. He's the one setting the rules there.
He's not.
Right?
He didn't set any rules.
Like Hanji, she sets the rules for this live.
He didn't.
So that makes her the queen of the live.
No, I set the rules for the live. She runs it.
My bad. So yeah, Deconstruction Justin makes the rules for the lives.
That's right.
So.
All right. So
same way that you make the rules for the live, like Jesus.
All right, so Jesus was never a king.
Our lives.
So right? Jesus was never a king. In fact, in John, when they tried to king him, he specifically ran away and refused to be kinged.
And he did say he was gonna come back to rule the nation.
That's literally what the king is supposed to do. A king is somebody who rules a nation or a group of people or the whole world.
Right. Which I mean, there's a lot of Christians out in the world, so.
But that doesn't make Jesus king.
Oh,
is Muhammad a king?
He's a king to whoever follows him, right?
He's not. He's a prophet.
But there's someone there, even in the Muslim religion. There's someone there whose rules that they're following, right?
Yes. Again, that doesn't make them a king.
It does make them a ruler, right?
You could be a prophet and a ruler, yes, but as it happens, he's dead, so he's not a king or a ruler.
But he was a ruler in that time.
Yeah, Muhammad actually was a ruler. He actually had charge over all of his minions, I guess you would say. He was a dictator in every definition of the word. Jesus was not, though. Jesus had 12 disciples. He had no kingdom or land. He didn't even have a home. He was homeless.
Just so we're clear, Justin, you're my king.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, so Jesus didn't even have a home, much less a kingdom.
Well, he did have a lot of followers and a lot of following after that.
I don't think he did, actually.
There are a lot of Christians in the world following him.
There are now.
His teachings.
That doesn't make him a king. There are a lot of people that are following Buddha. Buddha never ruled over anybody. Is he a king?
He is a ruler. Yeah,
he's not.
He's a king.
Again,
in a sense, he is.
He's not. He was a spiritual leader that people believed was speaking truth. He never ruled over anybody. He never had authority over a people group or a nation.
Yeah, I very much so disagree.
Well, you're not disagreeing with me. You're disagreeing with words.
Yeah. I'm disagreeing with the with the terminology.
That king means king.
You're using king as like the ruler in the sense of like
of what nation. It means. Yeah, because that's what a king is. A king is someone who rules over a people group and a nation. And it says specifically in the Messianic prophecies of Isaiah 11 and Micah chapter 4 that during this Messianic period there will be world peace. The lion will lie down with the lamb.
Right, and I could always bring up the second coming. I know you're gonna you try to refute that.
Well, I don't have to refute it. It hasn't happened, right? So any prophecy that you say is going to be fulfilled in the future is by definition an unfulfilled prophecy.
I mean, he's getting pretty close though. Does he have somewhat of a check mark there?
No. Where is he? How do you know he's close?
All right. Well, he was born in Bethlehem, so yeah.
So
he's got to be born in Bethlehem.
Well, it doesn't say a random dude is born in Bethlehem. It says a ruler in Israel will be born in Bethlehem, and he will be the one of peace, referring to Micah chapter 4. So it's clearly not about Jesus.
I disagree just because I believe those that follow him, or like we mentioned before, those who come in his favor, I would say they have peace.
I don't think they have peace at all. In fact, Christians have been at war ever since Jesus. They're still at war.
What Christians are at war at the moment?
The Russian Orthodox Church, under the leadership of Putin.
Careful, baby.
Give me one moment.
Georgia, are you not aware that the official Church of Russia is Christian?
If they are, I don't know that. I'll look that up later. But yeah, I mean, I can't really speak on that.
Yeah,
it's definitely something I'll look up.
And the prophecy does not say that people who follow them will be at peace. It says, nation will not lift up sword against nation, and they will beat their swords into plowshares. That's what it says. So they won't even learn war anymore. They won't even have armies.
Right, and I think that's something that will still come to place.
So if it hasn't come to place, then again, it's just another unfulfilled prophecy.
Right. See, because we're looking at it at two different viewpoints. I believe that Jesus fulfilled some of the prophecies, and
I don't think he fulfilled any. You haven't shown me one yet.
I did. I showed you that he was going to be born in Bethlehem. That's part of that prophecy. Is it not?
Yeah, but anyone who has ever been born in Bethlehem after the lifetime of Micah fulfilled this prophecy. So congratulations. There's probably 10,000 messiahs out there right now.
Right, but like you said, he's got to fit the bill for.
That's right. He didn't fit the bill. According to the prophecy, just being born in Bethlehem is not enough. You need to be a ruler within Israel.
Which I think he was, but clearly
but he wasn't.
Disagree on that.
He quite literally wasn't. In fact, the rulers of Israel had him executed, and then they publicly mocked him as they were executing him.
And what did they put on his cross?
So I told you, they publicly mocked him as they were executing him.
But what
they put a crown of thorns on his head. They put a crown of thorns on his head, literally mocking him as king of the Jews, because he was never a king of anything.
Hey, what did they call him?
They called him the king of the Jews.
Oh, there we go. He was a king.
Jojo, I need you to listen very carefully. They called him king of the Jews as they mocked him with a crown of thorns. That's not an admission that he was the king of the Jews. They're literally making fun of him because he claimed to be a king.
Yeah, I believe he was. I mean, whether he was mocked or not, he did have like a set of principles. I'm gonna stop because we're going into circles with that. I could move on to another one.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, if Jesus was a ruler born in Bethlehem, would that give him the check there?
Yeah, if Jesus actually was a king, like he actually ruled over Israel as king, sat on the throne, then yes, we would say he fulfilled at least this prophecy. If you believe he was born in Bethlehem, which I don't really care if he is or he isn't.
Right. But yeah, that's the first one I tried to present to you. There's another one here. His ministry would begin in Galilee.
That's from what, Isaiah chapter 9 verses 1 and 2?
Yes, that's correct.
You're not gonna like this one either.
All right, we'll see. Justin, he was very much a ruler. I think
he was very much not a ruler. Not once. Zechariah 9:9 says he's going to be a king, an actual king. Doesn't say he's going to have disciples. If just having disciples makes you a ruler, then every rabbi that ever came before Jesus was a king. All right, so Isaiah 9 says, but there will be no gloom for those who were in anguish. In the former time, he brought into contempt the land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali. But in the latter time, he will make glorious the way of the sea, the land beyond the Jordan, Galilee of the nations. Do you know what's happening here? Do you know what Isaiah is talking about?
1 second. I'm sorry. So yeah, I'll reread it. So yeah, nevertheless, there will be no more gloom for those who were in distress in the past. He humbled the land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali, but in the future he will honor Galilee of the nations by the way of the sea beyond Jordan. The people walking in darkness have seen a great light. On those living in the land of deep darkness, a light has dawned. Right?
Yep. Do you know what this is referring to?
So
it's not about the Messiah.
What do you think that's about?
Well, I know what it's about. It's not what I think it's about. This is about the Assyrians coming through the land of Naphtali and Zebulun and decimating the 10 northern tribes of Israel. The gateway into northern Samaria was through Naphtali and Zebulun, through those two tribes, and they were decimated. And you can just read the first couple chapters of Isaiah to discover that.
Right.
And starting in chapter 9, you start seeing prophecies of restoration for those who were taken captive by the Assyrians and for those regions that were destroyed by the Assyrians. That's why it goes on in verse 3 and says, you have multiplied the nation and have increased its joy, and they rejoice before you with joy at the harvest. A people exult when dividing plunder. Who gets to divide plunder?
God.
No. Right. People who win the war. Thank you for the cowboy hat, Mac. I really appreciate that. Yeah, so dividing plunder is what you do when you successfully get military victory.
Right, but I'm assuming like the people that are in the military here, they're followers of like God, right?
No, this is just to Israel as a nation. It says, for the yoke of their burden and the bar across their shoulders, the rod of their oppressor. Who is the oppressor of Israel right now when this is being written?
Who is it? Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's Assyria, right?
Assyria, says, yeah, you mentioned that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it says, you have broken it as in the day of Midian. For the boots of the trampling warriors and the garments rolled in blood will be burned as fuel for the fire. So it's a vision of military defeat over their current enemies, the Assyrians.
Is Assyria, is that mentioned before?
It's mentioned, yeah, it's mentioned in chapter 7 and chapter 8, and it just so happens that chapter 9 is talking about King Hezekiah, and as it turned out, King Hezekiah was successful in making sure the Assyrians didn't gain a foothold in Judea.
Okay, so would you consider that a prophecy?
It's a prophecy about Israel, not Judah specifically, not falling to the Assyrians and having the northern tribes restored, but actually doesn't say anything about a Messiah. Right. So basically what's happened here, the reason why this particular prophecy is on the list, thank you, Timeless, is because another case of similar sounding words. Because listen to what it says. It says, he will make glorious the way of the sea, the land beyond the Jordan, Galilee of the nations. Basically, what they're saying is, well, because Jesus had a ministry in Galilee, we're just going to say this is about Jesus. Not because the context demands it, not because it makes sense, but because we have to find something to tie Jesus with the Old Testament. And so this is the best they got.
No, I think the similarities with when Jesus, like where his ministry was and that time, it's extremely similar, along with like the other
What's similar to what?
insights that so yeah, I mean I'll literally read, I guess, the second reference that's there, which would be Matthew
4:15 through 16. Yeah.
I'll
Shayna,
go
thank you
back
for the helmet.
from like 12 to 17.
Yeah. We all know what Matthew says. I'm asking you, just because there are some similarities in the wording, doesn't mean that is what the prophecy is actually talking about. The prophecy is talking about the military success of Israel and the vindication over the Assyrians. Thank you, Hamburger.
You don't think both? You don't think both could happen?
No.
Why not?
Because there is no second meaning here. There's only one meaning here, and the meaning is God. The meaning is what's in the text. What you're trying to say is, well, the text can mean something else, but you have no rationalization for that something else.
Yeah, that's absolutely what I'm saying.
I know that's what you're saying. There's no rationalization. What you're saying is, because Isaiah mentioned Galilee and because Jesus was in Galilee, that must mean he was the Messiah. But the text has nothing to do with the Messiah here.
Well, not only did he appear in Galilee, he also appeared in Bethlehem, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean that gives him
still zero
checks.
Still zero.
I'll give that.
So because Micah chapter 5,
that one.
Micah chapter 5 has nothing to do with Jesus because he wasn't a king or a leader, and Isaiah chapter 9 has quite literally nothing to do with the events of Jesus's lifetime. It's quite literally about how the nation that came through the north to decimate Israel are going to be defeated with the help of Yahweh.
Yeah, I really disagree that what was it? Yeah, I really disagree that Micah chapter 5 didn't have anything to do with Jesus, just because he was born in Bethlehem. So we can't like discount.
Well, yes, we can, because many thousands of people were born in Bethlehem. Merely being born in Bethlehem doesn't qualify you as fulfilling the prophecy.
But it does give.
So if I gave you a prophecy, right? Jojo, if I gave you a prophecy and said, on June 30th, the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to get into a big yellow bus and they're going to drive over to New York and they're going to beat the New York Giants 10-5.
They got a tough schedule, so I don't think they're going to do that this season.
I know, right? If the only thing that happens is that the Steelers get into a bus, but then they end up driving to a different location and then they end up losing and then they end up coming back, is that prophecy fulfilled just because the Steelers got into a bus?
If I say the Steelers are going into the bus, right? And they're going to beat the New York Giants, right? They never do that this season, but the following season they end up beating him. Is that still like a prophecy fulfilled?
No.
Why not?
Right, because the beginning of my prophecy was specific. I said before such and such date, right? So there's a time contingency.
Yeah, where's the time? Where's the time error at? I guess within this.
Yeah, the time error here is because we have
he doesn't give a time, does he?
Well, Jesus does, but the time error that you're committing with the Old Testament is you're assuming that there's two comings, and there's not, right? So the time that you need to be tied to is no later than the 1st century, because there's no second coming. There's not a single prophecy anywhere in the Old Testament that says there's going to be a Messiah that comes and then goes away and then comes back. Every prophecy about the Messianic age just says that it's going to happen.
But it never gives like a timeline between any of it, right?
Right, which is why they're unfulfilled. But if you believe that Jesus is the Messiah, then Jesus's life is that timeline, but he's no longer here. He's dead.
And it would have to be for, I guess, whatever you accept to be, or not. Sorry, I kind of phrased that wrong. So it would have to be based on whatever's like true and authenticated, right?
I would think so. You can't just make stuff up. I mean,
right,
I know Christians do it, but we're not doing that here.
Justin, you're not gonna like this. I have mentioned this before. So yeah, the miracles that Jesus did perform do give him a sense of authentication there.
Oh wait, so you're switching from prophecies to miracles? Is that what you're doing?
Not necessarily.
Well,
what I'm saying is
they're entirely different topics. Let me know when you want to switch.
I think they're congruent in a sense.
No, they're not.
I believe they are.
They're not. Deuteronomy 13 literally says that prophets will come, false prophets will come and perform signs and have dreams that come true. So just performing a miracle doesn't qualify you whatsoever to be the Messiah.
But again, you got to add like the total of like everything that's gone on, right?
Nothing's gone on. He came. He supposedly healed some people.
He came in Bethlehem. He came in Bethlehem.
Right, along with thousands of other people.
Right, and he's also done a lot of things that were similar to what was supposed to, or with what transpired in the Old Testament.
Like what? Right. Name one.
The sacrifice of a lamb.
Thank you, Mac. That's not a prophecy. And all he did was die. Simon Bar Kokhba died. Does that make him the Passover lamb?
Simon Bar Kokhba wasn't born in Bethlehem?
I actually don't know, but I know that he was accepted by the Jews as the Messiah. Even the great Rabbi Akiva pronounced him to be the Messiah.
Well, if he was born in Bethlehem,
we literally have coins saying Simon Bar Kokhba, Prince of Israel.
So, I mean, some people believe that he was the Messiah, right?
Yeah, except he was actually a leader over Israel.
Right. So, but where does the problem lie with him?
Well, he's dead.
I mean, that's not the direction that I was going with that. So he might have been a ruler, but like you said, just because you do the one thing doesn't make you, I guess it doesn't make you fulfill the prophecy.
Oh, so Simon Bar Kokhba is not allowed to be the Messiah because he didn't fulfill all the prophecies, but Jesus is the Messiah, even though he didn't fulfill any prophecies.
Right. I believe Jesus was way more credible in that sense. Jesus did a lot. He fulfilled a lot more than, like, especially if
he didn't fulfill anything yet. You haven't shown me one thing he's fulfilled.
That's not fair, because like even if he wasn't a ruler, I mean, he was still born in Bethlehem. He still started his ministry in Galilee.
So the prophecy of Isaiah is not about a ministry in Galilee. The prophecy of Isaiah chapter 9 is about the restoration of the northern tribes.
I'm sorry, Lee, I lost my train of thought there, but
just similar sounding words on a page is not a fulfilled prophecy. If that's the case, I have a whole list of prophecies that I fulfilled. I've been documenting them. You want to see how I'm the Messiah?
Yeah, I would like to see that list there.
All right, so first one, Isaiah 65:9 says, "I will bring forth descendants." I've done that. Boom, fulfilled.
Okay.
Jeremiah 4:31, "I heard the cry of a woman in labor, in anguish, as if one bringing forth her first child." Did that twice. Boom, fulfilled. Isaiah 16:3, "Hide the outcasts and do not betray the fugitives. I've actually had to do that twice as well. Boom, fulfilled.
Did Jesus do any of those?
I don't think so.
He did.
Did Jesus bring forth descendants?
Well,
the answer is no.
Christians are always
the answer is no. So
I
fulfilled more prophecies than Jesus already.
Children.
I fulfilled more prophecies than Jesus already. Micah 2:11. I will preach to you of wine and strong drink. Everyone here knows, if you're a member of the Kraken crew, what everyone's favorite strong drink is around here. Let them hear it. Jeremiah 13:1. Go and buy yourself a linen loincloth and put it on your loins, but do not dip it into the water. As it turns out, I've never worn my undies in the water ever. And it happens to be that they're all made from linen. So there's another prophecy fulfilled. As far as I can tell, I've fulfilled like 5 more prophecies than Jesus did.
Okay, but were you born in Bethlehem?
I don't need to be. I fulfilled the other prophecies.
Did you start a ministry in Galilee?
Well, again, Isaiah 9 has nothing to do with the ministry in Galilee. Nothing. You're just inserting ministry into the prophecy. It has nothing to do with that.
I mean, Matthew does say different, but
well, Matthew's a liar who didn't know his Old Testament.
See,
show me in Isaiah chapter 9 where it says the Messiah will have a ministry in Galilee.
All right, give me one moment. I'm pulling up the verse here. So he will honor.
I'm literally fulfilling Isaiah 48:6 right now in your presence. You're watching a miracle right now. Everyone here, guys, you're witnessing a miracle of prophecy fulfillment. Isaiah 48:6. From this time forward, I will make you hear new things, hidden things that you have not known. And I'm up here educating y'all on the prophecies right now, fulfilling it in your very eyes. I am the Messiah.
Justin, you weren't born in Bethlehem.
It doesn't matter. It's a metaphor. Well, Bethlehem doesn't mean Bethlehem.
You got to see like where
Bethlehem's Jojo. Bethlehem's figurative. You've already told me that words don't have to have literal meanings. Bethlehem. So Bethlehem doesn't mean actual Bethlehem.
We have to add up the evidences.
Yeah, the evidence is that I'm the Messiah, and you're going to burn in hell if you just don't admit that I'm the Messiah.
So yeah, once you get reborn in Bethlehem, then I'll believe you as Justin.
Bethlehem's a metaphor. Do you know what Bethlehem means?
I don't know what Bethlehem means. I know the location of Bethlehem.
Bethlehem means house of bread or house of food. I actually learned to cook bread growing up. In fact, there were 8 children. Not only that, and my father was a farmer.
And you were born in a house of bread?
So my mom was a baker, and my father was a farmer. I quite literally grew up in a house of food. Bethlehem.
Were you born in that house?
Bethlehem is a metaphor for the house I grew up in.
But were you born in that house?
It doesn't say anything about being born.
Let me see.
It says, "From you will come forth." See how easy it is to make somebody the Messiah when words don't have meanings?
No, like you got to take it.
When everything's a metaphor, you can make the words mean anything you want them to.
Yeah, but again, you're not gonna like this, but the difference.
It says, "But you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are of the little clans of Judah, from you will come for me one who is to rule in Israel."
Yeah, but all the evidences have to add up.
Thank you, Red. I just gave you the evidence. I gave you 5 different prophecies, at least, that I fulfilled, and I already explained to you that Bethlehem is a reference to my ancestral house, the house that I grew up in. What more do you need? If you would not believe Moses and the prophets, you won't believe me. You'll get no sign other than the sign of Jonah.
Yeah, I mean, I do disagree with that. Because again, you didn't set forth rules, like you don't.
I did. According to you, I'm a king. I have a child. I had to rule over my own household. And it turns out I was a pastor, which means I ruled over the people in my ministry, just like Jesus ruled over his people. So again,
Justin, are you
I'm a
claiming to be
king.
God?
No, I'm a king. I'm the Messiah.
So I mean, you didn't perform any miracles.
Yes, I did.
So I don't believe you, Justin. What miracle did you
I've
perform?
healed people literally here in this chat. Guys, put a 1 in the chat if you've been healed by me.
Remember, you also got me pregnant with the Holy Spirit.
That's right. And I knocked up Hanji without even having to consummate. Look at all these ones. These are people that I healed.
I don't know, Justin.
27 of them, 29 of them, 33 of them, 43 of them, 52 people, 61 people. Look at all these people that felt the healing power of Messiah Justin.
See, there you go. I mean, those people, they believe you as I guess the Lord, the Messiah.
And that makes me a king, which means I fulfilled the prophecy.
I mean, you just haven't presented proper evidences to me. I didn't see.
What more evidence do you need? The people are here telling you that I'm their king.
Were you sold for 30 pieces of silver?
That's not a prophecy about the Messiah.
Can we look at it?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So it's Zechariah, right? 11, 12 to 13.
Yeah. All right. Before we read Zechariah, do you know what's happening in chapter 11 at all?
No, I just have the passage here.
I know. You haven't read Zechariah. You just read somebody's proof text on it, right?
Yeah, I have the proof reference here. Yep.
Right. Okay. So in Zechariah chapter 11, the prophet is commanded to become a shepherd, which is in this particular passage a metaphor for being a leader of both sheep and people within his people group. And he's told to take 2 different staves representing the northern tribes and the southern tribes, Israel and Judah. And then he's basically going to act something out. So with that in mind, let's read it. Thus saith the Lord my God, be a shepherd of the flock that is doomed to slaughter. This is a metaphor for the people that God is saying are doomed to slaughter. Those who buy them, unalive them and go unpunished. Those who sell them say, blessed be the Lord, for I have become rich, and their own shepherds have no pity upon them. For I have no longer have pity on the inhabitants of the earth, says the Lord. I will cause them, every one, to fall, each into the hand of a neighbor, and each into the hand of a king. And they will devastate the earth, and I will deliver no one from their hand. So, on behalf of the sheep merchants, I became a shepherd of the flock doomed to slaughter, just like God told him to. I took 2 staves, and I named one favor, and I named and the other I named unity. And I tended the sheep. In 1 month I disposed of 3 shepherds, for I had become impatient with them, and they also detested me. I said, I will not be your shepherd. What is it to die? What is to die? Just let it die. And what is to be destroyed? Let it be destroyed. And let those that are left devour the flesh of one another. I took my staff favor and I broke it, annulling the covenant that I made with all the people. So it was annulled on that day. And the sheep merchants who were watching me knew that it was the word of the Lord. And I said to them,
where are you reading?
I'm reading you the context. Then
I'm sorry, what's the passage?
I'm literally right about to read the passage you want me to read. And okay. So it says, so they knew it was the word of the Lord. I then said to them, if it seems right to you, give me my wages, but if not, keep them. So they weighed out my wages as 30 shekels of silver. Then the Lord said to me, throw it into the treasury, this lordly price at which I was valued by them. So I took the 30 pieces of silver and I threw them into the treasury of the house of the Lord. Then I broke my second staff, unity, annulling the family ties between Judah and Israel. So the whole chapter is a performative prophecy about God, who is basically saying, since you have broken my covenant, I'm going to allow both Judah and Israel to be destroyed by their enemies. I'm abandoning my post as the shepherd of my people.
Okay, and you don't think that Jesus did that?
Not at all. Because this isn't a prophecy about a Messiah. It's not a prophecy about anybody. It's literally a prophecy about what's going to happen to them shortly in the future.
Yeah, and where we disagree, just because something happens like shortly after doesn't mean that it can't happen again.
That's not how prophecy works.
I mean, I disagree.
Okay, so first of all, the 30 pieces of silver is not something that somebody is being paid to betray the shepherd. Thank you, Benny, for the night. Just literally read the whole chapter. In the chapter, the person who is weighed out the 30 shekels and the person who throws the 30 shekels back is the shepherd. It's not about anybody being betrayed for 30 pieces of silver whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree.
Well, I'll just read it for you again. Okay, so it says, so it was annulled on that day, and the sheep merchants who were watching me knew that it was the word of the Lord. Then I said to them, who's speaking when he says, I said to them?
Is it God?
No. Zechariah. So it says, I, Zechariah, said to them, if it seems right to you, give me my wages. If not, keep them. Why did Zechariah forfeit his wages?
Yeah, I'm not really sure.
Because he abandoned his post as the shepherd. In the beginning of the passage, God instructed Zechariah to become the shepherd over the flock that was doomed to slaughter. And then, after he does so, he abandons his post. That's in verse 9. So I said, I will not be your shepherd. What is to die? Just let it die. And what is to be destroyed? Let it be destroyed. So he abandons his post as shepherd. And because he abandons his post, he says, listen, if you want to pay me, go ahead and pay me. And then they weigh out the shekels and he abandons the payment anyways. So no one's being betrayed here. See, this is what happens when you just read the New Testament and it randomly plucks quotations from the Old Testament out of context and calls it a prophecy fulfillment. You have to go back and actually read in context what the prophecies are actually saying, or else you're not going to have any clue. And that's literally one of the main reasons why I'm no longer a Christian, because I had a friend of mine challenge me to go back and read the prophecies without interpreting it through the lens of the New Testament. And it just became clear that the New Testament authors were just using random quotations completely out of context because they had nothing else. They had no other way to demonstrate that Jesus was the Messiah. So they just went back to the Old Testament and found whatever similar sounding words they could find.
Yeah, I don't believe that was the case.
It definitely was the case, because you can't find one prophecy, not even one, where the original context of the prophecy is talking about the Messiah being Jesus.
I believe I could.
Well, we haven't done it yet.
We did partially.
No. You don't get credit for partially fulfilling a prophecy. I rode a donkey. Did I partially fulfill Zechariah 9:9?
Yeah, but you gotta take the other
No, you don't,
account.
Jojo. According to your own logic, I don't have to. Jojo, listen. According to your logic, all I have to do is fulfill part of it, and I rode a donkey, which means I fulfilled Zechariah 9:9.
Yeah, you get points there.
All right. So why is there special pleading when I fulfill prophecies? You don't like it. All of a sudden, I need to fulfill the whole thing, and I need to do it in context. But when Jesus does it, it's perfectly fine.
Because yeah, Jesus fulfilled a lot more
But he didn't.
coherency.
He didn't fulfill any.
Old Testament than you have.
He didn't fulfill any.
Yeah, I disagree. But...
Well, you can disagree all day, but you haven't demonstrated one that he fulfilled.
All right, how about Jeremiah 23?
Jeremiah 23 is going to be painful.
Can I just say we really need a Justin eye squint emoji? Please make that happen.
Oh, is that a thing? Oh no.
No, we see whenever there's certain things that are said, and you do your little eye squint, like that needs to be an emoji.
Maybe I do squint a lot, don't I?
I think
so.
It's trouble.
What part of Jeremiah 23 do you think Jesus fulfilled?
Jeremiah 5. I'll start with verse 1, but we go to verse 6.
Jeremiah 23?
Yes, yep.
All right, go for it.
All right, so it says, woe be unto the pastors that destroy and scatter the sheep of my pasture.
Wait, Jeremiah, do you say Jeremiah 23:5?
23, 1 to 5.
Okay, there we go. 23.
That, yeah, that's what tripped me up earlier. I'm reading a different version here. Woe be unto the pastors. Excuse me. Woe be unto the pastors that destroy and scatter the sheep of my pasture, saith the Lord. Therefore, thus saith the Lord God of Israel, against the pastors that feed my people, ye have scattered my flock and driven them away.
Oh, Agape mo, I don't know what I did.
You did something.
Yeah, it threw me off. And I'll back up a little bit. You still there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah, verse 2. Therefore, thus saith the Lord, God of Israel, against the pastors that feed my people, ye have scattered my flock and driven them away, and have not visited them. Behold, I will visit upon you the evil of your doing, saith the Lord, and I will gather the remnant of my flock out of all countries whither I have driven them, and will bring them again to their folds, and they shall be fruitful and increase. And I will set up shepherds over them, which shall feed them, and they shall fear no more, nor be dismayed, neither shall they be lacking, saith the Lord. Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will rise unto David a righteous branch, and the king shall reign and prosper, and shall execute judgment and justice in the earth. In his day Judah shall be saved, and Israel shall dwell safely, and this his name whereby he shall be called the Lord our righteous. So then if you go to John chapter 10, right, it says, my sheep, so verse 27, it says, my sheep hear my voice, I know them and they follow me. I give them eternal life, and they will never perish. No one will snatch them out of my hand. What my Father has given me is greater than all else, and no one will snatch it out of the Father's hand. The Father and I are one.
Thank you, Mac. Yeah, that has literally nothing to do with what you just read in Jeremiah. Jeremiah talks about the restoration of the Israelites and the Judeans. Listen to what it says. It says, the days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will raise up for David a righteous branch, and he will reign as king, never happened, and deal wisely and execute justice and righteousness in the land. What land is that? The land of Israel. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Israel will live in safety. And this is the name by which he will be called. The Lord is our righteousness. None of that happened under Jesus. And it says back in verse 3, said, I will myself gather the remnant of the flock out of the lands that I have driven them. Well, during Jesus's lifetime in the first century, the exact opposite of that happened. The Jews were literally driven from the land. By 136 AD, under Domitian, they chased all the Jews out of the land, and they literally renamed it Palestine to mock them. And made it illegal to even own Jewish writings. So
and you're saying that happened during Jesus' time?
So the Jewish people were not restored anywhere near Jesus' time period. In fact, the opposite of that happened.
Well, again, the Jewish people of that time, they rejected Jesus, right?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't say if they reject it, I'll change my mind. That's not at all what it says. It says in that day, this is what's going to happen, right? So they rejected Jesus because he wasn't a king and he didn't fulfill any prophecies. That's why they rejected
I'm pretty
Jesus.
sure there's a prophecy. It shows that Jesus will be rejected by his people as well.
There's
right?
not.
I think there is. Let me look
There's
it up
not.
real quick.
But even if first of all there's not, but even if there was, that's a side quest. Let's talk about Jeremiah 23 still yet. Jeremiah 23 literally prophesies the restoration of the people of Israel, right?
Yeah, I'm bringing it up because you said,
and it says that they will be restored from the nations by which they were driven, but none of that happened. Now this prophecy is quoted a second time in Jeremiah 33, and Jeremiah 33 is even more telling. Let's read Jeremiah 33. Jeremiah 33 says, "The days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. In those days, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he will execute justice and righteousness in the land. And in those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in security. And this is the name by which it will be called. The Lord is our righteousness. For thus saith the Lord, David will never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests will never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings and to make grain offerings and to make sacrifices for all time." So
yeah, what's your problem with that?
So not only is there going to be a Messiah sitting on the throne of King David,
which Jesus did say he was going to do,
but he never did. Yeah. Right? So again, if it's something that he did not do, then by definition, it's an unfulfilled prophecy. And it also says that the Levitical priesthood is going to be restored, and they're going to offer sacrifices and offerings again in the temple, just like they did previously under the law of Moses. Right? But according to the New Testament, Jesus did away with all that. It says in verse 18, "The Levitical priests will never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings and to make grain offerings and to make sacrifices for all time."
Right. So do Jews, do they do sacrifices?
The Samaritans do. The Jews don't.
What type of sacrifices do the Samaritans do?
Animal sacrifices.
Where is this at?
At Mount Gerizim.
Mount Gerizim. I'll have to look that up.
Mm-hmm.
But the majority of Jews, they don't do sacrifices, right?
No, because they're waiting for the temple to be restored.
Right. So who's right in that sense?
Well, everyone's wrong, because the prophecy never came true in any time period whatsoever. Now, according to the Jews, at least they have a leg to stand on, because the Jews can say, well, it hasn't come true yet. And that may be true. The problem with Christianity is it didn't come true, but it needed to come true when the Messiah was alive.
Which was 2,000 years ago.
Yeah.
when Jesus was alive.
Exactly.
He died on the cross for us.
No, he died for sedition and for being dumb.
All right, but it mentions he died for our sins. So
no, the New Testament says that. The Old Testament doesn't say anything about that. So again, the New Testament is just inventing theology.
I mean, I disagree because
well, show me in the Old Testament where it says the Messiah is going to die for your sins.
Like those following God in Israel, like they did sacrifices for a reason, right?
Yeah, because God commanded them to do it. And what does it say in Leviticus 16 on the Day of Atonement? It says this is an everlasting statute for you. Everlasting means forever.
Right.
Sandra, thank you for the bear.
And Jesus is forever, right?
He's not. He's dead.
If he's apparently in the Gospels, he's resurrected. There's a God that
If he resurrected,
again,
then why isn't he here?
again
See,
in the Gospels,
that's the
he's
thing.
also
If somebody was smart, like they were part God and they resurrected, the thing that they would do to prove that they resurrected is they wouldn't disappear. They would stay here.
I got to release the crack and agape mo. I'll be back. Thank you, Mac. Thank you, Nick. It's so good to see you, my Antichrist.
that's not necessarily true.
It definitely is true. If somebody didn't resurrect from the dead, but I wanted to convince them that they resurrected from the dead, I would absolutely say, well, after they resurrected, obviously they ascended into heaven, and therefore you have no proof. That's not good.
So yeah, the principle there. So let's say I'm gonna go back to the miracles here real quick, just to prove a point. So let's just say.
Okay, so you want to move away from prophecies?
No. This just to make a point here. So let's say
miracles and prophecies are different categories.
How so?
Because they're completely unrelated. Because there's no prophecy that says the Messiah is going to do miracles. In fact, the Old Testament explicitly warns us against people who do such things.
Did God do miracles in the Old Testament?
Yep.
So why can't
Yahweh did miracles, and then he sent his prophets to do miracles. But he also said that he would send false prophets to test them, and those false prophets will have them or encourage them to worship gods that they have not known and abandon the law of Moses, which ironically is exactly what Jesus did. Because as it turns out, Jesus is not Yahweh.
If God could do miracles, then why couldn't, like, even the ruler that's supposed to come, why wouldn't he be allowed to do miracles? Right?
I'm not saying he's not allowed to. I'm saying it's irrelevant. The prophecies about the Messiah have nothing to do with him healing people of blindness. The prophecies about the Messiah are about him restoring the Israelites to their promised land.
Right, but if they reject him, then
the prophecies don't say anything about rejection. Not a single messianic prophecy says, I'm going to do this unless you reject me. If you read like Deuteronomy 28 through 32, and you read the contingency punishments and whatnot, God is clear. Anytime there is a contingent command, he tells you what the contingencies are.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, when God says, I will do something, that means he will do it. If God says, I will do it on such and such contingencies, then that means he'll do it on such and such contingencies. Like when
he never sets a time.
He does. So in Deuteronomy 28 through 32 and Leviticus chapter 26, he gives out clear punishments and says, if you don't obey these laws, in fact, when you don't obey these laws, this is exactly what's going to happen. But we don't see that in the Messianic prophecies. In the Messianic prophecies, he just says, I'm going to do it. That's why he says in Jeremiah 32, I will bring them back to this place and I will settle them safely, and they will be my people, and I will be their God, and I will give them one heart and one way, and they will fear me for all time. And he goes on, he says, I will make an everlasting covenant with them and never draw back from doing good to them. But that didn't happen. Good things didn't happen to Israel when Jesus came. Bad things happened to Israel.
But again, they rejected him during that time.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't say that. It does not say, I'm going to gather them. I'm going to rescue them. I'm going to do nothing but good things to them. Only if they accept my Messiah. Didn't say that. You have to add that to the text.
All right. So if we go to Isaiah 53, verse 3.
You're not going to like this one. So the suffering servant is...
you're going to...
So the suffering servant is the nation of Israel. You want to do the fast track or the slow track through this one?
We'll do the extremely slow track. I gotta get to that passage as well.
I cover Isaiah 53. I want to say almost every time I'm live. So I don't think this is going to
there's
go.
got to be
I don't think this
something
is going to be as
important
fun for you as you think it is.
It's got to be very important. If it's on every one of your lives, then
It's
gotta be very
important because most Christians, this is literally the only prophecy they know. So who is the servant? The servant is the nation of Israel. How do I know this? Because the prophet identifies the servant as the nation of Israel 8 or 9 times prior to this chapter. In Isaiah 41, 8 and 9, he says, "But you, Israel, my servant, Jacob, whom I have chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, who I took from the furthest ends of the earth and called from its furthest corners, saying that you are my servant. I have chosen you and not cast you off." So in Isaiah 41, 8 through 9, Israel is called the servant. Isaiah 43:10 says, "You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant, whom I have chosen." And then Isaiah 44, 1 through 2, "Hear now, O Jacob, my servant, and Israel, whom I have chosen." Isaiah 44:21, "Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel, you are my servant." And then Isaiah 45:4, "For the sake of my servant Jacob and Israel my chosen, I call you by name." Isaiah 48:20, "Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy and proclaim it. Send it forth to the ends of the earth and say that the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob." So the servant is Israel, it's Jacob, and the specific context is that God is rescuing his servant from the Babylonian captivity. And then once he rescues them from that captivity, he's going to restore them to glory. And it's going to be such a magnificent feat that the nations of the earth are going to come to Israel to worship the God of Israel. That's why it says in Isaiah 55, "The nations that do not know you will run to you, because the Lord your God, the Holy One of Israel, has glorified you."
Okay, and Jesus can't do any of those things?
No, unless Jesus is the nation of Israel.
He was born there, right?
Jesus, in fact, is not a nation. He's a person. So this is just another case of words have meanings.
Yeah, I mean, but it's insanely similar.
It's not similar at all.
Very much so.
It's actually not similar at all. What they did is they said, "Hey, how can we find a way to make our suffering and dead Messiah legitimate?" They said, "Well, let's just find somebody in the Old Testament. Let's find anything we can in the Old Testament that talks about suffering, and then we'll just apply it to Jesus. We'll make up a whole theology about it." So the prophet himself, God speaks through Isaiah and says that Jacob and Israel is his servant. I have no reason to believe that there's a second unnamed mysterious servant that somehow just applies to Isaiah chapter 53, but not the other chapters. That's like Messiah of the gaps.
Yeah, I mean, what it seems like, at least, from my perspective, what you're thinking is, so Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, they had a starting point. They see Jesus do certain things that are extremely similar to things that have perspired, excuse me, in the Old Testament.
Like what?
Right? Like even there are several, like literally this one that we just mentioned here, right?
Like what? What did Jesus do that would qualify him as the Messiah?
No, so what I'm saying is Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, right? They mention several things. Like you're saying they're looking back at the Old Testament, seeing what Jesus did, right?
No, what they're doing is they're looking at what happened to Jesus, and they're going back to the Old Testament to find anything they can do to validate what's happening, because what's happening is contradictory to the other messianic prophecies. In fact, if you try to insert Jesus into Isaiah 53, it's a complete contradiction of what the other prophecies say, because none of the other prophecies say anything about a dying Messiah. However, there's lots of prophecies in the Old Testament that talk about Israel being the servant of God and Israel being punished.
Thank you, Mateo, for extending your subscription, my darling.
Yeah, but where we disagree is
my interpretation follows the context of the rest of the Old Testament. Your interpretation ignores the context of Isaiah and contradicts
Not
all the rest of the Old Testament.
not necessarily, because what
100%
I believe
necessarily.
is I believe both things could be true at the same
Incorrect.
time. That's not incorrect. Like,
thank you, Original. I appreciate the.
I have to. Yeah, I'll have to
No,
think
it's
of an
100%
example there.
incorrect. Yeah, Isaiah 53. If you interpret it about the Messiah, which is not, there's nothing said here about a Messiah. The only people in the Old Testament, other than the nation of Israel, that are ever called servants are the prophets of God.
Was Jesus considered a prophet?
Some people consider him a prophet, but it had nothing to do with being a Messiah.
So then how does he not fit?
It has nothing to do with being the Messiah. If being a prophet makes you the Messiah, then Moses was a Messiah, Isaiah was a Messiah, Jeremiah was a Messiah.
Again, those other people, they didn't die for our sins.
Well, again, there's no prophecy saying the Messiah is going to die for your sins. Right? So you're just making up prophecies now.
No, that's where my evidences lie. So
you don't have any evidence yet. Jesus died.
I've listed
Jesus died just like many other Jewish leaders like him. So how do you know that Simon Bar Kokhba didn't die for your sins?
Did he say that he was going to die for our sins?
I don't know, but he did. Does somebody have to announce they're going to die for your sins for them to die for your sins?
No, but they'll have to do several.
Oh, there you go.
What I'm saying,
so Simon Bar Kokhba is the Messiah, according to you. He died for your sins.
No, because what I'm saying, he has to do several things. Like Simon Bar Kokhba, he wasn't born in Bethlehem. He didn't.
How do you know
perform the miracles?
How do you know where he was born?
I don't. I'll have to look it up. I could tell you real quick. I could look it up and tell you.
Maybe he was born in Bethlehem. And again, there's no prophecy about miracles. I don't know why you keep going back to that dry well. There's not a single prophecy saying the Messiah is going to perform a bunch of healing miracles.
No, but so if all right, so let's say, I don't know, you flew to the moon, right, or something like that, right? If I see you just like flying in the air, right, that would give me some attention, or that would get my attention very well, correct?
Yeah, if I was floating in the clouds,
right,
that would get your attention, because as it turns out, people don't generally float.
Right. But let's say, yeah, you floated like really, really high in the air, and you witnessed that, right? Would that get your attention?
Again, anybody floating in the air is going to get people's attention because people don't float.
Right. So then what's the following thing that you do after that? You ask them questions, right?
No, you can't ask somebody questions when they're levitating in the clouds.
All right. Once they come back down, do you ask them some questions after that?
Yeah, you would, but that's not analogous. Jesus didn't float in the clouds and then come back.
And you would try to figure out, like, all right, how did they do that sort of
Jojo, listen to what I'm saying. That's not analogous. Jesus didn't float in the clouds and then come back down. Jesus, according to his disciples, floated in the clouds and then went out of sight. And for some reason, this man who floated into the clouds in the sight of all of Galilee, or at least in front of the men of Galilee, yet not a single secular source wrote about it. Not a single source from the first century said, hey, this really weird thing happened. Some dude was literally just floating into the clouds.
I mean, how many accounts do you need to have?
I would have took one account.
There's four of them.
If literally one secular source said, hey, there's this guy floating in the clouds.
Why do they have to be secular?
Because Jesus' followers all copied the same story. They all copied from the book of Mark and from the Q document. They are not three independent witnesses. In fact, Matthew we have no evidence that Matthew wrote Matthew. Luke didn't witness anything. Luke was not a disciple. John definitely didn't write the book of John because the authors are plural and they call themselves out on two separate occasions. And he definitely, we absolutely know that Mark, actually we don't know if Mark wrote Mark, but what we do know is Mark wasn't a disciple. Okay, so Mark and Luke both were not eyewitnesses. John didn't write John, and Matthew most certainly didn't write Matthew. So, yeah, the eyewitness is irrelevant.
Yeah, I don't. I'll have to look up those claims. Like I
Well, it's
don't
true.
have
Who's
I
Luke?
don't have a lot of information on like who wrote which book.
Yeah, who's
I
Luke
don't know.
though?
I don't know where your sources are coming
Right,
from
but
for that.
who's Luke?
See, I would say the author of Luke, but what you
Well,
just said is
maybe Luke
completely
is the author of Luke, but who is
different
he?
from that. Why? Yeah, why are you asking?
Because I've got a really good point. So, do you know who Luke was?
An evangelist?
No, he was a traveling companion of Paul.
Okay.
Okay. So, Luke was not an eyewitness to anything. Luke was the one who is credited with writing the book of Acts, where it talks about the ascension of Jesus going up into the clouds. So, Luke is literally the only one who records this particular event. And Luke was not even there. Luke was not a witness to anything.
I'm going to fact check that. I'll give you the consensus for now, just for time's sake. But yeah, I mean, what about the other three? Mark, Luke, or Mark, Matthew, John?
They don't record it.
No, but they've recorded several other things that Jesus did, right?
They don't record the ascension.
They recorded him. Did they not record him walking on water, feeding 5,000 people?
Yeah, that's the other thing. Do you think if a dude fed 5,000 people, we wouldn't have more than one written account?
Not necessarily. There's one written account of a lot of things.
So let me do some quick math, right? So there's 5,000 people. The literacy rate was about 7%. So do 5 times 0.07.
Why write multiple?
So that means of the 5,000 that were fed, 350 of those people were literate. They could read and write, which means they could have documented their experience. And trust me, if you saw somebody feeding 5,000 people with like 2 fish and a loaf of bread, not only are you going to tell somebody about it, but you're going to write it down. But none of that happened. See, so that's the problem.
Based on the account, a lot of people in that time after these events, they were literally like following, like.
No, they weren't. In fact, in John chapter 6, almost all of them left Jesus. In fact, in John chapter 6, he says, "You follow me because you want to be fed."
Right, but they were still following during that time, right?
Yeah, and they all left Jesus, all of them. So, and none of them wrote about their experience.
What was the problem? Why'd they stop following?
Because they didn't like his teaching. Have you not read John 6?
Yeah, my point is, like, so the accounts that they did, right? The accounts that they the accounts that they wrote.
So John chapter 6, he feeds 5,000. Sometime after this, Jesus crossed the far shore of the Sea of Galilee, that is the Sea of Tiberias, and a great crowd of people followed him because they saw the signs that he had performed by healing the sick. Then Jesus went up on a mountainside and sat down with his disciples. The Jewish Passover festival was near. Then Jesus looked up and saw a great crowd coming towards him, and he said, "Philip, where shall we buy bread for these people to eat?" And he asked this only to test him, for he already had in mind what he was going to do. Philip answered him, "It would take more than a half a year's of wages to buy enough bread for each of us to have a bite." Another of his disciples, Andrew, Simon Peter's brother, spoke up. "Here is a boy with 5 small barley loaves and 2 small fish, but how far will they go among so many?" So Jesus said, "Have the people sit down." And there was plenty of grass in the place, and they sat down. About 5,000 men were there, which means there were probably even more women, maybe even children. Jesus took the loaves, gave thanks, and distributed it to those who were seated as much as they wanted, and he did the same with the fish. So over 5,000 people quite literally were fed with the bread on that day. And then all of them, literally all of them, abandoned Jesus except for his disciples.
They did that right after?
Same day.
A question.
Same day.
Did they? So, like, why were they there before?
Why? Because it literally says because he was healing people.
Right.
It says a great crowd of people followed him because they saw the signs that he had performed, healing the sick. Right.
Right. So yeah, they see the miracles that he performed. They follow him, see what he was about, right?
And then they abandon him.
Right. So if they abandon him, why would they be the ones writing? Like, why would they write extra accounts on this?
Because it doesn't matter if they abandoned him or followed him. If you witness somebody feeding 5,000 people, it's going to get documented. Even if you don't document it
seems
personally.
Like it was.
So it wasn't.
Like it was documented
so Jojo, I'm going to try this again from the beginning. I don't know why you have to talk over me. So it doesn't matter if you're with Jesus or against Jesus. If you witness a miracle of 5,000 people being fed from 2 fishes and a couple loaves of bread, you're going to tell people and you're going to document it somewhere. And it wasn't documented anywhere. It was only documented by maybe one of Jesus's disciples, just one.
Yeah, again, I don't see the problem with just one person writing this down.
Because it's not credible. Do you believe that Jim Jones performed miracles?
No, who's this? Jim Jones?
Jim Jones, he was a cult leader in the 70s, and 900 people gave up their lives for Jim Jones, believing that he was the Messiah.
You said he was a cult leader where?
He was a cult leader. It started in California, then he started his own village in another country. So 900 people believed that he was the Messiah and performed miracles and predicted the future, so much so that they were willing to give their lives for him, right? 900 people.
Okay.
But what we have in the Gospels is basically the retelling of like 1 or 2 people that's just on repeat.
Okay, and how many? So
one person recorded the story of the feeding of the 5,000 who was clearly a follower of Jesus. That's it.
All right, how many accounts do we have for, I guess, let me see. Like any so like Alexander the Great, how many accounts do you have of him?
A ton. Literally 100 different sources for Alexander the Great. The Egyptians wrote about him. The people from Mesopotamia wrote about him. Everybody wrote about him in the Mediterranean region. Everybody. Didn't matter who you were, you wrote about Alexander the Great because he defeated like the known Western and Near East world.
And
Can you name me a couple of them?
In Macedonia, there's accounts in Naxos. There's accounts in even, I believe, at one point in time, the Persians even wrote about him.
Even obviously the Jews wrote about him.
Mm-hmm.
What are the sources?
You can read the Talmud. You can also just read the book of Maccabees. First Maccabees mentions Alexander, the son of Philip. First Maccabees, chapter 1, verse 1. The very first chapter of the book of Maccabees mentions him.
And he's still a well-respected figure in Macedonia, where he's from.
There's no question that Alexander the Great lived, and we have carvings. Hold on, I gotta.
Yeah, the point I'm trying to get to.
I don't think it's a very good point, buddy.
There's multiple accounts of Jesus as well.
I never said Jesus wasn't a human being. Thank you, Lizard.
That's why I'm trying.
There are multiple accounts saying that Jesus lived. There's basically 1 or 2 accounts about his miracles, which isn't really all that impressive. Like miracle workers in the first century were a dime a dozen.
What do you mean?
Miracle workers in the first century were a dime a dozen. In fact, the Talmud documents a handful of them. The Talmud documents a famous one called Hanina ben Doza, who performed healings and miracles. And the Romans had their own. Are you aware that Emperor Vespasian healed a blind man by spitting on his eyes, and also healed a person with a lame arm.
And why are so yeah, you're not gonna like where I go with this, but why would they have multiple accounts of these?
That's what I'm saying, is if you're saying that the Bible is evidence that Jesus performed miracles, congratulations. I have the exact same evidence for a handful of other people from the exact same time period about the miracles that they performed.
Yeah, where I'm suspicious of is if they seen these miracles and they kind of just plagiarized what Jesus did.
No, because Suetonius and Tacitus actually wrote near the time period of Vespasian while he was still alive. Whereas the Gospels were written long after Jesus already died. So they're actually more contemporaneous.
But I was going to say, even Herodotus wrote accounts of Malacca was his name, our physician back in ancient times.
Pythagoras?
No, he was a mathematician.
Well, there's a lot of mathematicians.
I know. It's it starts with a H.
It's not Haji, is it?
No, it's not, unfortunately.
Hippocrates, thank you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
There's even records of Hippocrates performing miracles. Malacca, why did that take so hard? Anyways, yeah, continue.
But both Tacitus and Suetonius record the healing miracles of Vespasian. So I'm
right.
just saying,
So what I'm suggesting is, because it all happened in that like time frame, correct?
That's how time frames work.
Yeah, what I'm suggesting is that they seen what Jesus did, and then it's like
Kiana, W for the 6666 over Venmo. Thank you so much. I'm listening, Jojo.
So after that, I mean, you'll see like other accounts, like again, like as you mentioned, Jesus was rejected.
Oh shoot, I missed Steven. Steven, thank you for the $10 over Venmo. I'm sorry I didn't see it. I wasn't looking at my phone when you sent it, so I didn't see the notification. Steven and Kiana, thank you so much for the donations over Venmo. It really does mean a lot to me. I appreciate that. Jojo, I don't know if you're actually addressing the point that I raised, so I'll just raise it again. We have evidence of other people doing miracles in the first century. So all I'm saying is that if you believe that the Gospels are evidence that Jesus did miracles, then by logical extension, you should also believe that other people did miracles.
Yeah, but where it disaligns. So at this point, we're assuming that the Old Testament, that's all correct, right?
I didn't mention the Old Testament, and no, I don't assume that it's all correct. The Old Testament has a bunch of failed prophecies too, and bad science. Thank you, Rusty, for the helmet. Thank you, Lizard, for the eyes.
In this sense, because we're looking at we're looking at the Old Testament to see the prophecies. We're looking for those to be fulfilled.
Yeah, but they haven't been fulfilled because the Old Testament's a lie, just like the New Testament. They'll never be fulfilled, ever.
See, but that's where the problem lies. So,
if I believed that the Old Testament was true, I would be Jewish, but I'm not.
Right. But at this very moment, we're assuming that the Old Testament is completely true.
No, right? You are. You're assuming that, not me.
I thought, like, for the sake of this argument, we're seeing, because like if we're not thinking that the Old Testament, like, these prophecies are true, then like there's nowhere to go from there. You know what
They're
I mean?
quite literally not true. In fact, Isaiah, look what Isaiah says after the Babylonian exile. Isaiah says something. It's got to be the most preposterous thing that's ever been said about when God rescues his people from exile. Let me grab it. In chapter 54, when he rescues them from exile, he says, just like the days of Noah to me, just as I swore that the waters of Noah would never again go over the earth, so I have sworn that I will not be angry with you, and I will not rebuke you. From the mountains, for the mountains may depart, and the hills may be removed, but my steadfast love will not depart from you. That didn't happen. According to the narrative, God must have been angry with Israel and rebuked them, because shortly after they came back from Babylon, they got decimated by the Egyptians. Not the Egyptians, I mean the Greeks. And then after they defeated the Greeks, they got decimated by the Romans. So certainly,
this was supposed to be a prophecy.
It is a prophecy.
Do the rabbis think this is a prophecy, or the Samaritans of this time, do they think this is a prophecy?
Yes, because it is a prophecy. It's a prediction of the future that was uttered by a prophet. So by definition, it is prophecy. When God says, I will do something in the future, that is by definition a prophecy. Isaiah also says that the Nile River will be split into 7 different rivers.
All right, so yeah, like as you mentioned, so when God says something, right?
It fails almost every time because God's not real.
But
He's imaginary.
In the sense of this prophecy, right? If God says he will do something and he does it in the future, that counts as a prophecy, correct?
It can, yes. Yeah, if God says, I'm going to do something, and then he does it, that's a fulfilled prophecy, yes.
All right, so if you go to Ezekiel 34:23.
Oh, you're not going to like this. I don't think you have any business even touching Ezekiel. No. I don't think you should even look at Ezekiel until you read Jeremiah and Isaiah. But go for it.
Okay, Ezekiel 34:23.
Yep. Are you going to read, or you want me to read?
Yeah, I'll read it. I will set up over them one shepherd, my servant David, and he shall feed them. He shall feed them and be their shepherd. And I, the Lord, will be their God. And my servant David shall be prince among them. I, the Lord, have spoken.
Right? Yeah. Was Jesus a shepherd and a prince that was over the restored Israel?
I mean, the New Testament claims that he is.
He's not. Right? Never was. The New Testament doesn't even claim that.
It clearly claims it.
It doesn't claim it. Jesus was never a king. Again, so it says, my servant David, meaning the leader, the king who comes from David. That's why it says in 25, I will make a covenant of peace with them, and I will banish wild animals from the land, so that they may live in the wild and sleep in the woods securely. Again, a picture of eternal peace. Even the wild animals will be driven away, and I will make them and the region around my hills a blessing, and I will send down with showers in their seasons, and they shall be showers of blessings. It goes on. They will be secure on their own soil, and they shall know that I am the Lord when I break the bars of their yoke and save them from the hands of those who enslave them. Thank you, Betram. Thank you. So Jesus didn't save Israel from anything. This prophecy, as with all of the Messianic prophecies, is about a king that rules over a restored Israel.
Yeah, every Christian should understand like this aspect of it. So Jesus is coming, correct?
No, he's not. He's never coming.
No. I'm saying his initial coming. He clearly states that he's going to die for our spiritual salvation,
which is irrelevant. The Messiah doesn't need to die for your sins at all whatsoever. In fact, that's legitimately a contradiction of the Old Testament. The God says that no man can die for the sins of another.
Yeah, I don't believe so.
I'll get it for you. Hold on. Deuteronomy 24:16. Deuteronomy 24:16. parents shall not be unalived for their children, nor children shall be unalive for their parents. Only for their own crimes may a person be put to death. Only for your own crimes. No one's going to die for your sins. In fact, the Day of Atonement that dealt with communal sin, getting rid of communal sin, that's Leviticus chapter 16. That's an everlasting statute, literally forever. It says, this will be a statute for you forever. In the 7th month, on the 10th day of the month, you will deny yourselves, and you will do no work, neither the citizen nor the alien who resides among you, so on and so forth. So the Day of Atonement, where you have 2 different goats, one sacrificed, one sent out into the wilderness, the sins being carried away by the Azazel, the goat sent to the wilderness, that's an everlasting yearly ritual. It's not going to be replaced.
Yeah, there was a lot there. So what ritual is this?
That is typically referred to as the Day of Atonement.
Day of Atonement. And what was your point there?
Leviticus 16 says that the Day of Atonement, the way that it's celebrated, the day that it's celebrated, all of it, it's an everlasting statute for you. Thank you, Tyler.
Yeah, Tom. I don't know. That's a mispresentation there.
No, it literally says, this will be an everlasting statute for you to make atonement for the people of Israel once a year and for all of their sins once a year. Thank you, Tyler Tom.
Yeah, where the problem aligns is Jesus is that atonement.
He's not.
Yes, he is.
He's not. That's just a claim. That's not proof.
Right. If
Jesus is the atonement, then that means God's a liar.
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, so does everlasting mean something other than everlasting? Thank you, Taylor Tom.
No.
Oh, so everlasting means everlasting, right?
Right.
Okay, which means nobody's going to come and replace the Day of Atonement.
But Jesus did.
He didn't, because that would be everlasting not meaning everlasting. And you already said everlasting means everlasting.
No, but again, he died. Jesus clearly states, like, this is the point I was trying to get to.
I know he said it, but Jesus is a liar. That's what I'm trying to get through your head. Jesus is a liar and a fraud.
Justin, that's blasphemy.
That's not blasphemy.
That's very much so blasphemy.
Jesus was a blasphemer. Jesus was the blasphemer.
That's very blasphemous.
No, Jesus committed blasphemy.
That is
the minute
blasphemous.
he claimed to be equal with God, he committed blasphemy, and that's why he was put to death.
All right, so yeah, but see, this goes back to a point that I was trying to make earlier. So if you if someone, again, we'll go back to the feeding of the 5,000. If someone, again,
a lot of pivots here, Jojo.
No, because
really struggling to stand topic. Okay, so Leviticus 16 says that the Day of Atonement, the ritual, is an everlasting statute. You already agreed with me that everlasting means everlasting. So what that means is that it's
right.
not.
Jesus
it's
said
not.
that
So what that means is it's not going to be done away with. That's why in Jeremiah 33, which we read like an hour ago, the Messiah is going to sit on the throne in a period when the Levitical priests are in service.
Justin.
So the Messiah, if he's Jesus, according to Paul and the author of Hebrews, who needed to get rid of the law for one reason or another, that's a contradiction of what the Old Testament says. The Old Testament quite literally says that the Levitical priesthood will be restored.
Justin, in Jesus's teachings,
I don't care what Jesus taught. He's wrong. If Jesus contradicts the prophecies and the word of Yahweh in the Old Testament, then he is a liar.
See, it would be one thing if he just like said a couple things, but the way that it's documented, he performed these miracles, and then he presented his his teachings.
I don't care what he taught. His teachings contradict the Old Testament, which means he is a liar and a fraud.
Many things in the New Testament give him validation to do those things.
Not a single thing did. He didn't do anything out of the ordinary. He was a common trickster who performed run-of-the-mill tricks, fake healings, just like everybody else was doing in the first century, and he failed to fulfill a single messianic prophecy. You're just gaslighting at this point. He didn't do anything.
No, Justin. So we'll go to let's see.
Jesus
Matthew
was
3:17.
born. Jesus was born, and then he had a ministry, and then he died, just like every other mortal on earth that pretended to be the Messiah.
Justin, he was validated for.
No, he wasn't.
All right, we'll go to Matthew 3 verse 17.
Sure. This is the Jeremiah 31 prophecy.
So no, this is Jesus getting baptized. Let's see. Let me pull up the whole chapter here. Yeah, this is Jesus getting baptized by John the Baptist.
Go for it. I baptize you with water, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I'll start.
Yeah, and the dove comes down. Are you under the impression I've never read the baptism story?
No, I know you've Justin.
All right, so Jojo, let me make something very very clear, Jojo. I know the baptism story. That's meaningless. The fact that Jesus was baptized and someone claimed that the Spirit descended and the clouds opened up and God said something, that's preposterous. It's fiction. It's also irrelevant. So I'll go back to what I said at the beginning of our conversation like an hour and a half ago. If Jesus actually fulfilled the Messianic prophecies, then I would gladly say he's the Messiah, but he didn't do it. It doesn't matter what fluff the gospel authors wrote about him. It doesn't matter if they said he taught really cool things or God spoke from the heavens and said, "This is my son." None of that matters because this is all just mythology. However, if Jesus did fulfill the prophecies in the Old Testament that were spoken about of the Messiah, it would not matter what is in the Gospels. In fact, I would not even need a gospel to tell me he was a Messiah because he would have been on the throne for the last 2,000 years, and we can just validate that he's the Messiah because the dude is 2,000 years old.
Yeah, there's a couple of problems here because he was, one of them, he was rejected by his own, right?
Why?
You tell me.
Because he didn't do anything the Messiah was supposed to do. That's why. And he committed blasphemy.
Well, either way, they rejected him.
Because he committed blasphemy and he was a liar and a fraud. That's why.
See,
in your worldview, in your worldview, when Jesus comes back, is he going to do everything he's supposed to do, but only if the Jews accept him? Or is he just going to do it?
I don't know the details to that.
He's just going to do it. In the Christian worldview, when Jesus comes back the second time, he's coming with fire in his eyes and a sword in his mouth, and he's going to smite all of the non-believers with the breath of his lips. It doesn't matter if they believe in him. It doesn't matter if they accept him. He's just going to do it. So Jojo, why is it when he comes back the second time, he's just going to do it no matter what? But when he came the first time, for some reason, he could only do it if people accepted him.
Justin, even in that time, in his second coming, so he's going to have 1,000-year reign, right?
He's not.
Well,
so Jojo, I need you to actually answer my question, because this is a very important question. When Jesus comes back the second time, according to Christian doctrine, it is irrelevant if you accept him or not. He's just going to do it. So I'm asking you, Jojo, listen. I'm asking you, why, when Jesus comes the second time, he's just going to do it no matter what? But when he came the first time, he needed the Jews to accept him.
And also, Tammy made a good point. Why would Jesus need to be baptized if he was God?
Yeah, he wouldn't. Baptism is for the remission of sins, and according to Christian doctrine, he was sinless.
Well, yeah, I mean, he did that in my opinion, he did that to set an example for Christians to do in the future. But yeah, to answer your question, I'm sorry, I forgot the question now.
Okay. According to Christian doctrine, when Jesus comes back the second time, it doesn't matter who accepts him, it doesn't matter who believes in him. He's going to come back and he's going to do everything he was supposed to do, no matter who is with him or against him. So I'm asking you, why is that only the case when he comes back and not when he came the first time? Why is it necessary for the first time he came for his people to accept him, but the second time it doesn't matter?
I mean, it's even the second time that he comes, right? People are still going to reject whatever rulings he has.
Yes,
Right?
yes, exactly. Even when he comes back the second time, people are going to reject him. And then what's he going to do about it?
Yeah. So my answer to that is like, that's not necessarily relevant.
Is he going to push it off to a third coming?
He's God. He could do what he wants, right?
So Jojo, you're not tracking. I really need you to follow me on this. When Jesus comes back, many of his own people, most of them, will still reject him, but he's still going to do what he wants to do, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay,
Yep.
so why?
I get.
So why, when he comes back the second time, why is it irrelevant if people accept him? Because you're telling me you're telling me the first time he came, he couldn't do the things he needed to do because people rejected him. So I'm asking you, what is different between the first coming and the second coming, in that when he does it the second time, he doesn't care what people think. He's just going to do what he wants.
Like, I don't know if that's necessarily how it's gonna turn out. But
Book of Revelation, just read it. He comes with fire in his eyes, a sword in his mouth, legs burning like bronze.
yeah, I mean, there's two things to that. So one, if you were to punish someone, right, send them to jail, right, or I guess, I don't know, like if you were to punish your kid, right, and you warn them, oh, don't do that again, right? Sometimes the first time around, you might be a little bit nicer, right? But if they make the same mistake again, right, you might not be as nice. Is that a fair statement to say?
Everybody that was alive when Jesus was alive, are they all dead right now, or are they living?
They're all dead. Right?
Okay, so it's irrelevant.
No, I'm saying, like, the question that the way that you phrase the question, it's not very relevant.
It's quite relevant. See, because what you're suggesting is that Jesus couldn't do the things that the Messiah needed to do because his people rejected him.
No, I'm saying,
which is an irrelevant topic. Is an irrelevant talking point, because when he comes back the second time, he's going to do it no matter what.
No, but I'm saying he's giving us plenty of time to at least act upon following him, right?
Why do we need time?
Time is precious. Time is
a
very valuable thing.
Why do we need time? How many people have been on the earth before us?
Countless.
Okay, so there's plenty enough people that had already passed by the time Jesus came around that he could have just done what he wanted to do.
Right. So if you have all this time, right, and Jesus gives you a warning, right?
Really not tracking at all.
So let's say if Jesus gives us a warning, right?
He didn't give me a warning.
Well, if
he gave a warning to a bunch of people that are now dead, and he said another lie. He said, "I'm going to come back before all you disciples have tasted death," and then he didn't come back. Which is another problem.
Yeah, if the Gospels are true,
they're definitely not true. They're lies.
No, I'm saying, like, if they were true, right?
But they're not.
Let's say if they were true,
but they're not.
No, but you're not letting me get to my question here.
Okay, so if they're true, which means they're not in their present form, they're obviously in a form that has all the lies removed from it.
You could say that if you want to, but if the way that the Gospels were and they were presented, and if they were true, right? Would that not be a warning to? Would that not be like a fair warning to us?
No.
Right? Why not?
When Jesus comes back the second time, are those people going to get a warning?
Yeah, there's still going to be people there.
No, Jojo, listen to my words very carefully. When Jesus comes back the second time, the people that are on the earth when he comes back the second time, Are they getting a warning, or are they just going to get decimated?
I believe they're getting a warning.
They're not,
Right.
because Jesus is not going to leave and come back a third time.
No, he might not.
So they're
give
not
the
getting a
same-
warning.
He might not give the same amount of time.
He's not giving
that
any
he-
time.
Justin, we
Have you not read Revelation or Thessalonians where it talks about the second coming?
Justin, we have 2,000 years here of time to.
Jojo,
Right.
again, have you read anything about the second coming?
Yeah, I've read some.
Okay, so there's no text that says Jesus is going to come and then leave and then come back a third time. In fact, it doesn't even come close to hinting at that. When Jesus comes back, he's going to come back with vengeance and judgment. So again, I'll ask you, what was preventing Jesus from doing that the first time?
Yeah, the only thing that I could present to you is that he was giving us a warning.
Why? Why do we need warnings?
I mean, clearly, if there's all these people rejecting him, yeah, wouldn't that cause for a warning? Right?
No.
Why not?
We don't need warnings. The Old Testament says the Messiah is going to come and do things. The only thing we need is to look at the prophecies and say, cool, did he do those things? They didn't reject him because they were bad people. They didn't reject him because they needed more time. They rejected him because he was a liar and a fraud.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case.
That's 100% the case. He lied on 3 different occasions, at least.
Or which occasions are these?
I'll grab them for you. The first occasion is, well, not the first, but I don't know chronology. In John chapter 6:46, he says that nobody has seen the Father except the one who has come from God, referring to himself.
Okay, what lie did he say there?
He said, no one has seen the Father except the one who is from God. He has seen the Father.
Has anyone seen the Father?
Yes.
Who's
Moses, Aaron. Thank you, Roger, for the helmet. Moses, Aaron, Nadab, Abihu, 70 elders of Israel, and Ezekiel, and Elijah and Enoch. They all saw God.
Okay, give me a presentation of one of them actually seeing God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, easy enough. Exodus 24 says, Moses and Aaron, Nadab, Abihu, and 70 elders of Israel went up, and they saw the God of Israel. And under his feet were something like a pavement of sapphire stone, like the very heavens in its clearness. God did not lay his hands on the chief men of the Israelites. They beheld God, and they ate and they drank. And then it says also in the book of Exodus that Yahweh talked with God face to face as a man talks to his friend.
No, but Yahweh is God, right?
Yahweh is God, yeah. I said Moses, right?
Hold on, I'm a bit confused. Let me see here.
Exodus 33:11 says, the Lord spoke to Moses face to face as a man speaks to his friend. So there you go. That's a lie. Jesus lied right there.
Yeah, let me go back to, so what was the original passage?
There are 2 passages, John 6:46 and also John 1:18. John 1:18 says, no man has seen God at any time, only the begotten Son. I think that's 1 John 1:18. I think I wrote that down wrong. Let me verify that. Yeah, that's First John. No, that's John 1:18. I got it right. I don't know.
John 1:18.
I don't know why I was thinking it was 1 John. Yeah. So, in John 1:18, Jesus says basically the same thing he says in John 6:46, that nobody has seen the Father. No man has seen the Father except for Jesus, which clearly is a contradiction. So it's a lie.
Yeah, those two passages I'll have to look into a little bit.
There's more though.
I'll concede to that one.
He lies about his second coming when he says it's going to happen shortly. For example, in Matthew 10:23, when he sends his disciples out to go minister in the villages, says, "Truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes." And then in Matthew 16:27, he says, "The Son of Man is to come with the angels in the glory of his Father, and he will repay everybody for their deeds. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom."
All right, how's that a lie?
His second coming didn't happen within their lifetime.
See, yeah, the problem with the problem with that one, so yeah, God presents heaven as a kingdom as well, right?
It says the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father and repay everybody for their deeds. That's literally the second coming.
What's the passage here? Sorry.
Matthew 16:27-28.
From that time on, Jesus began to explain.
Matthew 16:27-28.
For the Son of, all right, I'll read that real quick. So for the Son of Man is going to come in his Father's glory with his angels, and then he will reward each person according to what they have done, right?
Force Blade for the $6.66 on Cash App. Thank you so much.
W Blade. Yeah, that's the verse.
Yeah, truly I tell you, some who are standing here will not taste death before the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Right?
Yep.
And who is he speaking to there?
Speaking to his disciples.
So that how could that not be like the kingdom of heaven?
It's not.
How does that?
It says he is going to come with his angels and repay everybody for what they have done. The
And
Son
where
of
the
Man
angels?
is going to come in his Father's glory with his angels.
Where are the angels?
They didn't show up. They're going to come when he comes the second time.
Where are the angels right now?
Well, theoretically, they're in heaven.
Right. So that's why I say, or that's why I'm thinking that.
Do you know what it means to come, Jojo? It's late night. Hanji's getting feral. Yeah. When it says Jesus is coming with the angels, we both know that means from the clouds, from heaven.
Right.
Okay, so that means this is the second coming. That's what it means.
Yeah, I know you don't like double meanings there.
Yeah, because you only like double meanings when the original meaning means something that you don't like.
Yeah, I love them that. I love them that way.
So every time the original text, when you read it as face value, when you don't like it, that's when you say, no, there's a different meaning. There's a double meaning. Let's ignore what the text actually means.
There's plenty of English literature that gives things double meanings.
This is not English literature, and this is not a double meaning text.
There's plenty of literature in general that gives out.
This is not literature that has a double meaning. This is Jesus. This is Jesus predicting the future and getting it wrong. You can't just take every verse that's inconvenient and then say it had another meaning. I could do that. You want me to do it? I can read any passage in the Bible and just apply a subjective double meaning to it, and you can't tell me I'm wrong because the Holy Spirit told me. That's what second meaning is. Second meanings are silly and subjective.
You could do that, but the puzzle pieces got to fit together.
And they don't. Even if you interpret second meanings, your second meanings contradict the plain reading of the text. The plain reading of this text is that Jesus is coming back from the heavens with his angels to repay everybody for their deeds.
Yeah, but if they're right, then they're in the kingdom technically.
The angels, yes. That's what I'm trying to tell you. When it says Jesus is coming with his angels, where are they coming from?
They're coming from heaven.
Where are they coming to?
It doesn't say.
The earth.
It doesn't say earth.
It does. It literally says he will repay everybody for what they have done. There's no other place for him to come where he's going to repay everybody for their deeds. He's coming to the earth where the people are who are going to be repaid for their deeds. Jesus is not coming from the clouds and going to Jupiter.
Speaking of which, my second coming, are you going to go ahead and change your goal to a new one?
Did we hit it?
Yes, we did.
Damn, thank you so much, guys. Thank you. You guys are rock stars. Absolute rock stars up in here. I didn't even realize we hit it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's see.
You ready for me?
I am ready for you.
Okay. Yeah, so just to let me see here. Yeah, just to make a point here.
Are you going to address the passage, or are you going to pivot to a new one?
Well, I'm going to a new one just to go back to it. Just just to make a point.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so Matthew 12, 36, 37.
I'm listening.
All right, so it says, but I tell you, on the day of judgment, people will give an account for every careless word they speak, for by your words you will be justified. Excuse me. And by your words will you be condemned.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's another one.
Which is, when is that going to happen?
Yeah, there's another verse. It says,
Jojo, slow down. When it says, on the day of judgment, when is that?
Upon death.
No.
Yes.
It doesn't say upon death. It says upon the day of judgment.
Right.
The day of judgment is when the day of judgment is when Jesus comes back. That's Matthew 25.
See, yeah, this is why
it's Matthew 25.
Yeah, this is why I was going to this verse here.
You shouldn't. You should go to Matthew 25, where Jesus comes and literally says he's going to come and judge everybody.
No, but there's also a verse. It shows.
All right, go ahead and read your verse, and then I'll smack it down.
Okay, so Hebrews 9:27.
Hebrews not even in the Gospels.
It's still in the New Testament, is it not?
All right, go ahead and read it.
All right, so let's see here. All right, so just as people are destined to die once, and after that to face the judgment, right?
So, I know what Hebrews says, yeah.
Right, so Christ was sacrificed once to take away the sins, and he will appear a second time, not to bear sin.
Thank you. Salvation. He will appear a second time. The day of judgment is when Jesus Christ appears for the living and the dead.
Yeah, but just if you back up, it says, yes,
the day of judgment is when everybody, the living and the dead, are judged. That's Daniel chapter 12. It's also in 1 Thessalonians chapter 4.
Justin, I'm gonna stay on this verse real quick, because verse 27.
Hey, do what you need to. I'll smack it down when you're done again.
It does say, just as people are destined to die once, and then afterwards to face the judgment.
They will. And when is that going to happen?
After they die.
No, incorrect. It doesn't say that.
It says, just as people are destined to die.
And keep reading. Keep reading.
And after.
Keep reading.
To face the judgment.
Keep reading.
All right. Yeah. So Christ was sacrificed once to take away the sins of to take away the sins of many, and will appear a second time.
That's right. The judgment is when he appears the second time, which is why it literally says in Matthew 25:31, the heading in my Bible here for Matthew 25 literally says the judgment of the nations. It says, when the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the angels with him, then he will sit on the throne of glory, and all the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate people one from another as a shepherd separates his sheep from the goats. So the judgment is at the second coming.
Yeah, I forget the original point.
The point is, Matthew 16 is talking about Jesus' second coming, when he comes and he judges the living and the dead.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, that's not necessarily true.
It is. Daniel chapter 12 predicts it. It says, many of those who are asleep in the dust of the earth will awake, some to everlasting life and some to everlasting shame and contempt.
No, I'm saying the way that you're reading it. So, of course, like as I mentioned, Jesus did mention he was going to come a second time.
Well,
right?
Reading what? What am I misreading?
Hebrews 9:27.
Hebrews. Why are you still in Hebrews? Did I not read you the actual words of Jesus when he says when he comes the second time he's going to judge everybody? Why are you despising the words of Jesus?
No, I'm confused.
Why do you hate Jesus?
I don't. I love him.
You hate Jesus. You hate his words because you're saying he's a liar right now.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Because you're saying that verses could only have one meaning.
Yeah, that's how words work. So when the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the angels with him. Where we heard that before? Matthew 16:27. When he comes in the Father's glory with all of the angels, then he will sit on the throne of glory, and all the nations will gather before him, and he will separate people from one another and judge them all.
Yeah,
so this is not difficult. Jesus' second coming is quite literally the judgment day.
No, Justin, what you're missing. So I
didn't miss anything. You're just not listening.
No, Justin, I hear you very clearly.
You don't hear me.
Yes. Are you ready for my point?
I'm delighted to hear it.
Okay, so everyone dies at some point, right?
Eventually.
Everyone has their lifespan where they die, right?
Yeah, so everybody wants to go to heaven, nobody wants to die, but the fact is we all die and nobody goes to heaven.
Yeah, we're all dying at some point, right? So back in Jesus' time, Jesus' followers, they were put to death, right?
Yep. That's why this prophecy is a failure, because they all tasted death and Jesus did not come back the second time.
No,
see how that works?
No, Justin. So like this is where my point goes. So where all the followers they die at some point. This is why I mentioned heaven, right? Because there's a kingdom in heaven as well. And Jesus clearly states that he's like dying for our sins, right? He's saving us spiritually, which would be like that
for the hand hearts.
That would be that heavenly realm.
Jojo,
right?
Whatever mental gymnastics you're trying to do right now, you're not being very clear about it.
No. Listen. All
right, so Matthew 16 says, truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom, which means some of you will taste death, but not all of you.
Right, because...
But listen, they all tasted death, did they not?
It says, all right, we'll go John 3:16.
Jojo,
John 3:16.
Jojo, did all of Jesus's disciples taste death?
John
Jojo, it's yes or no. Did all of Jesus's disciples taste death?
Justin, we clearly said,
Jojo, if you dodge the question one more time, I'll just drop you.
Yes, so everybody dies. We clearly
okay.
agreed on that.
Thank you, Time, for the heart. So Jesus' disciples all tasted death, and he didn't come back, right?
See, this is why Matthew...
Jojo, it's yes or no?
Yes.
Oh, Jesus did come back.
No.
So he didn't come back. Okay, so Jesus' disciples all tasted death, yet he did not make his second coming. Can we agree on that?
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
Okay, so then Matthew 16, 27 through 28 is just a lie, and Jesus is a liar and a fraud.
See, this is where the point where we disagree is not necessarily, right?
Oh, yes, quite literally. Jesus made a very clear statement. Some of you will still be alive when I come back. Tell me who was alive.
See, this is where I go to this next passage here. You know it. I know you know it very well.
I'm sure I do.
Yeah, John 3:16, right?
Mm-hmm. For God so loved the world.
Yeah, he gave his only begotten son that whosoever believes in him will not perish but have eternal life.
Mm-hmm.
So where's that life at, right?
It's in heaven, which is irrelevant. Yeah. We're talking about mortal people living on the earth.
I think this has been like the disconnect for like the whole conversation. Cause
not a disconnect for me. It's clearly only for you.
Yeah, you're ignoring the spiritual aspect of it.
You're ignoring what the text just says. And what it says is I'm coming back. I'm doing so within the lifetime of my disciples.
Yeah, you're missing the spiritual aspect of that. I believe you did that spiritually.
Tell me where I'm wrong in the literal aspect.
Good night, Goblin.
You can't make up a spiritual interpretation that contradicts the plain reading of the text.
Jesus multiple times, like he mentions
Jojo
things.
Jojo, you cannot make up your own spiritual interpretation that conflicts with the plain reading of the text. You can't do it. That's not how that works.
How so? I'm confused.
If the text has a spiritual interpretation, it still needs to agree with the plain reading interpretation of the text. You can't reconfigure the entire meaning of the text based on your own spiritual interpretation because you don't like what it says at face value.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree.
Well, you're wrong. If that's the case, I can take any passage of the Bible I want, and I can just make up my own spiritual interpretation from it. And it doesn't matter if it agrees with the Bible or not. It's my spiritual interpretation.
Again, Justin, you don't have the authority to do that.
I do. I'm the Messiah, remember? I've fulfilled prophecies more than Jesus.
You haven't fulfilled more than Jesus did.
I have. Jesus fulfilled 0. I've fulfilled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, at least 9.
No, that's not fair, Justin. Because
at least 9 right here. And I've healed people. I've performed miracles.
If you consider those prophecies, then Jesus's are prophecies as well.
Right, but he only fulfilled 2 according to you. I've fulfilled at least 9.
No, I presented to you.
So like I'm more Messiah than Jesus.
I could present some more to you.
You can't.
Yeah, that's the only 2 that I've presented at this point in time.
So anyways, that's weak. So back at the bar, let's just be honest with what the book says. Jesus said he's coming back. He said he's going to come back and do things. And then he said when he's going to do it. And then he didn't. That's all there is to it.
Yes, not necessarily true.
That's 100% true.
Agapemo, you cooked him at this point. There's
listen, Jojo, you've been dry roasted, slow roasted, extreme heat roasted tonight. We've been talking for like 2.5 hours, and my audience is getting tired of the gymnastics at this point.
Yes.
But You're always great to talk to. You're very kind. You're very polite. The mental gymnastics, I think, have been a little interesting tonight. But
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
think I
I appreciate you being here.
yeah. Could I mention just a couple things here? Yeah. So yeah, I think a couple things. So one, there's definitely a disconnect. You're not accepting the spiritual aspects. That's something that
We
I just
go.
believe in.
Why would I accept a spiritual interpretation of a passage that contradicts the plain meaning of the passage?
Just overall putting the puzzle pieces together, his miracles.
There's no puzzle
Yeah,
pieces to put together.
like plenty of things in his life that he did
Incorrect.
that does authenticate him, and
Jesus
things that
came, he committed blasphemy, he contradicted the Old Testament law, he said things that were untrue, and then he died. That's what he did. Those are the puzzle pieces I put together.
Exactly.
Yeah, we disagree there. I could try. There's some
All right,
some
well,
things that you
we'll
mentioned
agree
I
to disagree
forgot.
for now, okay?
Right, and what was the other thing?
All right,
Yeah, I'll let you know.
just end on agree to disagree and call it a day. Don't worry. There's nothing you can say that's going to save your argument from this point.
Right.
Exactly.
I'll look up some other things and yeah, send you
Come on
some
back, man.
this
Come
as
on
well.
back.
Yep.
All
But
right,
yeah,
good,
thanks
man.
for having me for this long.
For
I
sure.
think towards the end I was getting a little little tired there, but
For sure.
yeah,
For sure.
I
Don't
see
worry,
it.
Jojo. I had a good time talking to you. You're
Yeah,
always a
yeah.
good guest.
Have a good one. See you, Hanji.
All right,
You.
cheers, man.
Yeah.
He's a good kid. Now, here's the deal, guys. I have to do something other than bring up a guest, and I apologize for it. But when I tell you what I have to do, you'll forgive me. I think
You
I
have to
can't.
release the Kraken.
I cannot go to midnight tonight,
Oh.
and here's why. Dean is having an official debate tomorrow with oh my gosh, how'd I forget? You all know him. He's one of oh yeah, Theus Brooks. Finally, okay. So Dean is debating Theus Brooks tomorrow. That's right. You guys know it. Okay. I've been talking with Dean a little bit today. I've got some material that I need to put together and send to him still yet tonight, and I don't have time to do it tomorrow. There's a bunch of notes that he's heard me go over in my lives, and he wants me to put some together for him. So that he can present it tomorrow during the debate. So I'm going to spend some time tonight between when I end this live in like midnight, putting together some notes for Dean to send it over to our good friend.
Hi, Dean.
Because we need to get Theus Brooks cooked. And the fact of the matter is, Dean probably doesn't need my help. He's really smart. He's super intelligent. But I want to see Theus Brooks get quite thoroughly thrashed. So I'm going to spend. Oh, Dean's here. Welcome. Good to see you, Dean.
Yeah, he's here. Hey, Dean.
I want to see Theus Brooks take every bit of what Dean's got to throw at him, and if I can contribute in some way, I'm more than happy to do that. Yeah, so that's a good point. I don't know what time the debate is. Let's get some W Deans in the chat though. I don't know what time the debate is. I bet if you go to his profile, it might be in his profile. Thanks, Dean. I appreciate that. But I think everyone here is a big supporter of Dean and Parker and what they're doing, and I want to be able to support what they're doing as well. So I'm going to put some. I've been putting some notes together, kind of during the live. I'm going to try to assemble them now, and get them over to him because tomorrow I got to wake up early, and I'm going to spend my whole day busy doing other things. So.
Oh, thank you for the lights, by the way.
Yeah. Anyways, guys, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for watching and supporting, for all the likes and the gifts. Make sure you tune in tomorrow for Dean's debate with Theus Brooks. It's going to be awesome. I don't know if it's going to be recorded. So like if you don't get to tune in for it, I don't know if you'll see it somewhere else, like on YouTube. But anyways, try to tune in for that and support Dean. Those of us in this community know Theus Brooks is, well, we already know all of his bad arguments. So I don't think it'll be too much of a problem for Theus Brooks to go down in like an actual debate. I've never seen him debate. I've only seen him make corny videos.
They want to know what time the debate is tomorrow.
I don't know. Let me check something real quick.
Dean, are you still in here? Can you come up for a second to give us more insight?
Yeah, there's a lot of people interested in this debate. I'm super interested in this debate. Theist Brooks have been 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Is that what I'm seeing?
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of people have been like, "Oh man, you know, Dean's running from Theist Brooks." I've seen Dean invite Theist Brooks on multiple occasions. Like, come debate me right now. Let's do it. I've seen his invitation video to Theist Brooks.
Oh, he's with his girlfriends. Okay.
Right. But
And
anyways,
Dean, you were right. We are on the same side. The only difference is that I do believe in a pantheon, but as you can see, I'm not toxic like the Christian theist. So I'm basically the level head of the life.
She is. Anyways, so guys, make sure and tune in for that tomorrow. I'm going to try to catch it, some of it myself. But anyways, thank you so much for being here. We love you. We appreciate all the support that you guys give us. Please thank your moderators. Thank Hanji. Shayna, thank you so much for the hand hearts. Thank you for all the likes and the gifts and support, guys. I really do appreciate it. So, it's going to be hosted on Parker's account. Is that what I'm hearing? I would love to see that.
I was listening to you talking about your whole Messiah faith, which are true. We have seen it. But I'm telling you right now, darling, can I be your disciple? Maybe that's what that dream was about, you know?
I don't know. Taylor Tom, thank you so much for the hand hearts. I really appreciate it. Taylor Tom making the hand hearts rain. Thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate that. That's so kind. I think we just hit the goal. Taylor Tom, you crushed it. Thank you so much. He's still going. He's still going. Tom,
let him go. Let him go.
Tom's going off. Tom is going off. Thank you so much for the hand hearts, Tom. I really do appreciate that.
You deserve it, love. And apparently it's going to be on Parker Get the Job. Either he's moderating for it or that's where it's going to be.
Okay, perfect. All right. Well, guys, you know, if you're not following Parker, make sure you do it. If you're not following Dean, make sure you do it. If you can't find their accounts, DM me. I'll make sure that you get both their accounts, okay?
And yes, Alice, you'll see me later on tonight.
All right, guys. It was great to talk to you, and we'll see you again on Sunday night.
And I'll see you tomorrow. Wait, are you going to be with me for Dave?
Unfortunately, I don't think I will be around Saturday night. I don't know yet. I mean, I'll be home Saturday night. I don't know what time I'll be home. But when I get home, I'll be on Dave's Live.
Okay, so then I'll see you over there then.
Right. I just don't know what time I'll be able to get there.
Okay, that's fine.
All right. See you guys. Have a great night.
Bye.